Wrestling is like fucking. How many of you know what the term pop is? Huh? What's the term pop? What's it short for? What's the term pop short for? Huh? Reaction? Not reaction, no. No. What's the term pop? Because that's what everybody thinks. And that's too bad. Term pop is short for pop their nut, come in their pants, have an orgasm. That's exactly what it is. And don't fool yourself. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to emotionally get these people to come, to have an emotional reaction so goddamn strong that it feels like they came. When you guys are fucking, how many times do you pop? Huh? When? Once. When's that happen? At the end. So if they pop on your entrance tonight, what do you think you should do? Turn around and go the fuck back in. They're done. Because when you guys get done, when you pop your nut, what do you all want to do? Eat a sandwich, go to sleep. Yes or no? Yep. Same thing. So I don't care how fancy, I don't care how awesome your moves are, they're not going to remember them if they've already popped. If they've already gotten to the highest point emotionally in the match, it don't matter what you do. They ain't going to remember it. Don't believe me? Okay, I want you to think of your favorite match. Think right now, when you were just a fan, I want you to think of a match. Got it in your head? Remember anything other than the finish? Huh?
No.
You might remember a spot or two. Do you remember the whole match? Do you? No. You know why? Because you only remember things that you emotionally connect to. Stronger the emotional connection, the more you remember it. Do you guys even remember the actual finish of the match, or do you just remember the guy won? They don't either. They don't either. All you're selling, what are you selling? You're selling what? We talked about this at the beginning. What's the thing you're selling?
Tickets.
Selling what in here? Selling the gimmick. What's the gimmick of wrestling? That's all they're going to remember. Everything builds to the finish. Nothing else matters but the finish. If they pop on your hip toss, pin them, go home. You're done. They pop on your entrance, turn around and go back in. Because all they want to do is eat a sandwich and go to sleep. They're not going to go higher. You'll stand out here. I don't care how hot she is. If you stick your dick in her hole and you pop your nut, it's wasted time and friction. You're done. All you're doing is waiting for her to finish and hoping she does soon so that you can eat a sandwich and go to sleep. Yes or no? Same thing. Same exact thing.
Now for Al Snow, we've had a couple interviews with him since I talked to you. I was just wondering if you could tell us your favorite Al Snow story.
Well, probably the coolest story I can probably tell you right now was I didn't train all that long at Al's place, and I was put on a card. Now this card took place in Lima, Ohio, at the Lima Correctional Facility. So we're in a prison. My very first match is a prison show. So we're out in the yard. They got the cage out in the yard. So you have all these inmates, and then we have the correctional staff is around there as well. And everything I had learned at that point, that baby faces act this way, they're supposed to get this response from the crowd. Heels act this way, they get this response from the crowd. All of that was reversed. All the heels were being cheered, and all the baby faces were being booed in this yard show in the Lima prison. And so, and I'm actually wrestling Al Snow underneath a mask, a hood, and stuff like that. And I think his character was Shinobi, like an Oriental assassin. And it was, I'll just say, it was nerve-wracking, and all the psychology that I had learned at that point all went out the window. But I'd say that was a funny story. But then just Al's got a great sense of humor to him. He's just a good person, great sense of humor. My MMA training camp alone, that was funny. Like I said, That should have been all been recorded because there's no way I should have got the results I got. Boy, if you saw the three men I was working out with.
Well, the benefit you have if they do a movie about your life, you look similar, and Al Snow also looks similar now. He's in the best shape of his life, so you could probably reenact it in the movie. If you guys play yourselves.
I keep hoping that somewhere down the road there would actually be a movie because I think there's enough merit to it because of it sounds braggadocious, but I would just tell people I'm not a braggadocious person. We just state facts. And the fact is, I have accomplished a lot of different successful things in a lot of different categories. You know, amateur wrestling is one aspect of what I did in the United States for folk style, but then what I did freestyle, and then what I did Greco-Roman, going to Arizona State, jumping into judo, and then going to never trained Sambo. I just simply went to the Sambo Nationals, and then out of necessity, I jumped into a tough band contest, to professional wrestling, to go to Japan doing the UWFI stuff, to ultimately jumping into mixed martial arts, no holds barred, Ultimate Fighting Championship, no holds barred to mixed martial arts. So, seen a lot of things, done a lot of cool things, and I always tell people for having as many matches as I have, you know, my ears still look like ears. And my nose is still in the center of my face, and the teeth, although crooked, they've always been crooked. They're still originals. You know, it's kind of good that I've been able to do all that, and now it looks like the mixed martial arts career is going to end. Obviously, the amateur wrestling career probably has gone to an end, and I made my goal of way back when that I was going to wrestle till I'm 60.
What's a high spot?
The spot that makes the audience
More. Okay. What's chain wrestling?
we'll go and hold for hold.
No, chain wrestling's not going hold for hold. Chain wrestling is not a spot in a match, you dweebs. Chain wrestling is not exchanging holds. Chain wrestling was something that Buddy Rogers created. How many of you knew that? He called it sequencing. Before Buddy Rogers created chain wrestling or sequencing, wrestlers usually only did one and two moves. They very rarely strung 3 and 4 moves together, i.e. tackle, drop down, leapfrog, hip toss. That's a chain of moves. It's a sequence of moves. Buddy Rogers was the first one to kind of start integrating that into his style of putting 2, 3, and 4, 5 moves together. So what you think is a high spot is not a high spot. It's a chain of moves. That's chain wrestling. An exchange of holds should occur throughout the entire match. Is there anything such as a rest hold? Huh? Rest holds do not exist, just so you're aware. Can you rest in them? You can catch your breath. Back to high spots. High spots are not 3, 4, 5, 6 moves put together. High spots are at any point in the match where the emotion of the match goes higher in the direction you want it. A look, a step in the wrong direction, a series of moves, a near fall are all high spots. Anywhere where the emotion goes up, doesn't always have to be tackle, drop down, hip toss. Anything can be made into a high spot. Always ask yourself, if it were real, if it were real, meaning not a shoot. Shoot means I go in, the bell rings, shoot on you, take you down, try to hook you, beat you, we're done. If it were real, you would genuinely go in the ring and you would do what you do to win a wrestling match. You'd hit the ropes, you'd come off the top rope, you would work as a tag team. If it were real, what would you do in those situations? If it were real, who would be the most aggressive person in this ring? Both of you. Now we'll get into the other stuff here in a minute, but if it were real and you had to pay your bills, how fucking aggressive would you be? Why aren't you? Huh? Because you don't believe. And if you don't believe, they don't believe. Because you don't know what you're selling. So you don't know what to believe in yourselves.
I heard this story about your first pro wrestling tryout with Ole and Gene Anderson. I'm just wondering if you could tell us that story.
The story of Ole and Gene Anderson?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds like it was quite a beating.
There's a lot of things. I'll try to abbreviate the story. I had made the decision I wanted to be a professional wrestler. It was hard, really, really difficult to get to be a professional wrestler back when I wanted to break in. Went to schools and training centers, and it was a very closed business. Guys were held accountable for whoever they broke into the wrestling business. So it was really hard. I'd spent, I was just a teenager, but I'd spent, a couple years calling different offices around the country trying to convince somebody to train me. Couldn't find anybody. Finally, just by chance, I had contacted Crockett's office in Charlotte, and Gene happened to be working in the office that day and answered the phone. Told me they were going to have a tryout like in October. Well, I had just graduated from high school in that year. Like, perfect. I'll go down there. So, got a job, and part-time job, and I, washing dishes, and I sold my car and bought a Greyhound bus ticket to Charlotte, North Carolina, which that was probably far more brutal than anything that Ole and Gene ever did to me. Because it was 24 hours of hell to get there, and then 24 hours of hell to get back. It was even worse getting back because I had gotten my ass kicked by Ole and Gene. So, showed up, and Gene was the only one that was there, and he passed out release forms. So, had the blank where your name is, and then a blank of who you were holding harmless. So I signed Gene's name. I put Gene Anderson, and Ole showed up with like 6 guys. That the smallest guy was like the size I am now. Okay. And these were all guys they were already working with, they were trading. So there were maybe 30, 35 guys that were down there to try out at that time. And we all went to the Charlotte Coliseum because Crockett was having a show that night. And so they took us out and made us run 5 miles around the old parking lot behind the Charlotte Coliseum, which was you kind of ran across, then you ran up, then you ran up a little more, then you ran back down. So it was a little circular outfit. Came back in, you did 500 free squats. As soon as you got done with the 500 free squats, you got dropped down and you ran the Coliseum stairs. The stairs in between the seats, you ran all the way up, all the way down, over, all the way up, all the way down, over, all the way up, all the way around. Got done with that, you did 400 push-ups. So it didn't matter how you did them. You had to do 400. Even if you just picked yourself up and fell on the floor. Didn't matter how long it took, you had to do 400 push-ups. So what they were doing was blowing you up, and they were trying to crack a lot of the guys that tried out. So we went from maybe 35. After the run, we're now down to maybe 28. After we did the squats, we're now down to 20. Now after we're doing the stairs, we're down to 17. Now we're down to 15. Push-ups, you're down to 10. And then it's, you had to put somebody on your back and run the length of the Coliseum and run back. Switch, back, and then do jumping jacks until it was your turn to go in the ring. So what they were doing was they already had the other 6 guys in the ring with Ole, and then you got in the ring, or each prospective guy got in the ring, would have to get down in the amateur wrestling position, in the defensive position, all fours, And then what Ole was doing was trying to teach those guys how to, I don't know what other things he was trying to teach with everybody else, but with me, how to pancake a guy out, put him on his belly, grapevine the leg, and rear chin lock the guy. So if you got through guy 1, then you had to get down and do it with guy 2. Well, by the time you get in the ring, you're shot. I mean, you're shaking your arms and your legs, and just from exhaustion. Somehow I got through guy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get to guy 6, who's just, like this. Always screaming at me and trying to intimidate me. And it wasn't clicking. Maybe if it had, I probably would have just okay, I quit. But the guy bellies me out, grapevines my leg, rear chin locks me. I get to all fours somehow. And the guys, if I could have spoken, I might have given up, but Ole's screaming at me, do you give up, you give up? I couldn't say anything because the guy had my jaw clamped shut. So Ole takes that as, I won't give up. So he immediately tells him to break, put me down again and do it again. Okay. Does it again. Clamps it on me. Ole's in my face. I again get to all fours somehow. The guy can't grapevine my leg. Get to all fours. And Ole's screaming in my face, do you give up, do you give up? At that point, yeah, I was going to give up. But I couldn't say I was going to give up because, again, my jaw was clamped completely shut. So Ole's like, that's it, get out. I thought he meant me. I went to go get out. He goes, you're not leaving. Turn around. Gene slides in the ring. I get back. Ole tells me to get back in all fours. Now, Ole has been the guy who's been stretching guys after all the other guys. They went through all the other guys plus all the other physical exhaustion. He gets in, stretches you, hooks you, makes you tap, sends you on your way. So one guy, he had rear chin locked and broke his jaw and knocked him out. So I get down on all fours. I'm serious.
That's hilarious.
I get down on all fours. Gene gets in the ring, and all of a sudden, he's all over me. I mean, he's pulling my hair. He's fish hooking my mouth. He's digging in my eye. He's, just all. I can't even imagine what he's doing. I'm confused. So all of a sudden, he goes to grab my balls. So I'm trying to get away. So I grab him by the balls, and we're rolling around. And I got a hold of his balls, and he's still trying to grab my balls. And finally, gets on top of me and puts his thumb in my eye. And he's screaming, "Do you want to lose your eye? Do you want to lose your eye?" And Ole now becomes the voice of reason. Goes, "Hey, no, that's all right, right?" And Ole separates us. Now, in the meantime, he has smashed my face into the bottom rope, which is basically aircraft cable on those WCW rings. Breaks my nose, and has I'm cuts and scratches all over me. I find out later when I go in the hotel room, I take my shirt off. I've got bite marks on my back where he bit me. The man bit me on the back. I got clumps of hair missing where he pulled my hair. My mouth is busted where he fish hooked me. And he's screaming at me to get out of the ring. So I go to the back of the ring, go back, get cleaned up, come back out, ask what time the show was, took the last bit of money I had for food, bought a ticket to the wrestling show, watched the wrestling show that night, which featured Roddy Piper and Greg Valentine in a dog collar match where, Valentine split open Piper's ear. And Sergeant Slaughter was on the card, Steamboat, a lot of Jake Roberts. They had a big battle royal. John Studd was there. And then walked 5 miles back to the bus station the next day, which was the most painful thing I've ever done in my life because all the lactic acid and everything else and all beat up. Got on the bus and 24 hours home and then kept pursuing it.
You were addicted at that point.
I was going to do it whether come hell or high water. So.
Did you ever hold anything against Willie and Gene for that, or was that just the way things were done in that day?
I did it first, yeah. But then as I got older, I got more experience, I understood. I mean, it's all you have to understand that a lot of those guys at that time, they couldn't function in regular society and have a regular 9-to-5 job. Like a lot of guys these days they can go out and do another job. These guys, if they were either wrestlers or they were probably going to be in jail. I mean, they were very intelligent, very classy individuals, but they were the most eclectic, eccentric group of people you'd ever want to meet. and they just didn't fit. They were either ex-jocks, they were ex-football players, ex-athletes, or they were, you know, potential criminals. I mean, that's the truth. And you had to protect the business at all costs. So here come a bunch of wannabes. First, you got to make sure that they really want to do it. Secondly, if everybody leaves, everybody, oh, wrestling's fake. And that's a big problem for today. So that you know, everybody's, that's fake. Anybody can do it. Not everybody can do it. And it takes a tremendous amount of passion to do what we do. So those guys, all those 35 guys that left there, the worst that would have happened was they'd leave and they go, you know, hey, wrestling might be fake or whatever. I'll tell you what, they kicked my ass. And for me to be a wrestler, it's not worth it. I'll tell you that right now. You have to be tough. And they made people at least respect it in some manner.
And speaking of eccentric individuals, you're from the Ohio area where the Sheik, the original Sheik, was very popular. You want to just tell us your memories of him growing up, and I believe you actually worked for him, what it was like to work for the man.
The original Sheik was terrifying. As a kid, he was, you know, a small guy, but he was larger than life. And because he believed in his own gimmick. And you believed in his gimmick. I've seen grown people, when he go at a crowd, grown people just separate like the Red Sea. And he was so effective at it. Even after I'd gotten into the wrestling business and I was on shows with him initially, I was like 18, 19, 20 years old, I was still terrified in the locker room of him coming in, and, you know, the myth that if you had to wrestle him, he had the razor on the end of the pencil and he'd just gig you and you wouldn't have a question, or, you know, he wouldn't have a choice. He'd just do whatever he wanted with you. And he wasn't a wrestler, you know what I mean? But he was a guy that had such a persona that it terrified you. And even when working for him, you were always like walking on eggshells, but you were afraid that you'd just say something and it would set him off, and you're out, this crazy guy would come, just like what you'd seen in the ring. But it was farthest from the truth. I mean, it was nothing like that.
And what were the payoffs like working for him?
Terrible. But what I understand now. At the time when I was that age, I didn't understand it as well as I do now. And that is that your value is based on what your potential of selling tickets is, and that's it. So a lot of times I was POOM at that time, which is +1 on the match, or additional all-stars, or other great bouts. That means that my name was not on that poster at all. So whatever they paid me was whatever they paid me, because I was not a factor in how many people were in that building. Do you understand? It's not like today everybody believes, well, I trained and I've paid my dues and I'm entitled to. You're not entitled to shit. Make that perfectly clear. You're not. Just because you're a wrestler and you're good doesn't mean anything. You serve one of two purposes in this business. You're either the thing that sells tickets, or you're one of the things that helps sell tickets. There is no third option. So if your name's not even featured on the poster, how much of a factor were you in how many people attended that show? Well, then what percentage do you deserve of that house? Right. So, you know, payoffs when I first started were abysmal. I mean, I couldn't afford, they used to have these things called Stewart sandwiches that they were horrendous, that you get in a gas station, and they were cold. They were terrible warm. They were even worse cold, okay? And back then, and I'm dating myself, but they didn't have microwaves in gas stations like they do now. So, like, I learned how to take a Boy Scout mess kit and some muffler tape, and I would put those sandwiches and other food items in the Boy Scout mess kit because they were like 50 cents. That's all I could afford. And then you'd put it on the manifold of the car and you'd drive for a little while and you heat the sandwich up. I called it the barbecue. That was the only way I could eat. So otherwise I ate cold food, or I didn't eat anything.
And the Sheik's nephew is Sabu. This is jumping ahead a bit, but while we're on the subject of the Sheik, what was your relationship like with Sabu over the years?
I think Sabu's a really wonderful guy. I think he's underrated. I think he's underappreciated. I think that he's made more of an impact on the wrestling business than what he's really given credit for. style-wise and other things. I think it, if Sabu could have, in some cases, decision-wise, gotten out of his own way, could have been a huge, huge star. But, there was times that he made mistakes and made decisions based on ideas and thoughts that might have worked for his uncle, because it was a different time and a different place, and not to mention his uncle owned a territory that made a lot of money that a lot of people wanted to come to, so that gave his uncle a certain amount of stroke to be able to make decisions that he made. That, Sabu didn't have those situations to be able to do those things, and sometimes he short-sightedly cut off opportunities that could have allowed him to have a bigger star.
Okay, and I understand that you did some enhancement matches for WWE earlier on in your career before you actually joined the company. How did those matches come about, and were those actual tryouts, or were they just TV matches?
No, I did like 2 or 3 enhancement matches, like a couple TVs in Michigan. I think those came about through Dennis Kaspowitz. Somehow was contacted, probably from Brooklyn Brawler, I think, at the time, maybe. I don't remember. It's been so long ago, and there were only like, I worked with Smoking Guns once, Undertaker once, and I think Marty Jannetty maybe once. I think that might have been it. I think it were like a total of 3 matches, and they weren't tryout matches or anything like that. They were literally just, hey, we need some guys, and and I came in and I had good matches with everybody I worked, and then I just never heard from him again. That was it.
Okay. And many people...
Not many people know that. I'm surprised you know that.
We've been doing our research.
Apparently.
And a lot of people don't know either that you actually trained with Dan Severn to prepare him for his UFC debut. So
yeah.
I want to just tell us about what it was like training him for pro wrestling, and also what it was like training him for UFC, which was kind of an unknown sport at the time.
Yeah. I met Dan Severn through Dennis Kaspowitz again. Dennis was an amateur wrestler, was an AAU champion in Michigan, and was a player coach for the U.S. Olympic team. And Dennis knew Dan. Dan had expressed an interest in getting professional wrestling. I met Dan, and at the time there was a company in Japan that was called UWFI, and it was a company that was kind of the precursor to what modern day MMA is kind of. It was a group of guys Japanese wrestlers who kind of came out and said, pro wrestling is BS here in Japan, and we're going to do it for real. And they just changed the style of pro wrestling, where they didn't shoot guys in the ropes. When they kicked you, they really kicked you. And they only struck you open hand, but they really struck you. So they worked stiff. When they put a hold on, they just worked the holds, the submission holds. Every match ended with either a knockout or a submission, and it was as fake as regular pro wrestling because the finish was predetermined. And that's the only thing that's fake in wrestling, is that the finish is predetermined. And the same goes with UWFI. They also went a step further, that they only used, especially foreign guys, they only used guys with like legitimate backgrounds, notable legitimate backgrounds. So like Gary Albright became a really big star for that company because he had a really significant amateur career. So I knew when I met Dan that there was a good opportunity that if I trained Dan, that Dan could possibly go there. Because one of the things, unless you're the exception, most of the time the rule is that amateur wrestlers, it's very tough for them to make that transition from amateur wrestling into the mindset of being a professional wrestler. There are a couple, Brock and Kurt and numerous other ones that have had extensive amateur careers, but a large part of them, it's really hard to, especially if they've done it for a very long time like Dan, to really successfully make that transition. So we met, Dan got, I started training Dan and then for professional wrestling, and then he got the opportunity to go to UWFI. And then Phyllis Lee, a lady that worked with Sabu and X-Pac and the Malenkos and myself, and she was like a den mother to wrestlers. I mean, she helped everybody out. Dan expressed an interest in going to the UFC. I think it was at the time they had only 2 pay-per-views or 3. I think it was 3.
I think he started in the 4th.
He started 4th, UFC 4. And he tried to get into the UFC to go fight and was unsuccessful. And then Phyllis went and got him into the UFC 4, into Oklahoma City, or it was Tulsa. We flew into Oklahoma City, and they approached me about training him because I had some background in martial arts and stuff. And to be quite honest, I mean, it's not like we spoke earlier. We didn't know what we were doing. Nobody knew what they were doing. It wasn't. It's not like it back then was not like it is now. I thought it was better back then, because the real heart of it was taking different people with different styles and putting them against each other to see which style was really the best. And now MMA has become its own style. I mean, it has its ground game, its boxing, its kicks. It covers everything, and you kind of know the other fighter is going to train a certain way, and he's going to work on certain things. You had no idea. For one, we didn't know who was going to even be at the fight. Didn't know anybody was going to be at the
sumo wrestler or karate.
Well, you didn't know who the other competitors were. 1, 2, if you didn't know who you were going to fight, because it was a true tournament, because you had to fight 3 times.
Yeah.
And 3, you might fight a sumo, like you said, a sumo guy the first time, a boxer the second time. There was a boxer, big black guy, boxer in there. I think he lost his first fight, but man, he was jacked. And if he'd have hit somebody with a punch, that'd have been it. Wouldn't matter what you'd have done with him. So you didn't know what to prepare for. You didn't know how to prepare for it. We were just shooting in the dark. Dan went there and he had to fight some Muay Thai guy in the first round. And then the second guy was a long style karate. And then the third guy was Hoist Gracie. It's like, well, how do you prepare for that? And, neither one of us had any experience with it. But he did great. And then he went on to have a great career with it,
And you spent some time in ECW in 1995. How did you enter that company at that time? And I understand you also had a couple matches with Taz around.
Oh yeah, Taz and I had known each other for a while, and I got brought in really by Rob Feinstein. And Rob had was running a show and had known of me and stuff that I'd done with Sabu and stuff like that, and he kind of was the thing that brought me in. And then and Sabu and Taz spoke up for me, and then Paul was going to start to do things with me, and then just as I was starting to do things there, Cornette contacted me, and the only reason, and I'd known Cornette for years, but Cornette had just over the last couple, a few years prior, had opened up Smoky Mountain, and had never had an opportunity for me, but suddenly had an opportunity for me. And you know why he suddenly had an opportunity for me? Because he watched the UFC pay-per-view and saw me in the corner of Dan Severn and saw me make a smart-ass remark on an interview, and Eddie Gilbert was supposed to work with what now is Kane, Unabomb, Glenn Jacobs, and Eddie went off to Puerto Rico and he needed a guy to be Kane's partner, and he saw me do that and was like, that's the guy. And then that's how I got the opportunity in Smoky Mountain. And Cornette was fine with me working for him and Paul. Paul wasn't, even though he said he was, but never booked me again once I started working for Jimmy. So I started working for Jimmy, and then out of that, I got the dark match. Eric Bischoff contacted me, which was a whole weird thing. And then Jim Ross was there, and then I went to WWF.
And also, before we go into the WWE, you mentioned earlier on when we were talking that you also did some matches for WCW, which I'm going to guess is before you were signed by WWE.
Oh yeah, a long time, yeah. Because I started out when the territories were still in existence, so I went around and was working, and then they started fading out, and then that meant, and then the Sheik his stranglehold over Ohio and Michigan, parts of West Virginia and Eastern Kentucky and Virginia, Western Pennsylvania, all of his territory in Michigan was wide open, and everybody wanted that territory. So, Ole knew of the territory and wanted to come up and start running it, and TBS, Turner Broadcasting was running Georgia Championship Wrestling, WCW, and so they started running tours going up into Ohio and Michigan and the old Sheiks territory. And whenever they would come up, the Murniks would run the towns for them, and the Murniks needed, a couple local guys or whatever, and I would get booked working on those at that time.
And what was this conversation with Bischoff that you mentioned?
Oh, that was where they contacted me. Just the difference, and I love Eric. Eric and I worked in TNA together, and I have nothing but the utmost respect for him. I just, from my standpoint, it was such a weird thing because I'll never forget it. I was contacted when I was in Smoky Mountain, and Eric Bischoff, Jeremy Borash is the one who first contacts me. And I'd never met Jeremy or anything like that. And they arranged this a dark match that they want me to come down and work. I'm like, okay. So I fly in to Atlanta, just to give you a distinct difference in how the company's operated. Scott D'Amore was down there at the time, which was good because I could, he was, bringing guys over to center stage so they could do, enhancement talent. So I fly in, and Sandy Scott, who had worked for the Crockett's and stuff for years, tells me there's a train that you can take that'll take you to the CNN Center or wherever it was, and that was the hotel they were putting me up at. I fly in, come in, check in the hotel, wait for a couple hours, never hear from anybody. I finally called Janie Angle, who was who had set things up for me, was the assistant there at WCW. She's like, oh yeah, you need to be at center stage tomorrow. What time? I wouldn't have known. Nobody contacted me. Nobody told me. So I call, D'Amore, get a ride with him over to center stage because I don't know how to get in the building. No nothing. Get there at 1 o'clock. Literally sit there for hours. Nobody talks to me. Nobody says a word to me. Couple, some of the boys say hi. I say hi to them. And I come from, the school of you're in a new locker room. You go find a corner. You sit down. You shut up. Stay out of the way. Don't go around trying to be a locker room lawyer and teaching everybody everything or talking to everybody. Shake hands, be respectful, and then sit. I wait until, Terry Taylor comes in, talks to me. Again, I love Terry. Briefly, and they're all busy. And I'm friendly, talk to everybody. And then Pinzer comes in and tells me I need to sign a release. Or he doesn't even say release, he goes, sign this, just shoves it in my face. I go, well, what is it? Well, you need to sign this if you want to wrestle. Well, can I look at it? So he goes, what? Like he gets offended, and I read it over and I sign it and I give it to him, and he pisses off. He gets, walks off. Oh, Kevin Sullivan came in too and was like, what's the problem? What's the issue? I'm like, there's no issue. I just wanted to read what you have me sign. That's all. Penzer went and made it like it was a big deal, like I had caused this big stink. I just was like, can I read it? So sign that, get that done. I got to work with this kid. I can't remember his name, who literally sprayed Pam cooking spray on himself before he went out. I'll never forget that. So go out and have the match. I didn't do myself, probably
I've actually
anything.
heard of people doing that in amateur wrestling.
Yeah. Oh, they do. The Muay Thai guy put oil all over himself that would make harder for Dan to grab a hold of him in UFC. And so I had it was, if I'd have watched it today, I wouldn't book me. Fuck. So he had the match, come backstage. Nobody still talks to me, right? Finally, Eric Bischoff calls me in his office. I go, hey, thank you very much, blah, blah, blah. I just want you to let know, because Jim Ross had contacted me right before I went down there. I said, I just want you to let know that they've asked me to come to Stanford next week. And he goes, oh, you owe it to yourself and your family. You need to go and hear what they have to say. I have to go do my pay-per-view, and when I get back, we'll give you a call. I'll go, okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was it. There was no discussion of money, no discussion of anything, that was the whole conversation. And I thanked him for, his time, and we were done. So I'd spent that whole day. And then the next day, I find my way back to the airport, fly home. The next week, I fly to LaGuardia, New York. There's a man waiting at the base of the escalator with a sign with my name. He takes me out, puts me in a limo, drives me to Stanford. I show up, J.J. Dillon and, what was her name? Something Wolf, Lisa Wolf, head of HR, meet me. They take me on a tour of the entire WWE facilities. They take me on a tour of all of the television studio, and then I go in and meet with Vince for 2 hours. Hand me the contract, and if I want it, sign it. I go, well, I spoke to Eric Bischoff the week before. I'm out of respect. I want to let you know. Oh, well then, owe it yourself, but you want it, let us know. Notice the difference between what was done in one place and what was done in the other. And I'm not knocking anybody. It just was such a dramatic difference. So I don't hear anything from WCW until all of a sudden I get wind that, Jeremy Borash for some reason calls me and says that I went in and made demands for like a couple $100,000 or I wasn't going to work or something like that to Eric Bischoff. And I go, I never asked for any money. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. And this whole convoluted thing came about, and my behavior in the locker room and all these things that were just absurd that never occurred. That were born out of partly because I asked to read the release before I signed it, and then Pinzer spun it into something that was far worse than what it actually was. And then I don't know where that conversation with Eric Bischoff came from, and I waited for 2, maybe 3 weeks to hear from them, to get out of, because I told Eric I would. And I stayed true to my word, and then I called J.J. Dillon up and I said, I'm signing the contract, I'll be glad to come. And then Vince called me and had this idea for this avatar gimmick, which I think at the time, because he was trying, really wanted to do something that captured like the Power Rangers were really, really ultra popular and Mortal Kombat was, and he wanted to try and capture something like that. But I had been a heel. You gotta understand that I had been a heel, and this might not make any excuses, but I had been a heel for 13, 14, 15 years at that point. And now all of a sudden he wanted to make me a babyface who not only was a babyface, but carried a mask to the ring, put it on, and then took it off. And that was completely a departure from anything I'd ever done. And and you take whatever, it's your job to take shit and make Shinola, and I dropped the ball, but there were a lot of other contributing factors to it at that time too, that didn't help. Right. That kind of set a handicap against me. But that was me. I get the opportunity, I have to make the best of it.
So they decided to switch you to become the Leif Cassidy character. Was that just because the Avatar was not getting over? They gave me one match with it and a couple matches on a house show, and then that was it. That was the extent of it. And then it must just, maybe I just didn't do what the vision, or now I could work that gimmick completely differently because I understand, because I have so much more of a grasp of things because of experience of all the mistakes I've made. But at that time, it was beyond me. So how did the new Rockers gimmick come about? They just wanted to...
I think Bruce Pritchard saw that, I looked, Marty and I kind of favored each other a little bit because I was growing my hair out and all that. And then that was, again, we were given that. Marty, is amazing. He's such an incredibly talented guy, and I don't think he gets the credit that he deserves. And I can't fault him, but they wanted to and what I kind of took as that we were like these guys that were still wanted to be teen idols, and the whole ideal I had was that I was a guy that was going to be so goofy and happy that you wanted to see me get my ass kicked. you know, and then Marty never really threw himself totally into it, and I don't blame him because it probably kind of rubbed the original Rockers gimmick the wrong way, but he did it, you know, but it never really clicked. We had a little bit of a run, and then we were right back where we kind of started from, you know.
Did Marty quit the company? Is that what led to the end of that? Or
Marty was quitting the company, yeah. And he was going to go to WCW.
Do you think Marty would have done better overall over the years if he hadn't quit so much? Like,
Marty didn't just quit. Marty got fired a lot. Yeah. You know, got released a lot.
Bunch of issues.
Well, you know, he had his own. Everybody's got their own demons, but Marty's remarkable. You know, very talented, very creative guy. He deserves a lot more credit than what he's ever gotten, and to always be knocked as the Marty Jannetty of the team, which is just BS because, you know, Marty was really good.
Because I understand they actually wanted to give him the Intercontinental title at one point from Shawn Michaels, but there was an issue of him.
There might have been
some type of thing popped up.
Yeah, a lot of wrestlers are very self-destructive. Well, we all pretty much are to some degree or another. We're not right. I mean, look at what we try to do for a fucking living. You can't be straight in the head and do this for a living.
And you ended up from there back in ECW. What happened with that situation? Because you were still
kind of my own fault to a degree, but also the best of all situations, and that was, you know, I was doing the Leaf Cassidy thing for a while by myself. I was real frustrated. And that was, and my own frustration was born out of my own stupidity, my own ignorance, and my own immaturity, and you know, in my believing that I wasn't given opportunities when really every time I was put on TV, I was given an opportunity, and I was put on TV a lot. Even as Leaf Cassidy, I was put on TV a lot. People don't realize just how much TV time I've gotten over the years, you know, and I didn't realize until I really started looking back, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I was on TV a lot. Doesn't matter if you win or lose. That's the stupidest mark thing to think like. Wrestling on TV is a commercial, and you're a product. How much commercial time did I get over the years, even as Leaf Cassidy? But I was frustrated. I was very short-sighted. I couldn't see beyond the nose on my face. I had a match with Flash Funk that apparently impressed the right people. I'll never forget it. You know, Shawn Michaels came and tried to have a conversation with me. I was had my head so far up my ass. Bruce Pritchard came and tried to have a conversation with me right after. Still, my head was so far up my ass. They apparently went back and reported that my head was up my ass, and then it never went I never went any further. So I just became more and more and more frustrated. And about that time, Paul started some type of working relationship. Paul Heyman started a working relationship with Vince McMahon. I was buddies with Candido. We were really good friends, and he was like Paul's right-hand guy. Chris played an important role, you know, because I said I knew in my heart I had to get out of WWE and go somewhere else and get myself back over in order to come back to WWE in a better spot or go someplace else. Otherwise, my career was over. I knew it. I knew it, and I had to do it. So I had a 2-year contract, and when the 90-day term came up, I wrote and asked for my release, and Bruce Pritchard rolled my contract over, wouldn't let me quit, which... So I went to Chris. We had been talking the whole time, and Chris went to Paul, and Paul went to Vince, and I was put on loan to ECW at the time. And Paul had no plans for me. Paul had nothing. No grandiose ideas. I showed up there, and I started doing different things because right before I left, you know, I lost a couple matches, and I went crazy and went after Jim Ross, and nobody called me down about it. Nobody said, you know, just so you understand, the big BS thing is that Vince doesn't want you to get over, which couldn't be any more mistaken. Vince wants everyone to get over because the more everyone gets over, the more he's successful and the more money he makes. So once you step through that curtain, you're free to do whatever you want, but you got to make sure it works. That's all, and that it's worth watching. That's your responsibility. Don't believe all the crap that you hear about, well, yeah, there might be guys around Vince that will do so, but nobody can do anything to stop you from getting over once you step through that rope, through that curtain. And nobody can do anything to keep you from doing whatever business you need to do once you step through that curtain.
So were you paid by Vince in ECW then, or by?
I didn't ask Paul, I don't care, as long as the money's there.
Right.
Paul paid me, as far as I know.
Okay. So you were still just under contract, but.
Well, I was still under contract to WWE
Yeah.
the whole time I was with
So you
ECW.
were getting checks from WWE. as
No, I was not getting
That
checks.
was before the days where they were giving.
Yeah, I never had at that point I didn't have a downside guarantee contract.
So you would only.
I had a contract that you were guaranteed 12 dates a year at $100 a date. That's it.
Right.
And it was that thick for $1,200.
So before I ask you about how you came up with the head gimmick, you brought up Chris Candido. I have to ask you about Sunny because she's such a controversial character. What you thought of her and the way she treated Chris over the years.
I don't know how she treated Chris. And the reason I don't know how she treated Chris is because I'm not Chris.
Right.
I can tell you that I saw things between the both of them. I saw both their behaviors, and who's it for me to judge? Do you know what I mean? Tammy's been one of my dear friends for years because of Chris, But I met the two of them together, and I always knew them together, and I always saw all of the shenanigans with them. He never got rid of her. They never broke up. So whatever it was between the two of them, apparently it worked. I don't know if it was good. I don't know if it was bad. I didn't have to wake up with it, and I didn't have to go to bed with it. So it wasn't for me to judge. Because if it didn't affect my life, then why do I care? I care for Chris, and I used to get upset, but there was at one point when I finally realized, well, if Chris isn't getting upset, why am I? I don't understand. This is not going to impact my life. I'm not dating her. I'm not living with her. I'm not sleeping with her. So why do I care? And I don't know what he may be doing on the other side. Because you got to remember, there's always three sides of the story: his, hers, and the truth. So.
Have you watched her porn?
No. I have no interest. No desire to watch it. I didn't watch China's either. I had no interest in watching China's. China was a dear, sweet friend,
What do you think of her whole situation since you brought it up?
I think that, China was a sweetheart. And she made an impact. And she had, again, look at what we're doing for a living. Let's put this into perspective. Grown adults who are dressing in their underwear, oiling themselves up to fake fight another grown adult for money. Now, it's not like in the movies or other forms of entertainment where you don't really, they set up the camera angles and you don't really get punched, you don't really get kicked, you don't have to take a bump, you don't have to fall downstairs. The stuntmen do it, but even they wear pads. We do all of that stuff, and we do it all live in front of an audience, and we get the biggest rush out of it that you can ever possibly imagine. We ain't right. We're a little screwed up. So, and I tell guys all the time, especially I tell wrestlers, if you think that guys are messed up that want to do this for a living, how messed up would a hot chick have to be that would want to do this too? We can't be, and we're all wonderful, amazing people, but you think this is kind of it's a normal thing? Otherwise, everybody'd be doing it. Right. They're not. You got to be kind of a little eccentric and a little off and a little different. And with that comes a certain amount of, baggage and personal demons and things like that. That again, who am I to judge? If anybody were to look at my life, I'm sure they'd find even bad things.
Of baggage,
I haven't done a porn, but nobody's wanted to see me naked, so.
You have a head in your bag right now, and I'm just wondering how you came up with this whole head gimmick.
At the time, I was again, I went to ECW and I was trying to show that I had had a nervous breakdown. I figured what the fans who see me the last time they saw me on WWF, I'd snapped, and I went after Jim Ross like twice, and so I must have lost my mind. And then the fans who knew me in ECW, I figured anybody that knew me that knew that I had been wrestling for as long as I'd been wrestling, and I didn't have what I thought was success, that anybody would, normal sane person would go crazy. So I started trying to show that while I was wrestling, but none of it ever really clicked. And then one night I worked with Great Sasuke, and at the arena, and we came back, and that, you know, they do that part where they made the Mummers Day parade floats on the other side of the building, and I happened to pick up a styrofoam head, and I remembered I was reading a book on abnormal psychology, and there was a lady in there who had paranoid schizophrenia with a transference disorder, meaning that she thought she heard voices from like this light, and that the light was crazy, not her. So I thought, oh, I'll start carrying this to the ring. And I remembered, you know, Mick fooling around because he had a styrofoam head to hold his Mankind mask, and it was Bob, Holly, and Sid Vicious that were in the car. We were out in California, and we were in the back seat, and Midian had thrown up the styrofoam head, and it caught in the ceiling fan blades, I think in Montreal, actually, in the dressing room. It kind of clipped its mouth, and he was like fish hooking it and acting like he was going to have sex with it in the room, and called it Elaine. And that was, you know, the combination of all those things kind of made me go, hey, you know what? I'm going to take this to the ring and treat it like it's a real person, and like they're talking to me, and like they're crazy and I'm not. And then I did it for a long time. And Paul was like, I hate your manager, I don't like it, blah, 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 blah. And it just kept working. People kept getting with it. And then all of a sudden, Paul was on board, and he was like, you know, you're going to be the next great cult babyface. I'm like, crazy? I'm a heel. I'm a psychopath talking to a head. I'm not going to be a babyface. And he's like, oh yeah. So we'd worked in New Britain, Connecticut, and then we worked in Stamford. It was like October and Halloween. And he's like, tomorrow night we were good at the arena, and you know, I'm going to have you come out and you're going to do something with Sandman, you know, with the Sandman shirt around the head or whatever. And just like 2 nights before, I'd gotten the actual mannequin head, because I knew I needed one with an actual face. I was just using like styrofoam ones and stuff. And Spike Dudley and Mikey Whipwreck pulled it out of a barrel that the fans had brought a bunch of weapons for New Jack to use. So that was where I got head. And then the next night I worked with Paul, was Cato, from Thunder Bay, Ontario.
Paul Diamond.
Paul Diamond. And he went to give me a gourd buster, and my arm caught up underneath me, and it dislocated my shoulder. I mean, bad, really bad, to where it took like 3 doctors to pull it back in. And so I was home for 2 weeks because I couldn't even scoop ice cream with my arm. It was just shot. And but it didn't tear anything or anything like that. And then the November to Remember pay-per-view, what got me over again, what got me another opportunity was an interview that Candido had went and politicked for me to do, which was the interview where I was backstage in the locker room. Nobody told me what to do. Nobody said, you got to do this. It just, everybody's sitting around and I'm talking to the head. And I went off on the head about the fact that they stooged me off, that I was hurt, and that became that was the thing that made people just, you know, love it. And then I was the only guy, I think, that got to wrestle for the world title in ECW. I never beat anybody.
Right.
I never really wrestled anybody. All I did, you know, Paul let me go and just do vignettes all the time on my own. Charlie and Ron would take camera and we'd just go shoot stuff all the time. And it would always just be the same thing. It would be a normal circumstance. The only thing that was abnormal in the circumstance was me interacting with a head and me treating it as if it was a living person.
And despite your popularity, you were arguably probably one of the top baby faces in ECW for a while there. Is there any particular reason why they never gave you a run with the heavyweight title?
I have no idea. If I were to, you know, venture an opinion, it would just be that, just an opinion. It'd just be speculation. It'd just be assumption. I don't know. You'd have to ask Paul.
And I guess Vince brought you back into WWE.
Vince Russo contacted me at that time, and this is true. And Paul, has heard this and he kind of poo-poos it, but it's the truth. I'm not, I've been around. Vince contacted me and was like, "Hey, I want you to send me tapes of what you're doing. I love it, blah, blah, blah." I want to talk to Vince. I'm like, "I'm happy where I'm at. I don't want to come back." "Oh, no, you got to do it." I said, "Okay, well, we'll see." Right? We're in Florida. Now, keep in mind, and I'm not bragging, I wasn't I was like over in ECW. I was super over. New opening for the show. I'm nowhere on it. Clearly, there are no plans for me here. "Hey, Vince, I will send you those tapes tomorrow." Then Vince McMahon calls me up. And again, both times I was hired, I didn't speak to anybody else. I spoke to Vince McMahon. And Vince McMahon hired me, brought me in. Not hired, because you can't hire a wrestler and you can't fire him. That's a stupid fan idea. But brought me in both times to the territory.
And you ended up holding the tag team titles with Mick Foley. How did you like teaming with him, and what do you think of your whole friendship? Because it's so famous, he talks about you all the time.
Oh, he talks about me constantly.
Yeah.
His life story would be much like his penis, a short one, if he didn't have the material added in it with using me. He wouldn't have a stand-up act, which he doesn't really stand up because he's too lazy. He sits down all the time. That he totally relies on me. I don't know why he's so obsessed with me, but he is, and I'm thrilled that he is, because it just keeps putting me over and keeps my name out there. So.
Have you ever considered doing your own comedy tour and making jokes about him?
I almost went and did a stand-up thing, and maybe I will, and the time's right, to do jokes about Mick, which I could listen. We like call it like it's a verbal sparring match, and you just like a boxing match, you get a right cross, you get the guy up against the ropes, things like that. I don't know how many times I've knocked him out verbally, just drilled him, knocked him out. And and in public, let him get himself over, but when it's just he and I beat him up.
And the final question I have for you about Mick is, what do you think of this rather large beard that he has right now?
Is he trying to use that to go into the stores and be able to shoplift? What is the purpose of that thing? I've seen hobos with less facial hair. I've seen gorillas with less hair on their vaginas. And let's face it, his face does look like a gorilla's vagina. So.
And you had a big run, 6-time WWE Hardcore Champion. You held the European title. Then you ended up becoming the head trainer on Tough Enough. How did you be transitioned from the wrestling to the Tough Enough coach?
I think that might have been Jim Ross. I really do. Nobody really explained it to me other than, JR came into me and said, "I think it's an opportunity." Kevin Dunn came in and said it was an opportunity, and I was like, okay. But because I'd already had an existing school, and they've had at that point had even used several of the guys I trained. They had Dan, Blue Meanie, there were other guys too that, I'd trained in Ohio that went on to have Truth Martinis and Ring of Honor still to this day. That was a guy that I brought into the business back then. So I think they knew that I had the experience and all that, and then Kevin introduced me to it turned out to be my best friend, one of my best friends, Big John Gaborik, and we met and talked, and then that was it, and it was awesome. I mean, it was probably one of the greatest, things I think I've ever done in the wrestling business, because it was such an amazing opportunity to be on a network show that literally millions of people that didn't even watch wrestling watched. It's still to this day, I can't tell you how many people come up and, my wife never watched wrestling, but she watched Tough Enough, or I never watched wrestling, or I watched wrestling, but I didn't really care for it until I watched Tough Enough, and now I'm a even bigger fan, and you know, and I was, you know, still to this day, I'm probably more well known for that than I am anything else that I've ever done, and you know, it was awesome.
Would you say that John Morrison was probably the most successful Tough Enough cast member over the years?
I would say, well, no, I'd say the Miz is, because I was, you know, Miz was part of Tough Enough 4. Morrison was right up there, you know, and Josh Matthews has done an amazing job too. I mean, he's been very successful too. You know, I think Nowinski could have been, if it hadn't been for, you know, the concussion situation. And I think that, you know, if Maven's timing wise, you know, he was really on a roll, and then he broke his leg. And I think that kind of, you know, threw things off for him.
Now, speaking of Tough Enough 4, there was an incident in that one with Daniel Puder and Kurt Angle. What were your thoughts on that situation where he got the key lock on Kurt Angle during that amateur wrestling session? There was supposed to be an amateur wrestling match in one of the segments of that Tough Enough with Kurt Angle and Daniel Puder. At one point, Puder put on a key lock, and Angle couldn't escape from it, apparently.
Right, he couldn't.
And
yeah, and that's why we don't do things like that. We try to, as much as possible, work everything so that we don't allow for outcomes that we can't control in a public setting. And there were other people who insisted, even though I advised not to have that situation, because Vince wanted Kurt to go out there and wrestle them all. And I was like, I would suggest you don't do that, because these are all young, healthy, strong guys. And I would not put Kurt at risk of doing that. Well, what do I know? And then I had the same situation. They insisted that Big Show, when they did the thing with Big Show, that Big Show slammed the guys. And I said, I don't think you should do that. I think have him chop them, because then you don't have to rely on the other guy when he slams them to sell. If he chops them, they ain't got no choice, because that's literally like getting hit with a frying pan. Yeah. No. What do you know? And he slammed him, and Nick, you know, popped right up, and Big Show flipped out, and you know, trying to protect himself, and ended up cuffing him and almost knocking his head off, and it didn't do anybody any good. You know, it didn't benefit anyone.
And Puder, I believe, only lasted about a year under the contract or so.
Yeah, they offered him another contract. Here's why. Because you have to understand, it was $1 million contract over 4 years, which is still $250,000 a year. But here's the problem. $1 million worth of expectations from you. Now you're starting with literally zero knowledge and zero experience. Okay? And you're supposed to be able to produce at $1 million level. What do you think your chances of success are?
Very slim.
Very slim. So, you know, he got a $250,000 a year. They offered him, you know, because they saw the potential. I mean, he's an amazing marketer and self-promoter and charismatic individual. And they saw the potential in, you know, in keeping him and utilizing him, but they offered him less money, and he chose not to take it. So.
And another guy that's become a very controversial character over the years that was part of Tough Enough is Bill DeMott. What's your opinion of his training practices?
I don't know. I've never been trained by Bill. I know that when Bill worked with me on Tough Enough, you know, Bill was the show producers purposely teamed me up with, you know, the first one was Taz, the second one was Bob, and the third one was Bill. And then the fourth one, it was me and Bill as well. So it was always like, you know, they were the blender. They came in and rah, 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 rah. When really I was the real heel, because I was the one that constantly put pressure on those kids all the time. I never let up. I was always pushing them. But then you'd get the big verbal rah, 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 kind of thing, and that was what Bill was. Bill played that part, and that's what he did, you know. I don't know. I've heard all the stuff. I never I've never been with Bill when he was training guys, per se, you know what I mean? When I have been with Bill, he just was rah, 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 gruff and gravelly, but I heard all the stuff coming out of Atlanta and out of Florida, but the short time that he was around with me in Louisville, it was just the Bill that I'd seen on Tough Enough. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it isn't, but because enough people said that it is, that who knows? But I personally, again, if I were to offer an opinion, it would just be conjecture and assumption.
And with that Bob Holly thing with Matt Capitelli, I may not be pronouncing his last name.
Matt
right.
Capitelli, yeah.
Yeah.
It was BS.
Yeah.
It was. You know, Bob was in a bad mood. He was frustrated, and not to mention all the guys that were heaters were all having a competition amongst each other to who's going to be the worst heater. And all the boys were stirring it up in the back because they, of course, nobody in wrestling likes anyone to get anything else. Everybody's jealous of everybody. Everybody is insecure, needy, arrogant, sensitive, group of cunts. We all are. And if you got one thing, you get 30 seconds of television time, I guarantee you there's 100 people in the back that want that 30 seconds of television time. Even though they did nothing with you on that 30 seconds of television time. You were standing in the background of a vignette that featured 100 other guys, and they just saw the back of you. Somebody in the back saw you and went, why am I not that guy? So now everybody in the locker room is all going, yeah, this BS, man. These guys, they just get to go on a show and they don't have to pay no dues. Everybody pays dues in this business. Don't fool yourself. Everybody pays dues in this business. One way or another, you pay your dues. Okay? Used to, anyways. I don't know about any more these days, but you do. And it wasn't like these guys got a free ride. They got an opportunity. Who in their right mind would turn down an opportunity like that? You'd be a fucking moron to not take an opportunity. Be stupid. It's short-sighted as all you get out. So now you're going to punish these kids and make sure they do. And of course, you're going to stir up the guys that are the heaters to make sure that they really put the heat on these guys to, stretch them and teach them what the business is all about. And I don't care how tough you are, but when you're in the ring and you go, hey, here you go, and the guy comes in and just pops you, you're on the back foot from there on out. And, it was a situation of bad mood, frustration on Bob's part, and that was just a bad situation, and bad decisions were made, and it wasn't right.
And you ended up being given the role of head trainer in WWE Developmental for a while there, and you trained people like Beth Phoenix, Ryback, and Cody Rhodes. And I'm just wondering if you could give your opinion, since it's topical right now, on the whole Cody Rhodes situation in WWE.
I'm happy for him.
Yeah.
I'm happy for Cody. And the reason I'm happy for him is that one of the lessons I always tried to tell those guys was to, Wade Barrett, you want to mention names, Dolph Ziggler, Wade Barrett, I can keep going down the list of guys, CM Punk, all that were there with me. And I told every one of them, make yourself successful enough to where you can get out of the business on your terms. Leave when you want to leave the way you want to leave. Not because you have to or because they released you or whatever. Leave on your terms. Be in a situation to where you can make the choice. So if he made the choice, what's wrong with that? And let's get something straight here so that everybody understands, okay? I can't make this clear enough to people. One, you can't be fired. Wrestlers can't be fired. It's impossible to fire a wrestler. Can't hire them. You know why? They're not employees. It's not an employee-owner relationship. It's a business relationship. Promoter brings you in, and together you create a partnership where he will promote you and put you on TV and give you the opportunity to promote yourself and use that wrestling match as a commercial to sell you so that together that partnership makes money. That's how it works. Here's a surprise for you. No matter what the product is, whether it's a wrestler, a car, peanut butter, the public gets tired of it. It has a certain run. It has a shelf life. And at some point, it's got to go away. Back in the day, that happened all the time. It's not like this is something new. You started working in Michigan and Ohio You had a run. That run lasted you 8 months. But then you peaked. Now you go work in Tennessee. You work in Tennessee, you go to Portland. You go to Portland, you go to Florida. At some point, you come back to Ohio and Michigan. That's the way it always worked. Didn't mean you can't never come back. Cody could come back, and maybe for Cody, it might be the best thing for him, because for me, I was in WWF and I knew I had to leave and go someplace else. And the best thing that ever happened for me in my career was the ability to go somewhere else and to actually get a chance to reinvent myself and come back. Brand new, a different product that I could resell all again. There is this belief that WWE is the be-all, end-all, which it is the biggest stage that you can perform on. But if you use the stage correctly, you can now sell your product in other places because you've established an audience, the biggest audience you could possibly establish. And then you can always come back. There is no time limit. There is no time frame. Look at Ultimate Warrior came back. Yeah. Hulk Hogan came back. You know, how many guys have literally came back and had, you know, Road Dogg and Billy Gunn came back and they had a run. You can always come back. That's the way this business has always worked. There's never a shut door. So why would you not, if you're not in a place that you want to be in, instead of spinning your wheels, leave. And then at some point another opportunity comes up, because that's the way it works. Wrestlers are jigsaw pieces in a puzzle for a booker or a writer to place in certain places to create a certain picture. And sometimes, no matter how good you are, you're just not the right piece to fit in that picture. You want to be he wants to make a horse in a field, and you, for some reason, just don't, you want to be the main, but you just don't fit. You work better as a hoof. Well, I got to be the main. Well, it's not going to work. Do you understand? You're not going to fit there. But 6 months from now, who knows? You might be the thing that we're going to build the whole picture around. Or you might leave and come back in a year and a half, 2 years, and then all of a sudden, you're the thing that we're going to build the whole picture around. You have a better grasp, a better concept of who you are, what you bring to the table 2 years from now than you did right now. And you're in a far better position to perform and be able to produce at the level that you need to where we can build that picture around you. So why is it such a negative, one, when guys get released? Two, when guys make a choice on their own, much like when AJ Styles chose to leave TNA. It was the best thing he could have ever done.
Yeah.
He can always go back. And he can go back even better now. So why do people think that this ain't Walmart, guys? I'm sorry. It doesn't work that way. And I know that that's the only thing people can relate to, because that's what everyone does, is they do a regular job that you show up, you perform a task. That's not what wrestling is. It's not that kind of a thing. It's not that kind of world. That doesn't exist.
A couple more questions here.
Just drives me nuts.
Probably your most famous angle in WWE as a wrestler for a lot of fans is the Big Boss Man angle.
Oh, with Pepper?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
the Kennel from I know.
Hell match.
Yeah.
You want to just briefly go over?
I'm glad to, because I'll clear that thing up. I've been doing that a lot lately because everybody likes to bring it up because of the fact that Mick made so much fun of it. Here's how this works, okay? Every match has a gimmick. It's a focal point. It's what you build your story around. Understand?
Yes.
Easy. So that gimmick was about dogs. When I was approached, I swear to God, may he strike me dead where I stand. Vince Russo came to me because they had wanted to get rid of the head, which they couldn't because it was so over. And Vince Russo had seen the movie Son of Sam, where he heard voices from a Chihuahua. He wanted to give me a Chihuahua, told me the whole thing. I said, great. My exact words, please make sure you have highly trained animals. Why? Well, because the number one rule in entertainment is you don't work with animals or kids. They'll always outshine you, upstage you, or they'll screw up the whole scene. So, and especially important, never work with animals or kids. So, verbatim, The Chihuahua, highly trained, so that I can interact with it, right? Oh yeah, no problem. Okay, show up to TV next week. There's a Chihuahua. There's a lady sitting with a Chihuahua. Oh, you're his trainer? No, I'm his owner. Oh, they called a veterinarian clinic in Detroit and got a list of names with the people that owned a Chihuahua. That's it. Immediately go to Vince Russo. I swear to you, as I stand, went to Vince Russo. You understand, I said trained animals. Oh, it's just the Chihuahua will be fine. When we get to this thing with these dogs, we have to have trained animals. Do you understand, Vince? Now, I forget exactly how many months this storyline went, but it went for a long time. Do you know how many times I reiterated that we needed trained animals? Numerous times that we needed trained animals. Numerous times that we needed trained animals. That we needed highly trained animals from the same kennel that could be led by 1 or 2 people verbally who stood outside the cage. I cannot emphasize that enough. I show up in Charlotte, notice that there are 7 or 8 dogs with 7 or 8 different people. Walk around, one has some obedience training. Now you have to understand the entire match, the entire angle is built around the focal point being these dogs. How can you use these dogs? What can you do with these dogs? Please explain to me, because I would like to hear somebody tell me what they expect you to do with them when they're out there urinating, defecating, and fornicating so much they couldn't even show them on TV. When the gimmick of the match is that you're inside a cage that's inside a cell that has, like sharks surrounding it, dogs that you now need to get through and out of the other side. And you can't even interact with the dogs. Curious. But now it's become a joke, and it's now all my responsibility, even though I had no control over the fact.
Whose responsibility would you put that on? Obviously, it was
the company's.
The company, yeah. But
It's not mine. I would, if they'd have told me go find it, trained dogs. What do you think I'd have done?
You would have done it.
I would have made sure that I found trained dogs that were highly trained with one person, because every time I went and spoke to Russo, I said that. Vince McMahon himself actually apologized to me for putting me in that situation. So now I get people to ask me about that all the time because it's such a joke when I had nothing to do with it. Now, granted, the number one rule in wrestling is you have to take shit and make shinola. So it was my responsibility to try to make the best match I could in spite of the fact that we couldn't even utilize the dogs. Tried, brought a bunch of weapons out, tried to do everything I could to take the focus off of what we had literally sold the audience on for months to now in one night go, no, ignore all of that, watch all of this. Of course it doesn't work.
And was the boss man as upset about it as you are?
Yeah, he was. It was embarrassing for both of us. It wasn't just embarrassing for me, it was embarrassing for him too. I mean, you know, we're put in this ridiculous situation. I mean, what do you do? So, you know, and people, I love it when people ask that question because it gives me an opportunity to at least tell my side of it and to explain to people, because what people don't get is that, and I don't know why, any person with a half an intellect should understand that if you make a murder mystery novel and then there's no body, there's no murder, well, what are you going to tell a story about?
Right.
You know, it's kind of a bad situation.
And you're in TNA now. I just want to touch on it briefly. I'm not sure if it's TNA or Impact Wrestling.
Well, it's TNA, but it's Impact Wrestling.
Impact Wrestling is the show. Okay. And you're pretty well known for the gut check segment, and you had numerous segments with him, Joey Ryan.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what you think of him as a wrestler and what you think of this video, which I particularly hate, of the whole dick grabbing thing from Japan there that went viral.
I think Joey, I have a lot of respect for Joey. Joey, you know, what people don't understand is that, like, that gut check thing was a shoot. Like, the whole thing was I went out and found guys that had never got an opportunity or whatever, and then had some kind of story to tell, and then give them a match. And then when we went out in the ring, like I gotta tell you, I never knew if we were going to hire him or we were going to pass on him, because I never knew what Bruce or Eric were thinking. And a lot of times, I got swerved. Like I thought, oh well, we're not going to hire this guy, and then next thing you know, we did. And Joey made his own opportunity, because Joey stood up to Taz. Taz tried to, put the spotlight on himself and tried to get over, and Joey didn't back down. And then when we went to the back, they, put a camera in his face, and he kept going. And I grabbed him and kept working with him, and like I drug him off camera. But he made his own spot. Literally, what he did that moment is what gave Eric and Bruce the idea to do that whole angle. Now, it should have been done with Taz, but Taz wouldn't have never, he wouldn't have wrestled, and he would never have done anything to put, to allow Joey to do what he did. So they were like, oh yeah, would you do it with him? And then I was like, yeah, sure. And I did it with him because of the fact that he made his own opportunity. And that was, that was what it was all about. And as far as the video is concerned, for one, it was Japan. They do a lot of stuff over there that,
It
but
spawned a lot of people doing it here.
I'm sure it did. But for another, he was like the first wrestler to ever get himself on ESPN, long before WWE had their deal that they have now. And part of the reason that they have the deal now is because of all the response it got from Joey doing his thing on ESPN. Secondly, or thirdly, I should say, you can do anything you want to do in professional wrestling as long as you, the artist, paint the picture to where it makes sense within the context of trying to win, not lose. Anything. Don't believe me? I make people believe I can knock somebody out with a plastic head. Can I? No. You'd literally be in the middle of a grand mal seizure. I could hit you in the temple with that thing, and all it would do is make you go, what? You hit me with a head? But if I do it in front of an audience, in front of a wrestling ring, how stupid is that? Is it any dumber, him doing the test of strength with his penis? Is he any dumber than the people's elbow? Huh? Is he dumber than the worm? Is he dumber than me hitting somebody with a head? Let's be honest. So now we're going to split hairs because he did a test of strength with a penis. Another guy did a bulldog and then did looked like he had a seizure, and he should just pin the guy on the bulldog. It took 30 seconds to do the seizure.
That's true.
People's elbow. How long did it take to do the people's elbow?
And you're in TNA now, so I know you might want to just touch on this subject lightly, but there's always, for years now, there's been lots of rumors about the future of
Well,
the
hold
company.
on. That's not knocking the people's elbow or the worm or the head.
You're just using them as examples
Of that, if those are okay,
of ridiculous things. that
why
are
is,
considered.
and they're not even really, when everybody first saw the people's elbow, what did everybody say? It was ridiculous.
That was goofy and
And everybody first saw the worm, what did everybody say?
I really hope that does not become a regular move in wrestling.
I doubt it
don't know.
will. It won't. It won't. Surprisingly, I haven't seen it, but go ahead.
Yeah.
TNA.
Yeah, just what do you think about the future of TNA? Are they going to finally, like, they've been doing well holding on for a long time, but
Yeah.
like, do you think they're going to
I hope
take it
so.
to the next level? Or?
I hope so. Gosh, I hope so, because, the wrestling business needs TNA. The wrestling fans need TNA. The wrestlers need TNA. Everybody involved or has some kind of interest or passion for wrestling should want to see TNA succeed. Vince, I guarantee it, probably wants to see it succeed, because he wants to see it flourish, because he wants to have somebody to compete with, and we need it. We need it desperately, and I don't understand. There's a lot about wrestling fans these days I don't understand. They're the goofiest bunch of people I've ever met. They really are. I genuinely hate them. I really do. I love the fact that they're fans, but I hate them. And this goes back to kayfabe. We used to have kayfabe out of respect for the business, and because that's what kayfabe was, and it was respect for the fans. And here's why. Opinion is the lowest form of human knowledge. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You can form an opinion with little or no actual information. And then you can go around and spout it off as if it's a real fact, when it's nothing more than theory, conjecture, and assumption. That's all it is just that. Real knowledge is not information. It takes a matter of information and experience together that make real knowledge. So you have a bunch of people, fans, that now have access and are privy to information, but have no actual experience. And since they have the information, they think they now have knowledge and an understanding of a business that they've never been in and have never had any experience. What's the problem with that? Is that it leads to assumptions, and it leads to conjecture, and it also leads to contempt. Familiarity breeds contempt, no matter what it is. The more familiar you become with it, the more contemptuous you become with it. And now you have a group of people, granted a minority, that are very vocal and they're very contemptuous based on information that they think is knowledge, that they really truly don't have any understanding or reasoning of why we do what we do, when we do it, or how we do it, but now assume they do because of information they have and become contemptuous of it. But they'll still watch it. And so what makes it worse is we have people on the inside of the business, performers, writers, etc., management, who live in a wrestling bubble, who now cater to this contemptuous vocal minority, as opposed to catering to the largest audience, which is the general audience that don't really know much about or care much about wrestling other than, hey, I want to be entertained. That's it.
And you brought up Johnny K-9 off camera. What's your best Johnny K-9 story for us?
My best Johnny K-9 story? Johnny K-9 was awesome. He was such a character. One of the things that make wrestling great would be a guy like Johnny K-9. It's like 5'8", just 320 pounds. You know, Johnny like broke the world behind the neck press, like 500 and some seated, 500 some pounds behind the neck press. And just would go everywhere in Zubaz, flip-flops, and no shirt. You know, true to the crew, across the derby, little hat, had the little tuft of hair. He was Taurus Bulba when I met him in Toledo, working for Bruiser Bedlam. He was Bruiser Bedlam down Smoky Mountain. It's the best one. So here comes Henry Godwin, who was Tex Slazenger, I think, or something, Shanghai. He was Tex Slazenger in WCW. He had just gotten done with WCW. Have you ever met him?
No.
He's about 6'6", 6'7". He's a giant human being. He's about 350, 380. I mean, and he's a big man.
Yeah.
He's a big fucking man, right? And he's comes into a town, you know, comes in one of the shows, and Johnny comes up and does the, you know, and just walks up beside him, and you know, different thing, goes, "Hey, bro, buddy," and that's how he would talk. And what? He goes, "You ever wrestle?" And Henry was like, "Yeah, I just got done in WCW." He goes, "Puh, never heard of it." Of course he did. And he goes, "You respect the iron?" And Henry's like, "What?" He goes, "Lift the steel." "Huh? Respect the iron? What do you bench?" He goes, "I don't know, 4 plates." He goes, "4 plates, city's full. 5-plate man, don't even talk to me, go get me a cold drink." Walked off. And Henry's standing there like, the hell just happened? Never met him before. And that was Johnny. He'd go into a convenience store and he'd go in and start talking the whole time and making sandwiches. He'd open up the bread, he'd lunch meat. The guy behind the counter, "Hey, what are you doing?" Joe said it was okay, bro. It's okay. Joe said it was all right. Just get with Joe." And he'd eat the sandwich and go out.
That's hilarious.
He just lived his own life. I mean, he was hilarious.
And you can read about him in Chris Jericho's book for anyone that wants to know more. And anyone that wants to follow you, where can they find you? Anyone's watching this.
The Real Al Snow on Twitter, The Real Al Snow on Facebook, The Real Al Snow on Instagram. And yes, there were fakes. And when you fake being me, I will write you and tell you to step it up and at least raise the bar. And if you're going to imitate or be a celebrity, aim higher. Why the hell are you shooting for me? Get somebody else that's cool and is actually over for a change. Fuck.
And you're also beating up Scottish people on TNA.
I am also beating up that fat bag of suck Grado on TNA and his compatriot Shira, who I'd be kicking his dog and calling him fuck off. And then I have my new French tag team, the Tribunal. So I have a regular international cuisine of wrestlers between two French wrestlers.
Well, you were the European champion.
I was the Europeanist champion. I wanted to call it that just all the time so that I could have Steve Blackman, who would be the hardcore champion. I could have a vignette where I go, you know, you're hardcore champion, you know, I'm Europeanist champion. Him go, you called me a what? And I go, I'm a Europeanist champion. You calling me a penis? But they wouldn't let me say it on TV, so.
And any final message to your fans to close this off?
I just want to say thank God you are fans. And I don't know why, I don't know how, but I am eternally in your debt for you to allow me, a grown man, to continue to make an ass of myself in public by fake fighting other grown men for money. Some of them buttered up like a tub of popcorn in a very homoerotic fashion where I can feed my family and never have to work a real job. Because I don't know if I could ever fit in the real world after doing this shit. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. What's heat? What'd you say? Sort of. That's how you get heat. What's heat? No. Heat is a want. It's a need, a desire that you build within the audience and make them so, they'll get frustrated, angry, they will hate you. You guys ever played keep away with each other when you were kids? Or had somebody do it to you? Have something go, hey, you want this? And you go to reach for it and they pull it away, and what do? Fucker. Yes or no? You can't even help yourself. They'll go, oh, come on, come on. And you'll reach for it again and they'll pull it away and you'll do what? Motherfucker. You do that too many times, you get fuck you heat, which is where you guys would go, ah, fuck you, you're not gonna give it to me anyways. I'm not gonna play. Working a match, same thing. You guys come out in this ring, you guys all just call spots. It's just fine. But you gotta call them with the understanding, what are you making the audience want? What are you making them want? Babyface figures out what the audience wants, tries to give it to them. Heel takes it away. By playing the game of keep away, you can build heat. It can be as simple as, on a break, behind the ref's back, as the ref turns, heel punches the babyface. Babyface immediately comes out of the corner and tries to punch the heel. The referee puts the brakes on, stops him. The next opportunity, heel grabs the babyface in a headlock, punches the babyface. Babyface goes right after the heel. Heel jumps out of the ring. How much do you think the audience is now wanting to see the babyface punch the heel? That becomes the heat. Now when the heel cuts the babyface off, every opportunity that the heel gets whenever the babyface tries to fight back, what's he use to cut the babyface off? Punch. Why? Because it increases the want of the audience to see the babyface finally give that one punch back. Do you understand? When the babyface finally starts to make a comeback, what's the first thing he does not do? He does not punch. Why does he not punch? Because if he already punches the heel, what's he paid off? So now what's everything else after that mean? So you wait. You bump the heel with back elbows, clotheslines, tackles, drop kicks, anything you want until he finally sells up stagger and you hit him with, and the place goes. And then what do you do after you punched him? Go home. Why do you go home? Because you've paid off the heat and they're not going to go any higher. Heat is you can't sell tickets without heat. Heat's what puts meat in the seats. In order to get heat, you have to get the babyface over. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. What is a heel's job in wrestling? What's that? Get the babyface over. What is it? What did you not say it was? Didn't say it was to get heat, did it? Did you? Didn't say it was to make the fans hate him. Wasn't to get sympathy on the babyface. It was to get the babyface. That's it. Get the babyface over. If you don't get the babyface over, you guys don't get heat. Don't get heat, don't sell tickets. Don't sell tickets, why am I booking you? To drive this point home further, how many of you guys know kids that wrestle in their backyard? You all do. Do you not? What separates you from them? Because I can book them and they'll actually sell me more tickets and they can do your moves and they can wrestle your match. So why should I not book them? Because they'll sell me more tickets because they'll go out and actually hustle their friends and family to come watch them on the show. They'll actually go out and tell everybody that there's a show tonight and that they need to show up and watch them. Why am I booking you and not them? What's that? You should know how to get the baby face over so that you can get heat. Because the kids in the backyard don't know to get a baby face over. They don't know to get heat. They don't know when and why to do moves to try to elicit emotion. They simply just wrestle matches like what they saw on TV. Guess what you guys have been doing this whole time? Want to take a guess? That same thing. They do the 7-step formula match just like you do. I hate that fucking formula. It is absolutely essential to get the babyface over, to get heat. We'll show an example. If we were to walk outside right now, out in the parking lot, we were walking out in the parking lot, and we're just seeing somebody with a can of gas, pouring gas all over a car, and are about to set the car on fire. It's not your car. Probably just going to call the police, are you not? Why? Some of you will take your phones out and video it. Why will you not do anything? It's not your car. You don't care. Right? If we walk outside and we see somebody setting fire to your car, they're pouring gas on your car right now, and they're about to light it, what are you going to do? What's that?
Run at him, take him down.
Why? It's your car. If we walk outside right now and we see somebody setting fire to your car with your family and your dog in it, what are you going to do? Going to be hot? Going to be upset? Going to get mad? Going to go try to kill him? What's that?
Get your family out too.
Yeah, but you're going to try and kill that motherfucker. Right? Why? Because you care more. A heel's job, a heel's sole purpose is to make that babyface everyone's car with their family and their dog in it as much as possible. When you guys put your matches together, you got to start thinking in those terms. Not just let's do a high spot, but let's do a high spot and see if we can make this audience care enough about this babyface so that when you as a heel do one thing to that babyface, you've just done it to everyone in this building. As opposed to, that's not my car, I don't care. Because that is what happens. When you guys just do spots and you do moves, if you never get the audience to connect and do care and want to be the babyface in this ring, then you're just setting fire to somebody's car. They don't care, it's not their car. They have no stake in it. So you can do anything you want to him. You could set him in the ring and literally set him ablaze and nobody's gonna give a shit. They will, of course, take their phone out and will video it. That's why it's so important to get that babyface over. Because if you don't get that babyface over, it's not gonna matter. Easy. Because what's gonna get him over more than if he wins?
Takes what, sorry?
When he takes an ass whooping and then wins. You've just got, you as a heel, heels lead the match, okay? Heels have always led matches. And when I mean they lead the match, back in the, like if I'm your heel tonight, you call spots, you call in the back, you call as much as you want, all right? Tell me 3, 4, 5 different high spots, okay? On top of those, I'm going to be calling stuff to you to do to me. Say, for instance, you keep going back to the arm, okay? Whatever we do, whatever your high spot is, you always end up back on my arm. I might, while you got me in an arm bar, I might grab you by the hair, pull you down, tell you to move on the elbow and get my arm again. I might put you in the ropes, and I'll say duck. I'll duck and I'll turn and you'll get my arm again. But I'll call all of that for you. I'll be thinking the whole time, because I'm always thinking, how am I going to now get you over, make you look better than me? Do you understand? To give me a reason to cheat. Because if I don't have a reason to cheat or do whatever to cut you off, I'm not going to get any heat. Do you follow? So you've got a guy you need to try to get over. Well, if you're the heel, you're lucky, because now you're free to do whatever you want. You can't make a mistake as a heel. Heels can go forward, backwards. They can go out of the ring. They can come in the ring. They can stand up. They can lay down. They can get on their knees. They can crawl. They can beg. They can plead. They can run. They can scream. They can cry. They can do anything. Babyface can only do one thing. He can only go one direction. All that babyface can do is try to win. Heels can do anything they want. So you're free to do anything you want. Here's the other thing. This is a live event. This is a house show, right? You were supposed to go 10 minutes with him. You come in the ring, you realize this motherfucker's clueless. So what do? We start thinking and we start trying to pay attention. I swear to you, and Tracy Smothers always says this, can you do this and do this? I can do this, and we get 20 minutes. You can literally tell him, put your fists up and walk at me, and you can do this, and what's that do for him? Gets him over. Now all you have to do is lock up with him, put him in a turnbuckle, pull your fist back and go, put your fists up. Come at me. Whoa, 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 whoa. You just put him over, did you not? The two things that are missing in wrestling today, selling, knowing what to sell, selling the gimmick, and creativity. Everybody lacks creativity. No, they don't. They're doing all these cool, innovative high spots, and they're doing these cool moves. Yeah, they are. Tell me, when was the last time you ever really saw a match that was completely unique and different from other matches you've seen? That seemed completely off the board, totally unique, totally different. Wasn't the kind of that followed that same kind of feel and same pacing and same formula. Moves were different, high spots were different, were they not? But really, didn't the match feel the same, have the same momentum, have the same pacing? Guys were doing exactly the same thing at pretty much close to the same times. There's no creativity, none, to make guys completely unique. Guys have a lot of the same moves, do they not? Guys use a lot of the same moves. There's no creativity. We have more athletic ability in this wrestling business now than we've ever had in the history of wrestling. And we have less, and the business is more on its ass than it's ever been. What I mean by more on its ass is there are fewer places for you guys to go make a living. Because everybody performs exactly alike. Nobody goes out there and tries to be unique. And what's your job? Sell. how are you going to sell tickets when you're all just alike?
We promised it to you folks that were watching the Hannibal TV on WrestleMania weekend coverage, and here he is. We're going to figure this one out once and for all. Al Snow, welcome back to the show. You're a big favorite, I know, on the Hannibal TV. How are you? Before we get to the situation at hand, tell us how you're doing and what you're doing.
I'm doing great. I have my academy in London, England, where I do train wrestlers now. I still work as an agent or producer for TNA. I still wrestle. I also do magic for the blind. It's kind of my way to get back to the community. So
I looked into that. I just didn't think I had a future. How'd you end up in London, real quick?
I met my business partner, and I decided to do it there simply because I had access to Doug Williams, James Mason, a number of guys who had genuine years of experience that, in my opinion, I feel that wrestling academies or wrestling schools are no different than a university. It's a place of higher learning to where you can go and get the skills to take advantage of the opportunities to make a career. So you need teachers, professors who have actual, real experience, because without experience, you have nothing more than just information. And to be quite honest, there's not a person in this room that doesn't have the exact same information. What they don't have is the experience to couple with that information to be able to translate that into a way to teach a young student so that they can take advantage of their own opportunities by avoiding mistakes and pitfalls that the teachers have.
Like when a jabroni asks you to fill out a form and on your tryout, and
Listen.
and you want to you don't want to, you want to look it over and.
No, here was the deal. You came in and you were just doing your job and you're running around. You don't know me from Adam. And I'm sitting there and you go, I need you to sign this. And I'm like, well, can I look at it? And you're like, and you got all worked up. And
Well, nobody ever asks that. Everybody just wants to work. Who has to read the form?
and then you took off with it. And then I think Terry Taylor came back in to give me like an in-depth kind explanation. I'm like, look, I just wanted to look at it and know what I was signing. Signed it, and then that was it.
Yeah, that's sort of the way I remember the story. I thought I handed it to you, and then Terry Taylor had seen us talking, so I explained to him what was going on. Could that have been possible, or was I totally wrong?
It's probably. I don't know. I didn't know if Terry was in the room or not at the time, but and it was just the entire situation was completely very confusing situation for me.
Well, I am glad that we caught up with you, and I apologize if I offended you.
Not at all. You didn't offend me.
Glad to see you're doing great, and I know there's a hotbed of talent in England. So I mean,
They are a lot of great guys. The wrestling business is doing phenomenal there. I'm very happy for everyone there in England, and I hope that they can take the boom that they have right now and ride it for as long as they possibly can.
Well, I wish you the best of luck. I'm glad we finally got to hash that out. I don't have a black eye, and we're cool. Thank you so much, Al
Carrying that
Snow.
around with me for years.
Friend of the show.
Tony Atlas. How many of you know Tony Atlas? This will help to illustrate a lot of what I'm trying to teach you. How many of you know what Tony Atlas is, how he's built, how he used to be built? How many of you know how strong Tony Atlas is? Like there's strong, then there's like retard strong, then there's like chimpanzee strong, and there's like retard chimpanzee strong. He's like there. Tony Atlas went down to Georgia, and this was when Georgia, they would run the towns on a weekly basis. Doesn't matter if you run them on a weekly basis, you run them on a monthly basis, it's all still the same psychology. So, Ole goes, as he's the booker, goes, we're gonna take you around the horn, around the loop, and we want you to just at intermission go out without your shirt on and cut a quick promo. Nothing more, nothing less. Why would Ole want him to do that? Because just his appearance alone is his gimmick. And if he cuts a nice humble promo, how many people in the audience now want to be him, which means he gets over doing what? Nothing more than selling his gimmick. Okay? The following week, I want you to go out, I want you to cut a promo. Ole knows how strong he is. He says, I want you to tell everybody, if you come out, I need everybody to come out next week. Make sure you show up. Support me. I'm going to be right here in this middle of this ring. I'm going to try and bench press 500 pounds. Will everybody come out and support me? Yeah. Next week comes. They've got the bench with the 500 pounds and they have it sitting right by the front door. Why do they have the bench sitting right by the front door? See it, touch it. Scary can try and lift it. Can't move it. He can't do it. What are we doing? We're getting the weight what? We're putting the weight over. Making people believe in the weight. If we make people believe in the weight, we make people believe in whoever pushes the weight. What did we do to make people believe in the weight? Nothing more than simply let it sit by the front door. Did we need to do anything more than that? Oh. Tony's in the back warming up for reps with like 405. Comes out, intermission, cuts a little promo, but before he cuts the promo, all the ring crew bring the weight into the ring where the audience can see them doing it. And they all grab the weight. How? They fucking sell it like it's the heaviest thing they've ever picked up, even if it's just a 45-pound plate, a 20.4 kilogram plate. Do you understand? What are they doing? Selling the gimmick, helping to get the weight over, make people buy, believe into the weight, thus make people buy, believe into Tony, thus making people buy, believe into anybody who wrestles Tony or is on a card with Tony. How much have they done? Set the weight up, Tony comes out. Hey everybody, need your, need your support, need your prayers, need your hopes, your dreams, your testicles. I need you to be quiet. I need concentration. Takes his time, walks around the bench a couple of times, checks the bar. What's he doing? And he's building heat. The longer he takes, the more the people want. Now, heat, just so you guys understand, really understand, heat is like an emotional keep away. Remember when you were a kid and your brother, your sister, your friend had something, they go, hey, you want this? And you go, yeah, and you go to reach for it and they take it away? What'd you immediately feel? Like, fucker. Right? That's what you're doing in a wrestling match. You're working the gimmick of the match to create a want, a need, and now, as the babyface, you understand what the audience wants, you try to give it to them, and the heel does what? Takes it away. Gimmicks of tag match, you guys do what? You make the audience want to see the babyface make the tag. The babyface does what? He does his half. He tries to make the tag. Then you two do whatever it takes to keep him from. And if we do it enough, at the right time, we give it to him, people are happy. If we do it too long, we get fuck you heat. Ah, fuck you, you're not gonna give it to me. I'm done. Make sense? So, walk around the ring, gets ready to bench press, lays down, grabs the bar. You can feel the heat. You can feel the crowd building, just like you guys. Push, holds it, lowers it, stops, waits, waits, pushes it, place explodes. He's over like $1 million, is he not? Who in that audience don't want to be him? I'll be here next week, I'm gonna have my first match. How many people do you think showed up just to see him have his first match? Every person in that fucking building did. Sold the place out. Tony wanted to have a great match. Wanted to have the best match on the card. How many of you want to have the best match on the card? Put your hands up. Damn right you do. You want to have the best match on the card? Goddamn right. That's what this business is all about, having the best match on the fucking card. Fuck yeah. Best match on the goddamn card. Motherfuckers. Follow that shit. Steal that fucking show. Put it in my back pocket. I own that bitch. Tony went out and worked with a guy that was about the size of Funaki. How many of you know Funaki? Funaki is a very talented individual. He could not, if he were not, because remember, you serve two purposes in this business. One is to be the thing that sells tickets, and one is to be the thing that helps sell tickets. If Funaki was not one of those two things, would he be able to stay with WWE as long as he did? So I simply use Funaki as a physical illustration of the disparity between Tony Atlas and the person he was wrestling. Tony Atlas came back after a good, solid 12 fucking minute match. Ole was standing at the back fuming. Tony said, "What'd you think, boss?" And Ole said, "Thank you." He said, "No, thank you." He said, "No, thank you." He goes, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Well, thank you for killing the fucking business." What are you talking about? Killed the fucking business dead. Thank you so much. You just killed everything we fucking did with you, and you killed everything on the rest of the fucking show, and we're gonna have to start from scratch again. Oh God, thank you so much. Tony said, "How'd I kill the fucking business?" Crowd was going crazy. Ole goes, "Let me explain it to you, dummy." And I've done the exact same thing, just so you guys know. Took the both of them, brought them in the locker room, made them stand in front of a mirror. Look at the two of you. You knew nothing about wrestling. You saw the two of you come out. How long do you think it'd take for that guy there to beat that guy there? It's not long. It took you 12 minutes. Last week you bench pressed 500 pounds. It took you 12 minutes to beat him. Last week you benched 500 pounds. It took you 12 minutes to beat him, plus you took him in the corner and you punched him 10 times in the head. You never marked him, he never bled, and you didn't knock him out. So it's either one of three things. You're the biggest pussy I've ever seen. He's the toughest fucking guy I've ever met. Or it's all fake. Which is it? Because on top of that, you pulled him out, pressed him over your head, and had slammed him to the fucking mat to beat him. After you went 12 minutes. So how good was your match? Huh? So just killed everything that they did. Tony had to leave the territory. Had to wait for a year, 2 years, come back. Let that die off. Killed it dead. How much did it take to get him over? How much did it take to kill him off? Nothing. 12 minutes. Killed him dead. You guys have to know what the business of your match is and then how to work accordingly. It's not always about having a good match.
We've interviewed Al Snow a couple times, and he's told us about some of the ribs you played on him, and I guess there were these pills that you used to take that gave you gas. That
The vitamin, they were expired about 13 years. The ICAPRO. WWE used to give us ICAPRO.
You only took them because they gave you gas?
I did it on purpose, yeah. Then I'd go right in Vince's room, like, "Hey, can I talk to you?" "Well, yes, you can. Come on in."
Any good memories about that tag team? I understand that you both weren't really into it.
You know what happened was, and not like the other one, like what happened was, on real, they didn't want us to do it. They just wanted a filler. That basically is what they wanted out of us. I've said this before, I'm saying it again. Sean, I think, had a lot to do with it because he told me he did. And Sean was trying to separate this, in my opinion. Let me throw that in there. Now you can't do shit. I said, in my opinion. One was separating from the Rockers to himself, and needed to, because he's springboarding on up. And he had a little bit of power at the time, and he was like, Al Snow, they told us what we're doing, like, y'all be stuck in the 80s and be silly and just be goofy kid, be dumb, stupid, goofy. And I'm like, man. And Sean, right after we were told the character that they want, just the character we want y'all to be, Sean comes like, "What do you think of your new character? Your new idea thing?" And I'm looking at him thinking he'd be like, look, it's off rockers because it costs new rockers. That was me and him. I was thinking it would mar our history. You know, let the rockers be what the rockers were. Don't fuck it up. You know, with this shit. It's like Steve Perry did with Journey. Remember when they separated? It was the same kind of thing. And I was like, oh man. Before I could say anything, he goes, that was my idea. I thought y'all'd have fun with it. That's when I realized, you fucker. He was just trying to bury. He wasn't trying to do anything more than bury me. It wasn't gonna hurt Al. Al was getting a break. You know, Al, because Al, you know, great guy, great worker, great. But it was giving him a break. If the rocker thing, he's in, you know, because he'd come in as not Avatar, but a couple of, you know, mask guys and a couple other things, and it just didn't work out. But here this thing is, and boom, he's in. You know, and which I was happy because I love him to death. But Sean's shit. I still love you, bro.
It's the gimmick of a tag match. Boys, you're clearly a team. What's the gimmick of a tag match? What's that?
Trying to win as a team.
How? There's a way. Tag. Gimmick of a tag match is to tag. Why do you think tag team matches have fallen by the wayside? What's that? Because nobody works the gimmick of the tag team match. Very few teams actually work as a team and actually tag. If it were real, would it be easier for the two of you to work together to get me in this corner and to beat me than it would be for one of you to do it? So why do you start with just one guy in and you guys each do a spot and then tag out and then the other guy does a spot? Instead of trying to make the spots seamlessly flow together to where that team looks like they're beating that team. As opposed to, tell me if I'm wrong, but when you watch tag team matches these days, you basically see two singles matches or you see two tag matches. Yes or no? Want to hear a story? I love telling this story. I'll tell two stories. I'll tell you the story of El Escroterio. It's one of my favorite stories. My brother, younger brother, started wrestling about the time, you know, he'd been wrestling for a couple years. And I started training as a developmental trainer in OVW, and he wanted to convince me to go watch him wrestle. I was like, brother, I've seen enough bad wrestling. I do not need to see anymore. Come on, man, please. I'm like, no. He goes, you gotta go. He tells me about this angle from the month before where the heel tag team champions have an in-ring promo with El Escroterio and his partner, Dewey Brown. Why is Dewey significant? Because Dewey is, for a shoot, no offense, don't mean to, I just need so that you understand what we're dealing with, is retarded. Like Special Olympics, retarded. So when you feel really proud of the fact that you're a professional wrestler, realize there's a retarded person doing what you do. Kind of keeps me on an even keel. I mean, for a shoot, he's really. So much so that one of the heels said something in their promo that hurt Dewey's feelings for a shoot. And Dewey proceeded to double leg the heel and go Ralphie from A Christmas Story, beating the shit out of the heel, crying, his face turning purple. To the point to where the ref, the other heel, and El Escroterio had to pull him off, screaming like a chimpanzee, just beating the fuck out of him. I'm mildly interested now. Then he tells me of El Escroterio's tattoo, and I'm like, fuck, I'm in. I gotta go see this tattoo. So, I watch a couple matches. I'm like, I would like to sew my head to the canvas. It would have been far more enjoyable. So I got to watch the 7 Steps of Doom wrestling match 100 fucking times that night. I hate that fucking formula. We'll get to why I hate it. Here comes the tag match. Now, I only care about seeing El Escroterio's tattoo. And just so you guys are aware, he only has 3 tattoos on his body. He has some flames here a big empty spot, and some X's up here. No, it was X's here, 3 X's, big empty spot flames. So they're not attached. I don't know why. He has a whole blank canvas to do shit everywhere else. He chose on this side of his body. I don't have tattoos, but how painful would this be? This would be really fucking bad, would it not? Really bad. So why would anybody fucking put this thing here? I'm talking this whole thing here, okay? So I'm like, I gotta see this. He comes out, they come out with shirts that go, I'm with Superstar, with arrows pointing at each other. And I'm like, fuck, I don't see a goddamn tattoo. That's all I fucking went down there for, right? Because he kept a shirt on in the dressing room the whole goddamn time, so I couldn't see it then, and I can't just walk up and ask him. That'd be weird. So, wrestling match begins. It doesn't take long until I realize that Dewey and El Escroterio are supposed to lose the match. Apparently, though, Dewey has not gotten that memo. They repeatedly try to cut Dewey off with the heat spot, and Dewey continually tags out. You can see the heels starting to get legitimately frustrated. You can have them, they begin to have powwows in the corner, as you can tell they're like trying to figure out for a shoot how to keep this guy in the goddamn ring. They get him in the ring, they finally cut him off, and they start trying to pin him as quick as possible. What do you think Dewey starts doing? Kicking out every fucking time. To the point to where you see the heels going like this, to where now the ref is starting to get confused too. To where El Escroterio is now alligator arming him as Dewey's trying to make it to the tag. But what are the fans starting to do? Starting to get behind Dewey. Why are they starting to get behind Dewey? Because Dewey don't want to lose. So what's Dewey really starting to do? Dewey's starting to get over. Because who can't relate to not wanting to lose? So Dewey's really, though, what's he doing? He's working the gimmick of the match. He's selling the outcome. Everything I'm telling you guys to do, Dewey's doing. Now, the heels continue to try to pin Dewey. The crowd starts getting so much behind Dewey that the referee starts to fast count Dewey to where now the fans start getting hot at the referee. And they're like starting to call bullshit on the referee for counting fast. So now the heels realize they're fucked. Well, now we got to get him out and get El Escroterio in, right? They do some little gimmick where they tell him to just shoulder roll. He shoulder rolls. He tags El Escroterio. What do you think the crowd did? Come up, because it was a hot tag. They wanted to see him tag El Escroterio because they didn't want him to lose. Gimmick of the match. In comes El Escroterio, makes a little bit of a comeback. The heels shut him down. The crowd boos. They go for the pin. What happens? Dewey breaks up the pin. They repeatedly try to pin El Escroterio, and Dewey does what? Repeatedly breaks up the fucking pin. The crowd does what? Gets more behind Dewey. The more Dewey breaks up the pin, the more he gets over. The more frustrated the heels get. The more frustrated the heels get, the more Dewey gets over. The more Dewey gets over, the more he fucking breaks up the pin. I'm like, this is amazing. There are only 50 people there, but now they're starting to come up. El Escroterio gets away because now they've changed gears. They figure we can't keep him out. Let's get him in here. Another tag. What's the crowd do? Comes up again. Dewey comes in like a house of fire, just going to town. Somehow, and I don't know what the fuck happened, heel number 2 and El Escroterio fall out of the ring. Heel number 1 double legs Dewey, slaps a shoot figure 4 on Dewey, and is just wrenching on him. Dewey is screaming and is swinging for real at the heel. What's the crowd doing? In unison, chanting for Dewey. Dewey, Dewey, Dewey. What's the heel for a shoot doing? Trying to get the crowd to stop chanting for him. Remember last month what happened to the heel? Went all chimpanzee on him, beat the shit out of him? Dewey's fucking fire. He's grabbing handfuls of canvas and is pulling himself across the ring. As he is, the crowd is coming up more and more and more till he gets the rope. The place goes what? Again. The ref starts telling the heel to break. The heel's like, I can't fucking break. I can literally hear him. He goes, I can't fucking break the hold. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. Dewey's crying, right? He's, for a shoot, just wrenched his leg. Got the rope. Ref's like, you gotta break, you gotta break. He goes, I can't. He goes, I gotta start counting. Don't do it. Ref's like, I gotta. He goes 1, and he stops. And then a guy in the audience goes, and stands up and goes, you count, you son of a bitch. He goes, 2. And the heel's going, no. Like, you'd think this was a work, but because it's too perfect. 3. And he kind of stopped. Another guy stands up. Motherfucker, count. 3, 4. He's like, break it up. He's going, please don't make me break it. Please don't make me break it. I just remember him pleading. He's like, please don't make me break it. Please. 2 weeks later, He goes, I got it. They're going to kill me. He pulls his leg. He breaks the hold. Dewey's coming up off the mat like he can't stand. His leg's shot. He's crying. You know, the crowd's starting to chant Dewey. He turns, his face is red. He looked like an animal. He's just like, he let out some like guttural scream and he charged at the fucking heel and the heel just grabbed him as Dewey's trying to hit him and fell backwards, and Dewey's continually trying to hit him and he's holding him against his body, and I hear him go, count, for God's sakes, count. And the ref's like, I can't, it's, no, and he goes, yes, count. So he goes, 1, and a bunch of people, those 2 guys stood back up. He goes, 2, and he goes, count. And the whole time Dewey's trying to hit him, he goes, 3. What do you think happened? All 50 fucking people stood on their feet and just went, yeah! Screaming at the top of their lungs. I'm like, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Guy immediately rolls out. Dewey's pulling himself to his feet, can't stand. El Escroterio stands up and was like, oh, we fucking won? What? Yay! Rolls in the ring. They give him the belts. Dewey's crying. People are chanting for Dewey. It's like watching a Rocky movie. He rolls out of the ring. Those 2 guys fucking pick him up and help him to the back. People are shaking his hand the whole way. What did Dewey do? He got over. Why did he get over? Because he believed. He sold. He sold the gimmick of the match. Inadvertently, what did the heels get? Why? Because Dewey got. Inadvertently, what did the heels work of the match? Only out of necessity, because Dewey wouldn't let him stop. The gimmick of the match. They had to, for a shoot, they had to tag and had to keep 2 people in that fucking ring all the time. Otherwise, Dewey was cutting the trail right across the goddamn ring. He was going to get out. So they had to literally keep 2 people at all times in that ring, or otherwise the guy would get away. How much heat did the tag have, all because the heels were forced to work as a team to keep the other guy from getting to the other guy to make the tag? Do you understand? Yes. How many of you would like to know what the tattoo was? How many of you know how to speak Spanish? What's El Escroterio? Nope, it's not. I thought it was too. I didn't at the time. Lucha guys, like, you know, because clearly he was a lucha guy, like have high flying, exciting names like Aero Fuego or Mil Mascaras or something like that, right? And El Escroterio sounds pretty fucking cool, doesn't it? You know what it means? the desk. Means a desk. Means a large, heavy piece of furniture. I'm like, really? He goes, yeah. Your fucking desk? He goes, well, it sounded cool. And I was like, well, you got me. What do you think he has tattooed? No, it's not. That'd be too easy. No. No. Keep in mind, there's another guy that wrestles in the same area. You can pull up pictures of it. His name's Gary Banks. You call him Scary Gary. Has a Hello Kitty tattooed right in the middle of his fucking forehead. Was started on one half of him being tattooed completely blue and the other one pink. Yeah. What do you think this guy had? No, even that would have been cooler. It looked like an 8-year-old with a blue Sharpie drew it, which made it worse. It was a Sears top-loading Kenmore washing machine. Huh? It's a Sears top-loading Kenmore washing machine. It was a washing machine. It was a goddamn home appliance on his fucking side. Why do you have a washing machine on your side? I thought it'd be different. You fucking got me. I've never seen anybody with a home appliance on them. It's really, why do you have a washing machine on your side? I like them. I love Sony flat screen TVs, but I'm not going to get no 50-inch put on here, on my chest. You ever thought about getting a dryer on the other side? Nope. Why not? I don't like them. That was a real conversation I had with a real human being about a home appliance tattooed on his side. As his partner is selling for a shoot his leg, holding a belt crying that he didn't really win. And I poured Diet Pepsi on his head like it was champagne to help him celebrate.
And the one other story you brought up yesterday off camera that not many people have heard about was, I guess, an altercation between your friend Mick Foley and Ric Flair.
Oh yeah, there was in St. Louis at I think it was a TV.
Were you a witness to that?
No, I heard about it. I came in later, yeah, and they had gotten into a fight in catering or something apparently. Because Mick and Rick had Mick had always carried a grudge against Rick for something when Rick was on the booking committee or something in WCW, and boy, he just, and then they I guess you could call it a fight. Rick threw a punch and Mick kind of laughed it off, and then people came in and broke it up, and that was about it. So, yeah.
Did you ever deal much with Ric Flair in your career?
Yeah, I mean, when I when I went out to Missouri, Rick was out there. I met him in like 1982. Rick was, he was a cool guy. He was always classy. He would like, you got paid, so much for each tape that you would work, and Rick would give like guys extra money if they really put him over well on in a match. He'd give them a couple $100 or whatever. A lot of guys would do that, as a sign of respect to the guy for putting them over on TV. And that's something that's lost, is that sense of appreciation for a person who's willing to do the favor, because that's really what it is. When somebody loses for you, they're doing you a favor. And you don't really win. That was the whole Job Squad thing. The whole Job Squad thing was because there were a lot of people in WWE at the time who really thought they fucking won matches. And, I started joking around about it being a Job Squad because you don't really fucking beat people. There were guys that were like, well, who did he ever beat? I'm like, same fucking people you did. The ones that Vince McMahon told to lose. You don't really win, and we don't really lose. It's a mutual thing. The guy's doing you a favor, and in return, it's expected that you'll do the same for him when the time comes. And Rick was a very respectful guy, and guys would do a job for him. He would give them extra money in appreciation for them doing that. And a lot of guys did do that, even in WWE when it was WWF back in the day. Guys don't know that anymore. They don't learn that. They don't understand that. That's kind of too like in the old days, baby faces would sell merch and they would give a percentage of their merch to the heel, like 20% to the heel, because if the heel didn't get them over, then they wouldn't be able to sell merch. A lot of things that unfortunately have gotten lost, and it's a lot of that has to do with a mutual respect. You know, you can shake my hand all you want, but if you were to come to me and I was to do you a favor by putting you over on TV and you gave me your payoff as a thank you, that says more, because I'm not going on the live events, I'm not going on the house shows to make that money. You are, and by me putting you over, that's going to give you the opportunity to do that. And you know, or if I'm the heel and you're the babyface, and you go out and you make $300 extra on merch, and you give me 20%, you know, that says something as far as your respect for me, more than it does you shaking my fucking hand and you go out and make $300 and keep it all for yourself. Because I can't go out and sell merch because I'm a heel and that's not my spot. One, two. Sweep it. 1, 2. Out he goes. Ooh. Run, you better run. Oh. You can do more than one lap if you want. I don't care. Hit the ropes. Drop down. Leapfrog. Hip toss. 1. Sweep it. Oh, you forgot. 1. Up and overs. Oh, get that ass up a little more. Oh. There we go. There we go. Good. Nice. 2 more. Whoa! That was a ball scraper. Cover him. 1, 2. Sweep that leg. Whoa! You're going down one way or another. 1, 2. Shit, get him out. Oh, we got to learn how to do that right. A couple of you are not doing that right. Hit the ropes. Oh, it's a little too soon. Figure it out, figure it out, figure it out. Make it work. That's it. Keep working. You can't just. No, yeah. Oh, forgot the drop down. That's okay. Oh, 1, 2. Sweep that leg. Oh, 1, 2. Up and overs. I love it. Ooh, there was a ball scraper. Ooh, almost. Up and overs. I love it. Up and over. Good. 2 more. One. 1, 2. Oh no. Oh, we got to learn how to do this. God bless. You guys are scaring me. Run faster. Come on. Tackle, drop down, leapfrog. Oh, figure it out, figure it out, figure it out, figure it out. Grab a hold. If you're lost, grab a hold. Grab a hold, grab a hold, grab a hold. Oh, you forgot to drop down in the tackle. And oh. One, two. Sweep the leg. Up and overs. Up and over. Now it's your turn. It's a blow-up drill. You get blown up. What's the one mistake that everybody made? What's that? That was a scary one. What's the one mistake everybody made? Well, that, yeah. Off the bat, you guys cross your feet. Never cross your feet in this ring. Never cross your feet. When you're walking with somebody, you never do this. Why don't you do that? It's dangerous. You can trip this canvas. See that hole there? You catch your toe of your boot in it. You fall, you'll look stupid. You could blow out your knee. Their board could be messed up. You could step wrong, break your ankle. Worst thing that happens, and I've seen it happen, guys cross their feet, the other guy comes at them, they're off balance, and they fall into each other. Crack heads, knock each other out. How can we prevent that? Take your feet and always keep them in line with your hips. So if I want to go to the left, I turn to the left. I want to go to the right, I turn to the right. I go backwards, but I never cross my feet. At no time do I just do this. Feet are never, they're always under my hips and under my shoulders. Why is that important besides safety? Because you guys are supposed to be portraying what?
Gotta be strong.
No, that you guys are actual fighters. Fighters know how to have footwork. You guys need to know your footwork. Walk heel and toe. Don't go and coming around here. I saw a couple of you doing this. You shouldn't bounce like that. Why shouldn't you bounce? Makes you look scared, makes you look intimidated, makes you look desperate. Walk steady. A couple of you, when you got to lock up or you get near each other, you would change levels at your waist, which means you'd lower yourself here. Never lower yourself here. Takes you off balance. Change levels at your knees. Like, come in the ring with me for a second. When you get to, put your hand out. When you get to this point here, that's when you bend your knees. Now, you see how I'm standing? If you stood like you are, do the same to me.
Not going anywhere.
Exactly. When you guys are apart, stand up. You guys are tall, or if you're not as tall, you want to make yourself look tall. Okay? When you get in close, that's when you change levels. Now when you step back, you back up again. Don't be bent over like this, because a couple of you were bent over like this and you were this far apart from each other. Okay? You'll make yourself look less like a star. Seems silly, but I focus on a lot of little silly things that I've learned over the years. Next big thing, hitting the ropes. Seen a couple of you hit the ropes like this. So one hit like this. One hit like this. Most of you hit flat like this. Why should you not hit flat like this? Because if this top rope breaks, what happens? Right over on the back of your head. If the middle rope breaks, what happens? Fold up, go out. Worst time I ever saw, middle rope broke, guy hit like this, middle rope broke, he folded, the top rope skinned the hide off his back all the way up his back, up the back of his neck, and tore part of his hair off. And then he skipped across the floor. You should hit like this. And it takes practice because you guys have developed the habit of doing this. You need to hit like this. Because now, if that top rope breaks, you go right over and you land on your feet. If that middle rope breaks, you're gonna go straight down to the mat. You don't go out. It's dangerous, guys. When you come off, because I saw a couple of you with your feet, when you come off, you always come off with your left foot. Why always your left foot? Huh? Why always your left foot? Because everything's done from the left side of the body. So if you're going to give a tackle, what's stopping you? If you come off with your right foot and you go to give a tackle, you got to shift, throws off the timing. Or you end up standing like this, and I've seen guys stand like this and they give the tackle to the guy and they end up taking a bump by themselves by accident because they're off balance. Come off, just like that. The reason you also hit with the hip and the side and your side like this is because older guys, older wrestlers will actually shoot you into the ropes. They'll really shove you. So when you get shoved into the ropes and you hit flat, you'll come off like this, and the guy's sitting there ready to blast you. You have your timing's off, and you can't take the bump, and he just tears your face off. So it's safer all around for you to get into the habit of coming off and leading with your left foot. Lead with your left foot with everything. Throwing each other out of the ring. Can I use you for a second? When you throw somebody out of the ring, I never want to see you do this. Do not ever grab his left hand. Why do you not grab his left hand? He needs it. If you grab his left hand, he's going to grab that rope with his right hand instinctually. The most dangerous place in this ring is that ring apron, because it comes on hard metal edge. You want to get away from that as far as possible. A couple of you, I think you might have taken the bump and landed on the ring apron first and rolled off. Stop doing that. You want to go out of the ring, you want to grab the rope, reach with your right hand, plant it, and vault your hips through the ropes and away and out to the floor. You're better off landing flat on the floor than you are ever on this ring apron. That ring apron will break you. It will ruin you. So you want to get away from it. And you always, when you guys throw each other out, can I use you for a second? Either grab with one hand behind the guy's neck, and when you do it, go so far and then stop and let him do the rest on his own. You guys don't really bump each other no matter what the move is. A headlock takeover, a suplex, a hip toss, you don't bump each other. You do the move and the person takes the bump for you, okay? You can even use your left hand, grab him by the back of the neck and grab him by the back of the trunks and throw him out. I don't mind that either, but you do not ever grab his left hand, because he's instinctually going to grab that rope with his other, and then it's going to spin him right back into that ring apron. He won't be able to post and get away. Saw a referee took a bad bump off the ring apron, or being thrown out of the ring, just reffing the match, stuck his arm out like this. Have you guys ever seen a compound fracture? You know what a compound fracture is? What's a compound fracture? It's where the bone sticks through your skin. It breaks and it goes through your skin. Ever seen a spiral compound fracture? That's where the bone twists and it looks like, you ever taken a stick and just twisted it and all that splinters? That's the guy's bone went through his arm. All he did was took the bump wrong coming out of the ring, stuck his hand down on the floor, had all kinds of surgeries. Bad spot. So you guys want to get post and get your ass as far away from this ring apron as possible. Is that clear?
Any plan on a push for Al?
Yeah, bro. See that's the thing, man. There was never any such thing as a push, bro. The fans are dictating the direction of the show. The fan response, and the ratings are dictating who we're going with. If you're drawing, bro, you're gonna get more television time. If you're not, you're gonna get less. It's really that simple, bro. Simple formula.
In your head, are you thinking like mid-card, upper mid-card? This guy's entertaining. The crowd loves him. Got to keep him on TV.
Yeah, he's a mid-card guy, entertaining. You're not going to change the channel with Al Snow on, but because of his character, you are only going to take him seriously to a certain level. But he had a very, very, very important role on the card.
Hi, I'm former WWE superstar, ECW star, TNA star, Al Snow, and I am doing part 2 shoot interview for Hannibal TV.
All right, so I am back with Al Snow, former WWE and TNA superstar and legendary trainer, I guess you could call him now. He's been one of our most popular shoot interviews we've ever done, so this is part 2.
Part 2?
Yeah, you speak French. I didn't know anyone from Kentucky spoke French.
They do.
But the other one was kind of in chronological order of your career. This will just be mostly random questions. Some of them are questions that came up in the comments of your other videos.
Okay.
And others are on general topics. But one question I've had a lot is you now look better than you ever did in the WWE. What have you been doing differently to develop this physique?
The biggest thing is I just changed how I train. I several years ago had started doing Muscle and Fitness had like a strongman workout, so it's a different way to train and very functional, a lot of compound movements and things, and I really enjoyed it. And so that got me interested in researching old time strongmen, like from the late 1800s. Early 1900s, and I started researching old-time wrestlers like Frank Gotch or George Hackenschmidt, Frank Gotch, people like that, and was amazed at how developed and how well built they were, because they didn't know what calories were, they didn't know protein or anything like that as far as a diet was concerned, and I thought, I'm going to see what they do, and I'm going to start to train like they do. And a lot of what they do is functional or compound movements, ballistic movements, especially a lot of the Indian wrestlers. They do a lot of the mace and Indian clubs and things like that as far as ballistic training is concerned. And I just started doing all of that, and it's made a huge difference.
What's been the most beneficial exercise?
Doing my legs more than just once a week. And I'd say, really, to be quite honest, probably the most beneficial thing is varying, alternating, and as much as possible. Not just doing one body part a day, which is the typical way, that a lot of people train. I'll do my whole body 3 or 4 times a week, a lot of times. And then some weeks I'll do one body part a day. And then some weeks I'll just do all body weight. And then some weeks I'll do all kettlebells. And then some weeks I've got a routine that I do, especially when I'm on the road, that I developed when I was in TNA, where it's a 30-minute challenge, and I'll basically hit every major muscle group, and I'll do 10 free squats, then I'll do 10 pull-ups or 10 rows, 5 on each side, dumbbell rows, 10 push-ups, and then 10 inverted shoulder presses, and then 10 dumbbell curls. So I'm basically hitting myself from head to toe. That's one round. I'll try to do at least 10 rounds in 30 minutes. if I push myself, I'll try to get 12 or 15 rounds in 30 minutes, which means I've done 100 reps on every body part. You know, and I use moderate to slightly heavy weight along with body weight movements or isolating movements, like with legs. I'll instead of just doing straight squats, I'll do pistol squats or lunges or things like that as well.
So for the people that claim that this is all just because you've started taking steroids, it's really not.
No, I take tests. I mean, I'm prescribed tests because I'm 55, you know. But that in and of itself is not it. I wish it was. I wish that the common misconception is that you could just take a magic pill and then all of a sudden you could, like on TV, suddenly go like this. You can't. You've got to actually put in the work. And I train differently. I eat differently, and I train harder than I've ever done before, and I enjoy it because it's a different way of training, and that's what's really led to the development. Years before, I had taken testosterone for a very short time because I had suffered from, and I don't really talk about it in public, but I had suffered from 2 strokes from a head injury, and I had atrophy down the entire side of my body. And I told the doctor, I said, "What can I do to help that?" He said, "Well, they'll probably prescribe you steroids." So I went to the doctor. They refused to do it. So I started to self-medicate to try to help to bring that part of me back. I never had that kind of development because I didn't do a lot of compound movements, didn't utilize my lower body, didn't train the way I train now. And that, regardless of what people might think, is really what has caused the change, is the fact that I train completely different than what I've ever done before. And I utilize my legs more than I have ever done.
Now, since the last time we spoke to you, you parted ways with Impact Wrestling. Can you explain what happened there? Just cutbacks?
No, just, in wrestling, it's not a matter of when, it's a matter of, or I should say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when your run's going to come up. It doesn't matter where you go, what territory, what company, you're going to have a finite amount of time in those particular places. I had a great run there, had a very decent one. Jeff Jarrett came back, brought in his own guys, which is not unusual for people to do. They've all done that for many, over decades in other companies. And in fact, they do it in companies that aren't even wrestling related. New Broom comes in, they bring in their own people and that they want to work with, and now there's fewer spots, and we parted ways. That was it.
Now, they had an issue with something you said about fans in the last shoot interview that we ended up taking off. Do you recall what that was?
God, no.
Okay.
What would it be?
You asked me to take it down. It was you had talked about fans and how it was misunderstood. Something and how you didn't like fans.
Oh, it is misunderstood that I don't like fans, or that I don't, it's misconstrued. Much like my comments on Dave Meltzer, or my comments on smart, quote unquote, smart fans. How everybody assumes that I don't like them, or I don't value them, which nothing could be further from the truth. I do value fans, and I tell fans all the time, thank you. When they come up and go, I'm a fan, I'm like, thank you very much, because if you weren't, I wouldn't be able to do what I've been able to do. I don't have a problem with that. I don't even have a problem with newsletters. I don't have a problem with anybody stating their opinion. You are completely free. If you buy a ticket to watch a show, you're completely free to state your opinion. What I have a problem with is the assumption that because you have access to information, that you now have as much knowledge as the people who actually perform it. That nothing can be further from the truth. Nothing can be further from the truth. In order to have real knowledge on a topic, because we live in a day and age of access to information. So unfortunately, people get a small piece, or even not even sometimes a small piece, to just extrapolate the information from assumption. And then they walk around and they expound their opinions in public forums as if it's actual knowledge. What? That's fine if they want to do that. That doesn't bother me. What bothers me is that you and the performers and the wrestlers and the bookers and the writers and whatever you want to call it that live in this wrestling bubble allow the vocal minority to dictate to you what's right and what's wrong, what's good, what's bad, and you no longer market yourselves to the general audience. You now market yourself just to the vocal minority. And as long as you please them, as long as they write a good report about you, you're happy. The minute that they write a scathing report saying that you suck, you're terrible, you're bad, you're a mess. You don't know what to do. And there's nothing could be more ridiculous. That's like, I love medicine. That's my favorite hobby. I don't miss a single medical show. I watch House, I watch ER, I watch The Doctors, I watch Dr. Oz, I watch Dr. Kildare, I even watch back episodes on YouTube. I go on the internet and I go on the New England Journal of Medical Science, which is basically the equivalent of the Wrestling Observer of medicine. And I read it every day. And I go on websites that give me inside information on hospitals and doctors' lives. If I get sick, should I tell the doctor how to fix me? Why not?
Because you're not a doctor.
Oh, really? Guess what the fans aren't? They're not wrestlers. But you guys allow it. And you encourage it. And you change what you do and why you do it just to please that little group as opposed to trying to please. It's no different than we're going to have opinions, fan bases are going to have opinions on comic book movies. But if you were going to invest $200 million in Black Panther, would you be more concerned about selling more than $200 million of tickets, or would you be more concerned about just having a critical review?
I would want to make my money back.
Really, that's funny because most people in wrestling would want to too, I would assume. But now these days, they're more concerned with the critical review. And that, just like producing a comic book movie, you have a fan base that's vocal, of a minority that have read the comic books, know the characters, are already invested in them. Do you produce the movie just to appeal to them? Or do you produce a movie that appeals to them but also draws in an audience that's never once picked up a comic book?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, then why do you produce wrestling where it just appeals to wrestling fans and not to a general audience that like wrestling, but they're not invested in it? They don't watch it every week. They don't go on the internet and read reports or news sites about it. They just flip through the channels and see something that compels them to watch. Why do you produce the opposite? And that's my problem. It's not with Dave Meltzer or with Wade Keller or newsletters in general or with the fans or their interest. I think it's fantastic that they're so passionate and they care so much about what they love to watch. It's when those small groups of people, and I've been on shows where they try to hijack the show, or they end up hijacking the show, not even why they do it in the audience, but via their reports and their remarks and things like that. Always remember, and this is a true fact, familiarity breeds contempt. And the more that we allow the fans to become familiar with the product, the more contemptuous they become of it. To the point to where, how many people do you know that watch Raw every week, complain about it incessantly, and then watch it the very next week? And then complain about it incessantly, and then watch it the next week. It's taken the fun out for them. Where if they were to go back and just be fans again and not try to second guess or outthink because of their familiarity with the product, what's being done. And that I guess, and this will be the last thing I'll say about it, is the biggest thing is that as a fan, you have to understand, no one match lives on its own. They're not in a bubble. A lot of these matches that are under, Martin Scorsese just recently made a comment about Rotten Tomatoes, because the cinema has the same thing. You know, Rotten Tomatoes is making judgments for an audience before they even get to the theater to watch a film. And a lot of these vocal minority of the wrestling fans are doing the very same thing, without taking into context that that wrestling match doesn't live in a bubble. That wrestling match, if it's done with the right idea, has some kind of forethought to it, and it's a singular chapter, or sometimes it's a singular paragraph in an overall story that you don't see the whole picture, but you're now judging it just on that one singular event, as opposed to it's now playing a part in a direction that's going to build to a much bigger and much more satisfying end. And that fans need to kind of keep that in mind, and the people that are performing it need to keep that in mind too, you know, and not live and die by just the critique.
Now, what led to your purchase of OVW, and what plans do you have for it for the future?
What led to my purchase of OVW was really timing. Danny Davis and I were discussing the future, and he was talking about how he was ready to retire. He had already bought a home in Clearwater, Florida, and one thing led to another, and we kind of came to the agreement that I would purchase it from him, and I'm excited. I really am. My plans for the future are to rebuild it. The bones are there, the structure's there. The television is still existing, it's still there. We're 25 episodes away from the 1000th episode of television continuously. So I think only Raw is, as far as a wrestling program, has been on longer than OVW. And I want to build it back up, both the school, which I can do, and the actual promotion side of it to where it was when I was there the first time with WWE, prior to WWE severing their ties and moving everybody to Florida. That last year we ran 186 live events. I don't think very many people know that. 52 of those were television tapings. That means 134 of those were live events. And we did an average attendance of nearly 400 people at each event for 134 events. I think that's pretty respectful. And it's my hope and my goal to build it back up to where we're running on that kind of a basis again, and giving young wrestlers an opportunity to not just go out and have a match, but go out and truly work in a functioning, independently operated territory where they can get that type of experience working on TV, understanding how that TV presentation relates to how they can motivate and draw an audience at those live events, what they can and cannot do, and what works and doesn't work for them, to build that audience and make it bigger to where they can now make more money at those events, to where they can now capitalize on their efforts in the ring, to where they can now merchandise themselves and sell their merch at those shows and on TV, and those are opportunities for experiences that you just can't get pretty much anywhere these days. It would be probably one of the singular place that you could do that, you know, and get learn skills that would prepare you for when you do have an opportunity on a national and international level to take full advantage of those, and not just go be another cog in the wheel, but truly have an opportunity to be a star and draw some money.
How are you going to manage all that on your own, because you have all these schools all over the world?
I'm not doing it on my own. I'm going to have a staff of people. I've already got 2 guys that are there right now running TV for me this evening, since I can't be there, and I'm going to get trainers, experienced trainers. I treat the wrestling schools, much like you would assume that you would should be treated like you would go to a university. You pay your tuition to go to a university, and let's say it's for accounting. You pay your tuition, and you're like, hey, that's, I'm ready to go. Who's my professor? Oh, he's really good. Oh yeah, okay. Well, what's he done? Where's he been? What companies does he work for? Well, he's not really been anywhere. He was the top of his class, and he's just worked for us. And he was so good that we've had him do some of the accounting for us here at the school, and we've had him start to teach everybody else. So wait a minute, you're telling me that he's not actually went anywhere? He's not had any real world experience? He's not actually been in an employment situation where he's made mistakes that he can then come back and tell me so that I can avoid those same pitfalls? And what am I paying the tuition for to learn from him? And that's what happens with a lot of these wrestling schools, is that a wrestler will go through the school, and no matter what the length of time, he doesn't have a real quantifiable amount of experience, but now he's teaching other potential, future students how to be professional wrestlers. So he himself doesn't have an adequate grasp or understanding of what it is he's teaching. Now the guys he's teaching have even less, and it starts to get watered down further and further. So the biggest thing I want to try to get for the school is people who have a certain amount of experience to where they can communicate that and teach that to the students.
And will you have individual promoters you're working with in the various towns promoting your product for all those house shows you're talking about?
Somehow, that was a lot of the way that, territories used to operate was, you'd have X number of towns and you would promote those towns, they'd be yours, but because I had the TV and the roster and the talent, then I'd send you those, and we'd work out the deal financially to where you were compensated for the work that you did. And some of those towns I'll do that with, and then some of those towns I'll have a marketing agent that I'm going to employ to go out and do those towns on my own.
A fan wanted me to ask you about Christopher Nowitzki, who you trained in Tough Enough and I guess in OVW as well.
Yeah, what about him?
What are your thoughts on him and what he's doing now with all the concussions?
Christopher Nowitzki was a very talented young man. I remember having the conversation with Chris once Tough Enough was over about the fact that I was picking Maven to win. And because Maven, it was just the right thing at the right time for the right reason for Maven, and I told and explained to Chris that if he wanted a career, that just to stay with it, and he'd be at the right time, it would be perfect for him. And he did come back, and he had the potential to be a major star. It's just too bad that he had suffered a concussion, came back too soon, and then once he came back, suffered yet another concussion, and then that was when he had post-concussion syndrome. But it's funny how life works. I mean, it works in odd ways. I think he's much better off now and doing far greater work for everybody concerned, as opposed to just being a WWE superstar. And not just for wrestling, but the NFL and just head injuries in general. I mean, him being involved with that Sports Legacy Institute and the work that they're doing and trying to understand the human brain and the damage that takes place from concussions is amazing, and it is changing how people view those things. I remember when I first got my second concussion. I was knocked out, sick, and I was just told, hey, don't fall asleep, your brain will swell and you'll die. And I spent 3 days trying to stay awake. Didn't even go to the hospital. And I didn't go to the hospital for a lot of them. I ended up suffering, 2 strokes from them. And you just never thought about it. I mean, it was just one of those things. It's like, dust it off, get back up, you'll move on. And now we realize that it has much greater effects, much more long-reaching side effects than we could have ever imagined.
And you've been friends with Mick Foley for a long time. Could you talk about your friendship with him and the incident he discusses in his book where I guess
Oh,
nuts were exposed to?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, Mick and I have been friends, for a lot of years, and we just hit it off. I mean, it was just, I don't know why, we just connected. And we like, I'm not bragging or putting it over, but like on screen, we have like a chemistry where we just work, like Martin and Lewis or, any other comedy duo. It just clicks. And we don't have to try or anything. And we were in the car, we'd be traveling together, and we'd do the verbal sparring where it was like boxing, but we'd use put downs and jokes on each other, and we would equate them to stinging them with a right or a left or an uppercut, or you got a standing 8 out of that, or have him up against the ropes or a knockout. I got to be honest, I knocked Mick out a lot. But then Mick took it outside of the car, took it into the locker room, and then got an audience, and then took it on the internet when the internet was just starting to come around, and then took it onto TV, and then took it into his books, and then just kept going with it to the point where now he's like literally obsessed, where it seems like anybody that would be that preoccupied with another person might have some kind of sexual attraction or something. It's kind of weird, a little freaky. But the story about the penis suplex in Montreal is because it was started with me and Bob Holly. I would work with Bob Holly quite a lot, and it was always so serious. So Bob would pick me up and he'd do a stalling suplex, and he'd hold me there for ever. I mean, just every night, and I knew he was ribbing me because he'd just continue to hold me there. So I started pointing at his crotch and making like it was, he had a small dick, or I'd act like I was whacking him off. He never knew. And then he'd always wonder why people were laughing when he'd hold me up there, and he'd be turning around in a circle, and I'd just be pointing at him. Because I got tired, I got bored just hanging out up there. So, and I loved ribbing him because he was a great straight man. So then Mick stooged me off one night in Montreal and knew that I didn't wear underwear or undertights on a singlet that I had, because you could see him underneath it. So I always wouldn't wear them under him. And so he told Bob, and I knew something was up. And it was a 4 corners match. It was Bob and Crash and the Dudleys and myself and Mick, and I can't remember who the 4th team was. And I did everything I could to avoid getting in the ring with Bob. And then somehow I got in the ring with Bob, and like Bob grabbed me and went to suplex me. And I thought, oh no you don't. And I went to kind of just dead ass on him, just dropped my hips. And he's so strong, he just took me right on up, and then he just went and uncovered the Big Jim and the Twins, and they were hanging out for everybody in Montreal to see in the ice arena there in the middle of December, which of course all my junk shrunk right up, and but to be fair, like, it ain't the first time that the Dick Mango Trio have made a public appearance. People have seen my junk all over the world. I do not know why I have a problem with that, but I was on the beach with Bushwhacker Luke and Butch and Marty Jannetty. Some lady comes up with her kids. Hey, can I take a picture? Scoot back. They drop right out in the shorts there. I'm in a battle royal. One of the guys come up and yank my tights all the way down to my ankles. Louisville, Kentucky, Triple H suplexes me. Out they go, So, yeah, it's been a problem as far as my junk making appearances literally around the world.
Now, Foley hasn't appeared on this channel yet, so is there any jab you want to give him to close off the topic of him today?
No. I can think of a lot, but Yeah, I mean, come on, look at it. There's just a wealth of material right there. But we'll let it slide.
Can you tell us the story of why Walmart pulled your WWE action figure?
Walmart pulled my WWE action figure, and actually I'm still number 5 on the list of things. There's 22 things that Walmart refuses to sell because they feel it's an endangerment to society. I got beat out by Pregnant Barbie. She's number 1. But my action figure is number 5. Now you can still buy an AR-15, live ammo, and a hunting knife at Walmart, but you can't buy Pregnant Barbie or my action figure. And the reason that happened was because 2 women, one of them was an assistant professor of all things of communications at a college in Georgia. And she had taken her kids to Walmart and walked in, saw a picture on the packaging of me holding the head and with a real crazy look on my face. Did no homework, did no research, didn't decide to actually watch the show. Nothing. Why do that? Because that goes back to our access of information and then expounding our opinion in a public forum. Let's just write a letter to the Atlanta Constitution complaining that, and I quote, my action figure was a training manual for future spousal abusers because I was running around with a decapitated woman's head. Now, this wasn't the first time this happened, because in ECW, we had ran a college and a women's group had protested the show because they had a picture of me holding the head like this, and it looked like I was choking a woman, which nothing could be further from the truth, because if you paid attention and you actually listened, I never referred to the head as male or female. I always referred to it as asexual, and I referred to it as them or they, never he or she, and I never interacted with it as if it was a she. But let's not bother with that. Let's just go ahead and write a letter to the Atlanta Constitution. And the Atlanta Constitution, of course, printed it because at that time wrestling was very, very popular throughout mainstream culture. And then immediately Walmart panicked, pulled the action figures from the shelf, which resulted in a week and a half of it being a national news event. Time magazine wrote an article about it. It was on, Jay Leno had it in his monologue, Dave Letterman talked about it, Rush Limbaugh. It was ridiculous. And they sold all the action figures, and to this day, if they make another action figure, they will not put the little popped off Barbie doll head in there for fear that somebody will get upset.
Do you have any stories about traveling with Marty Jannetty when you were the New Rockers with him? Because he's known for both his demons and his ribs.
As far as traveling with Marty Jannetty, I've got tons of stories. Some of them I really can't discuss here. And as far as traveling with him, as far as his ribs, Marty was like traveling with Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom. I don't know how his brain works, but like, if you leave him alone for 30 seconds, he starts looking around the room and thinking of shit to do, to mess with you. For example, one time, like if we went to an area and we were going to stay in a particular town for a hotel for 3 or 4 days, he didn't like to eat out. He would go, to save money, he'd go to the grocery store. So he'd buy groceries and then leave them set in the room on the air conditioner or whatever to keep them cool. I think Glenn Jacobs had slept in our room the night before, and then so we had a rollaway in the room, and I was taking a shower, which is never good because you're leaving him alone in the room. And I hear him out there doing something, and I know he's up to something. And he had taken the rollaway, had made it like an accordion, and stuck it between the bathroom door that opened in and the closet wall, because there wasn't much space, it was real narrow, and then sat the jug of milk on the mattress, so that when I opened the door, the mattress went like this and shot the jug of milk across the bathroom and crashed against the wall, and milk went everywhere. And it's just like, who thinks of that? How does your brain work like that? Went to go take a shower one time, and the water was all greasy because he had went and taken a shower before and taken the shower head off and stuffed it full of KY jelly. where did you get the KY jelly? Why are you bringing it with you? And you took the time to take a shower head off. How'd you get it off? 8 IcoPro amino tablets that had been left in his garage for years and had like kind of brown edge on them. It gave him horrific gas, and the only reason he ate them was because it gave him horrific gas, so he would fart on the plane and bother people. I remember we were at San Antonio in Texas, and they had this little closet of a room where they were having the agent meeting, and he's like, watch this. I go, okay. And he gets a big smile on his face, and he walks in the agent room, and then nothing. And all of a sudden the door opens, and he walks out laughing, shuts the door. He says, stand right here. I don't move. About 30 seconds later, Jesus Christ, and they all come piling out of there because he'd went in and busted ass, didn't tell anybody, and then shut the door again and left them sealed in that little small coffin of a room with him shitting his pants. Who does that? All the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Why do you think he was hired and refired so many times? Because he must hold the record for the amount of times.
I think he actually does. I think he beat Iron Sheik. Because Vince will always bring you back if he thinks he can make money with you. And Marty Jannetty is probably the most underrated performer in the history of wrestling. Because everybody goes, oh, you don't want to be the Marty Jannetty of the team. Why not? He's an incredibly talented guy. He was the foundation for he and Shawn together. Shawn, more charismatic, much better politician backstage, and Marty, of course, had his own personal issues and demons, but Marty was an incredibly talented guy, really, really talented guy, and I don't think he gets near the credit that he deserves for his ability in the ring or the matches that he's had. So, when people say, hey, you know, oh, he's the Marty Jannetty of the team, you might want to take that as a compliment and not as the slight that everybody intends it to be.
Now, speaking of Shawn Michaels, you had a weird match where you were Shinobi for, I guess, one show against Shawn Michaels. What was the whole idea behind that?
It was during a time where I had come in as Avatar, and I had, it was a different kind of character, different approach, and it was a character. It wasn't a gimmick. Gimmick is an extension of who you are. It is your own personality turned way up. That's why they work. Gimmicks work. Characters don't. They give you a character, then you have to portray a character. And wrestlers are not actors; they're reactors. And it's also a matter of it communicating energy-wise to a live audience and an audience on TV. And the reason that Steve Austin works is because he's Steve Austin. And the reason Undertaker works is because he's Undertaker. The reason the Ultimate Warrior works is because he's the Ultimate Warrior. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. They don't walk around, Ultimate Warrior don't run through the airport and screaming and shaking stuff, but he's the Ultimate Warrior. I can't make that clear enough. When you give somebody a character, it's a character, and most of the time they don't work. They just won't happen. But a large part of that too was that knowing what I know now, if I'd have known it then, I would have worked the matches completely different. I would have done the gimmick a completely different way, and probably could have made it at least a little bit more successful than what it was. So the match with Shawn was a match that I think Cornette had went to them and said, hey, this is a gimmick, this is a character, a gimmick that he's created. Why don't you let him go out there and wrestle as that? And I think Shawn basically volunteered and said, yeah, I'll go wrestle him so you can see what he can do. And then because I was more in my element and more comfortable doing the thing that, worked for me, that allowed them to see what real potential I had.
What is your martial arts background?
I've been trained in Kempo karate and jiu-jitsu and also long style karate. But I've got like black belt and brown and a green. I bought them all at JCPenney's. They made nothing. So.
And how was Shawn Michaels to deal deal with in those days? Was he all right with you?
Sean was all right. You know, it just, I don't know. It was a weird time, and it was a weird situation. You know, I was brought in and taught that the reason we all shake each other's hands was because we all need each other. You can't be the main event without the opening match, and you can't be the opening match without the main event. And you certainly can't win if somebody's not willing to lose. Nobody really wins. The only thing that's fake about professional wrestling, no ifs, ands, or buts about it, I don't give two shits what people say. The only thing is that it's predetermined. That's it. Everything that we do in the ring is quite real. All the bumps you take are quite real. If you do the moves, the real ones, real wrestling moves, an armbar is quite real. Headlock is quite real. Chokehold is quite real. Wrist lock is quite real. Toe hold, quite real. All of them, quite real. Some of the video game-esque type of moves that are now pretty prolific in wrestling, yeah, they're not real, but the bump is. The moves off the top rope, those are real because the bump still is. It's the intent behind what you're doing. That's what's fake. That hasn't changed. And a lot of guys, I'm not singling out Sean, but there were a lot of guys at that time, and it seemed like it was being fostered. It was being, you know, encouraged. That a lot of guys had this attitude of, oh, well, I'm the main event, this guy's a curtain jerker. You can't be the main event if you don't have an opening match. And there should be that type, you know, there should be the competitiveness to want to be the star, to be the thing that you know, drives the show. But you should also have an understanding that you're not bigger than the show. That it takes all of these other people to build up the house, to build up the card, to produce the show, to do the lights, to do the sound. You just walk out there as just you by yourself. Ain't nobody gonna pay to see that. I don't care who you are. Hulk Hogan never acted that way. Is Hulk Hogan a driven, self-centered performer? Yeah, we all are. But he would always go out of his way to thank people, to, you know, appreciate what they do. Vince McMahon himself will come up and tell you thank you. Because if he doesn't have you, he doesn't have a show. So there's nobody bigger than a show. And there were a lot of guys at that time that felt and behaved like they were.
Now, you've been around Jim Cornette for a lot of years, and you live in the same town.
I love Jimmy.
Yeah. Could you give me your opinion on him?
I love Jim Cornette. Jim Cornette is one of the few guys that I know that has went to bat for me on several occasions, and I owe Jimmy the world. Jimmy's just a really passionate individual when it comes to wrestling, but really, he's a very passionate and a very opinionated, and he's a very honest. He's very direct. So, you know, if you ask him something, he's going to give you his honest and direct opinion. He's not going to sugarcoat it. He's not going to lie. And if you don't like it, you don't like it. I know we all love to say, oh, I want people to be honest. Well, go talk to Jim. He's honest. I don't like Jim. Why? Because he says things that I don't like. But you want him to be honest. But, no buts. He'll give you his honest opinion. Now, the problem with Jimmy is there's no regulator. It's 0 to 100. And sometimes Jimmy, and you know, God love him, he can't come in and tell you that there's just dirty shoes on the carpet, because he'll come in and tell you it like the house is on fire. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's no in between. There's no, you know, it's all or nothing with him, and you know, and he's very passionate, which is great. I mean, it's, you know, but you know where he stands. You don't have to question. You don't have to wonder. All you need to do is go ask him. He'll tell you. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He's not gonna leave you guessing, or does he really mean what he says? He'll make sure you know.
Any chance that we're going to see him pop up in your version of OVW since he's in?
I'd love for Jimmy to come around, but I don't think so. Only because I think for Jimmy he'd be happier not. You know what I mean? I think Jimmy's one of the guys that he's so passionate and so driven that it has to be Jimmy's vision, and it has to be and it would be hard for him to kind of take a back seat and kind of just go along for the ride or co-pilot. He needs to be the guy behind the wheel. He needs to be the guy driving the bus, and I get that, I understand, but it'd be great, to be able to access, and I'm sure if I were to call him, he'd give me advice and give me his opinion, and at any time. But I think for Jimmy, he's happier where he's at, and I don't think coming and getting involved, not even with just OVW, but just wrestling in general on any full-time basis or even a part-time basis, I don't think it would do well for him.
Now, speaking of Jimmy's vision, you were very involved with Smoky Mountain Wrestling and well remembered from that territory. What are your memories from working at SMW?
I was very fortunate to get to work in Smoky Mountain Wrestling and to be programmed in an angle with Rock and Roll Express. I tell people all the time, all the wrestlers all the time, the most important thing that you have to develop is a personality. You have to develop a persona that allows people to describe you in a sentence or less. I don't care how good you are in the ring. If they can't turn to their friends and family and go, this guy is A, B, C, D, E, they're not going to pay to see you. Simple as that. And I knew Jimmy for years, and Jimmy had seen me wrestle in multiple independent shows, on WCW shows. Never had an interest in bringing me into Smoky Mountain. And then when I had trained Dan Severin, went out and made a smart-ass comment on an interview that the ringside interviewer was trying to get Dan to do, and I took the mic and made a smart-ass comment, that showed him I had a personality. It showed him that and inspired him and gave me the opportunity then to go to Smoky Mountain, because Eddie Gilbert had just left and teamed with Unabomb, which was Kane, and get those chances to work with Ricky and Robert, and then under Jimmy's guidance, and if I knew then what I know now, I could have capitalized on that opportunity much more than what I did, and I could have utilized it to truly get real ticket selling heat. I utilized it to show that I was a great wrestler. I didn't utilize it to show that I was a great worker, and I lost sight of that and tried to have just good matches, and as opposed to matches that would have built more of an audience in the territory. And going back, if I had the chance to go back, I'd do it a completely different way.
You were involved in a few vignettes and segments with The Rock. I'm not sure if you ever actually wrestled him or not. But
I wrestled him numerous times.
Okay, what are your thoughts on him and his accomplishments, and how was it to work with him?
I worked with The Rock when they first brought him in as Rocky Johnson. We worked a lot. We were paired together, and I was there to kind of help bring him along. And then they hid him away in the Nation of Domination, and then he basically was given that opportunity to find his voice, to find himself, and it worked. And it just took off from there. And then we had that little bit of that angle where we not only did the vignettes backstage where I was jealous of Mick and his relationship with The Rock, but we had matches that we worked on TV, and I think maybe a pay-per-view or something. I don't remember. But Dwayne Johnson is an awesome individual, and one, because he invests time, money, and effort in himself and works really hard. He's not just given anything. Two, he is what I talked about earlier. He's one of those guys that appreciates and thanks everybody, because he understands that he's not bigger than the show, that it takes more than just him to make him a star. Never once did I ever get the impression from him or have him treat me, or did I ever see him treat anyone in any untoward manner or disrespectful fashion, or as if they were less than him. And from what I've heard, he still does that to this very day. You know, he's a genuinely good person. And, you know, I couldn't be happier for him for all the success he's had.
Would you say he's the most successful wrestler of all time as far as becoming a celebrity and making all this money?
I'd say The Rock is unquestionably the most successful crossover celebrity out of wrestling that there ever has been. Yeah. You know, Hulk Hogan would be a close, you know, would be a second, and then, you know, probably then after that, Steve Austin, and, you know, and there are going to be people who are going to do, oh no, so-and-so. Look, that guy is making at least $20 million a film. How many movies has he put out just this year? And how many years has he been putting movies out? He's getting paid. He's been getting paid. He has his own production company. He does his own, produces his own projects. So I'd say he's pretty successful, and he's a worldwide brand. There's no place in this world people do not know his name.
And he's probably the only wrestler around that could sell out arenas these days.
Still to this day. It's no accident that at the WrestleMania in New York, they brought The Rock back to face John Cena. Why? You're going to go through the time and expense to bring back The Rock when you have a whole roster of people that you could have chosen? Because you knew that if you put him in that match against John Cena, what was going to happen?
It's going to sell tickets and pay-per-view buys.
That's right. That's right.
And what do you think about Hulk Hogan? You just brought him up, him being taken out of the Hall of Fame and everything that's going on with him.
You know, I think it's sad. I think it's disappointing that, you know, they've pretty much erased him from WWE history, and all of his work and all of his accomplishments, and you know, I think that's just, I don't know, it's disappointing. You know, I'm not condoning what he said. I got to make that clear. Jesus, because everybody will take it the wrong way and get offended. I certainly am not condoning what he said. But people do make mistakes. People do say stupid things. There's not a person watching this or ain't watching this that haven't ever done or said something stupid that could possibly be offensive to a large group of people somewhere at some point at some time. And should they be now chastised and treated the way that Hulk has been? You know, I think it's, you know, they could have done something. He could have issued an apology, and then let it be. It's almost, you know, I don't know. It would seem like a very extreme knee-jerk reaction that WWE had done. You know, that where they just jumped on it and were like, "Whoa, we got to take this action," and they just took it to the absolute 10th level.
You knew him in TNA, I guess, for his time there.
Mm-hmm.
What was he like to deal with there?
Hulk Hogan in TNA was great. Hulk Hogan, you know, I never heard him complain. No matter how much pain, he was in a lot of pain. He had to have a lot of surgeries and a lot of work done on his knees and his back and his hip. He'd always show up early when he was asked. He would do media. I watched him when we were in England, you know, doing a meet and greet. He would interact with every single person that was in that line. And when, you know, they were like going to cut the line off, he told them no. And he sat there and he made sure that every single person that was in line, he had given them time and effort and gave them a moment. Because that's what the fans want. They don't want just an autograph. I mean, that's pointless. They want a moment. They want an opportunity to share something, a special moment with the celebrity or the fan or the wrestler, I mean, that they're coming to see, and he took the time with each and every one of those fans to do exactly that.
And you mentioned Steve Austin. I know you're friends with him, but where do you think his place in history is in wrestling? And I think you wrestled him too, didn't you?
Well, I've wrestled Steve and worked with him at the school I had in Lima, Ohio, and he's an awesome individual. I can't say enough good things about Steve. And you know, as far as his place in history, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. I mean, he's right up there. There's not many that could be much bigger than Steve Austin. He really completely, single-handedly revitalized wrestling in the late 90s and early 2000s. If it had not been for Steve and Vince McMahon, we would not have enjoyed the boom that we had at that time, you know? And if that was, again, he was the catalyst that created that crossover and made it such a mainstream phenomenon.
And you won the European title from Perry Saturn. What are your thoughts on him as a wrestler and all the recent personal issues he's had?
Well, Perry was always a very talented guy, and he was, you know, he was a great wrestler. And the stuff that's going on with him now, I just think it's sad. It's heartbreaking, you know. When people that watch it and they make comments or they make remarks, just remember, we all, well, not Canadians, because you guys have healthcare up there, but in the United States, every one of us are a hospital bill away from being in the exact same situation that Perry Saturn's in right now. And you know, whenever we drive by and we see homeless people or we see somebody in Perry's situation, and just, but for the grace of God, there go I, because at any moment, at any time, your circumstances could change like that, and you could be in the exact same situation as Perry. And I just think it's a tragedy.
Superstar Billy Graham's another guy that he has a GoFundMe going because he's in a lot of physical pain and he needs an operation. What's your opinion on his place in wrestling history?
Superstar Billy Graham was an inspiration, you know, and was almost like I would liken Superstar Billy Graham to being like the Gorgeous George was of the 50s. Billy Graham was that of the 70s. You know, he was a guy that literally, you know, drove a lot of other young wannabe wrestlers into emulating him. I remember even when I first started wrestling, I had the tie-dyed tights and, you know, thought of myself, you know, because he was over. I mean, he was really over. Because he could cut promos. He looked like $1 million. I mean, he was amazing, and you know, he had an awesome run in WWF at that time as a world champion. He and Bruno drew big houses, drew a lot of money. I think the rumor has it that even when Vince Sr. was wanting him to drop the belt to Backlund, you know, Bruno didn't want him to do it and wanted to keep working with him and wanted to have Billy, you know, go into business for himself and, you know, keep it running and keep it going. The run that he and Bruno had, because they were just drawing so much money. But Vince Sr. was very much a man that he gave you a date and he gave his word and then he stuck to it.
And you had some great matches with Steve Regal. Any memories of those and his position now with WWE?
Steve Regal is an amazing worker in every sense of the word. Has so much experience and such an understanding of what needs to be done in the ring and when to do it and why to do it. And you know, it was a day off every time I got the opportunity to work with Steve Regal, because all I had to do was, you know, it allowed me to sell and truly sell, not just lay there and act like I was hurt, but to sell and sell the finish and sell working with him. I got one opportunity one time to work with Finley, and it was much the same way. Both guys very aggressive, coming at you as if it were a real competitive situation, and it makes it so easy for you to do what you need to do.
Now, Wes Briscoe was a gut check winner when you were in TNA, and he works for us now quite regularly, Ray North Wrestling. So I was wondering your opinion on him.
I think Wes Briscoe is a great kid. I really like Wes. I think he's got a lot of heart. I think he's got a lot of talent. I think that, you know, I've seen in my experience and a little bit with Wes, and to their detriment. And I think they get the guys like Wes, Garrett Bischoff, David Flair is another situation. Eric Watts another situation where they have a famous father, and then they kind of get put in places before they're ready, before they've developed, before they've gotten the experience, before they've garnered the understanding. They're now put in spots long before they should be. And, you know, the people that are doing it, the dads, are well-meaning, you know what I mean? The only one of those guys I've ever seen that really was able to pick that ball up right then and there and run with it with that little amount of experience was Dustin Rhodes. Every other one, that's just been too much too soon to be put in that spot with too many expectations for them to be able to draw at a certain level that they just themselves couldn't fulfill. There's just no way. Which then that pressure of being the son of somebody, you know, like Wes is Gerald Briscoe's son, Jack Briscoe's nephew, you know, it cracks him, it pushes him, and it's a shame. Very talented kid, had a lot of potential, but was just put a little too far, a little too soon, to where, you know, he wasn't ready to carry that ball. And the further you put him up the card, the more the expectations, the more the pressure, and if they don't have that polish, that experience, and that understanding, they can't carry it off.
Now, Alex Silva was another gut check winner. I guess he's in jail right now for
Is he?
something drug related. Yeah, because we did an interview with him shortly before he was going away.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure if it was going to be up to 3 years, so I'm not sure exactly how long he's going to be away for. But he admitted to us that he had some issues in TNA as far as getting to the airports on time and so forth. What were your thoughts on the opportunity he had and what happened with it?
Well, he had a great opportunity, but Alex was too immature. It was not ready. It was not the right thing at the right time for Alex, because he had a lot of talent, had a great look, had a great build, had a lot of charisma, had a lot of passion, had all the tools, but he had no maturity and he had no experience. And his head went so far up his ass that he needed a plastic stomach so he could see out of it, so he could see where he was going. That was the problem. And Alex basically took a blessing and made it into a curse because of his immaturity and his stupidity. And I've told him that to his face. It's not like I'm saying this, and I'm not saying it as a put down. I'm saying it as a statement of fact. I'm not disparaging him. It's just the truth. He got completely lucky on that gut check and Flair saying yes, recanting his no and saying yes, because he cut such an impassioned promo and had such an opportunity, and he pissed it away because of his own personal issues and his own personal demons and his immaturity. Like I said, if he'd have grown up and been able to see the forest for the trees and actually understood what he had, who knows what he could have done.
Bruce Pritchard was a producer in TNA around the same time you were in talent relations there. Now Bruce is really popular again with his podcast and everything. So I'm just wondering what it was like working with him behind the scenes.
You know, Bruce he was in Vince's Inner Circle for years. And before that, he had been working with Paul Bosch in Houston. So he's got so much experience. And, you know, Bruce wasn't just a producer. Bruce was the actual vice president of talent relations and television. And, Bruce brought all of that experience and all of that understanding and all of that he had learned with Vince and with Pat Patterson and all of those people. And it was a great opportunity for me to watch and learn a lot of those things that he did at the same time. So,
is he as funny off camera as he is on?
Oh yeah, Bruce is pretty funny. He and Simon Diamond, Pat Kinney, we'd all travel together, and he would purposely just do things or say things to get Pat wound up, and then they'd sit there and argue back and forth, and it just basically put on a show. It was hilarious at first, until after about 3 days you wanted to shove them both out of the car while the car was still moving.
What are your thoughts on Dixie Carter, and what do you think her biggest mistake was when she was running TNA?
Dixie Carter is a wonderful lady, very charming. She's very sweet, but she's not a wrestling promoter. It's not a passion for her, and as a result, that was one of the mistakes that she made, was that it was not a passion for her, and it was more of a vanity project, in my opinion. And the other problem was, and this goes back to for any business, it wasn't her money at first. A large part of the time, it was her parents' money, and the company's, Panda Energies. So if it had been her money, there's a difference when it's your money, that you don't go and rent a palatial office building at first, and you go and you get the cheapest office space you can get. That's nice, gives a good presentation, creates a nice image, but isn't really isn't top of the line, because you just can't afford it. You haven't got the money coming in, and as the money comes in, you now expand and you grow and you move into the high-end office space. You don't buy a $2,000 desk. You go to secondhand store and you buy a $100 desk. You get a chair on sale. Now when you're making money, now you get the big executive desk and the executive furniture in the office, and you decorate it, and you don't do all of those things until your company is making money. And that wasn't the case. And that was a big mistake. The other biggest mistake is that she surrounded herself with sycophants and people that wanted to simply justify their job, as opposed to actually trying to do it and build a company for her. They would all go out of their way they'd literally trip over a quarter. They'd trip over $1 to save a quarter. They would go out of their way to try to do the least amount of marketing, promotion, and advertising, but expect the most maximum return on a live event. She just can't do. They would rely heavily on social media for promotion. Social media is great. It's an awesome tool, but it is simply an assistance that you use in addition to television and radio. Because at the end of the day, there's a much bigger and much broader audience that listens to the radio in their car, and there are a much bigger, much broader audience that watch TV than ever there is on the internet. Don't believe me? Then answer me this question. Why do internet service providers advertise their services on the radio and television? Because they're trying to reach an audience that they can't reach on the internet.
Now, Billy Corgan tried to buy TNA at one point, and he had some position there, and it was very brief. What were your thoughts on that situation? And now he's going on, so I guess he has control over the NWA title, and he's trying to build that back up.
Yeah. That was a really interesting situation. TNA was practically like a vampire. Like, you'd think it was dead, and then all of a sudden it came back to life, and then it would be right there again, and it was 1 foot in the grave, and then it come back to life. A situation where people step forward, much like Billy Corgan. Aerolux had stepped forward to finance the TV in exchange for a portion of ownership in the company. Billy's a very passionate, fan. He wants to be involved in wrestling because he loves it. And it didn't work out for him, obviously. When Anthem came in and they, purchased the controlling interest and basically, I think, paid Billy off. They paid Aerolux off and paid off all the debts that TNA had incurred, to where they could take it over 100%. And that might have been for the best for Billy. You know what I mean? It's going to be a major project, and I hope that TNA doesn't just survive; it goes on to thrive and continue to grow, and becomes a real substantial promotion, because the wrestling business needs it desperately. But as far as his, acquisition of the NWA and control of the title, I think, I've seen a lot of the stuff they're doing, and I think it's really good. and I think it's necessary. I just wish that they could reach a broader, more general audience with it, because the project itself is terrific, and they're taking the right steps to make that title seem like it's a noteworthy and significant title again. It's just going to take it's going to take time.
Our videos are getting more views than their title match videos, so.
Yeah, and that, and this is nothing against Nick Aldis, but, this is something I've never understood with the NWA back before Billy had it. They would put the NWA title on, and don't get me wrong, again, not disparaging anybody, put it on Tim Storm, they put it on Adam Pearce. If I'm the general fan, I don't know who those guys are. If I see NWA champion on a poster and I see so-and-so, I'm not compelled to buy a ticket. If I see NWA world heavyweight champion Billy Gunn, I know who Billy Gunn is. And I'm more compelled to buy a ticket because that name has a brand awareness to it. The NWA, unfortunately, in and of itself, it's going to take a while to build up that brand awareness of it again, and back to where it may, now be in and of itself a draw, a thing that compels somebody to want to potentially buy a ticket when they go, oh, he's NWA world champion. Oh, I want to go see that. Because there's, since WCW stopped using or affiliating with NWA, I forget what year that was, back in
91 or 92.
Was it 91 or 92? I thought it might have been in the late 80s.
Because they still kept a version of it in Japan, I think.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay, they had it kept in Japan. I'm talking about the general audience.
Yeah.
And having access to and being shown, hey, this is the NWA, this title means something.
It was around the time Turner took over.
Yeah. And they dubbed Crockett. There was a stink about a title change, and the association, the promoters didn't want that done, and Crockett was like, well, screw it, then we'll just use WCW belt. And that's what they did. And then, so now how many generations, 3, 4 generations of an audience that have not been taught or made aware of how significant the NWA title is? It's just going to take a lot of time, and it's going to take, more exposure of that title to build it back up again.
How do you think the new owners of Impact are doing now with the cutbacks and trying to keep a more reasonable budget? It seems.
Well, I think that's what they've always needed to do. Even back in the prior days, they needed to cut back and make more. Number one rule in wrestling, besides if it sells tickets, do it. Number 2 rule is you got to take shit and make shoe polish, and that's basically, they're in a tough spot. They absolved a lot of debt, and that raises their back end. It raises the nut that they've got to crack to get their money that they've already invested back out before they can ever claim that they're actually making a profit. And so they're doing the best thing they can do, which is, limit expenses as much as they can, and then they're going to have to be as creative as possible as far as its presentation to make the talent look as much like stars as possible, so that they can be attractions and can possibly draw money to now start to backfill that debt. I have to do the same thing in OVW. I'm going to have to try to, make the talent. I've got to update the presentation and the appearance. The show looks good, but I have to update it more so that it looks more like not just a show, but an event in and of itself, so that now the wrestlers look more like stars. I give them a platform as much as possible to make them an attraction. And but I can't go out there and just have an unlimited amount of money and spend it like WWE does. I've got to do it as best I can, as effectively and as efficiently as I can, without breaking the bank and putting myself into where I've got such a high overhead that I'm never going to be able to turn a profit. And I think TNA's in the exact same situation.
What's your opinion on this one night only show that Cody Rhodes is involved with?
I wish Cody Rhodes and everybody that's involved in it nothing but the best of luck. I hope to God it's successful. Not just for Cody, because I love Cody. He's one of my kids. But because, the wrestling business needs it. If they can pull this off, and it will help to reinvigorate the business in a lot of different ways, and help to reinvigorate it on a level of where TNA might have a little more interest and a little more appeal. OVW would have a more interest because it might create an audience that goes, hey, you know what? It's not just WWE. Hey, I'm going to try and see where some of these other wrestlers wrestle and, see what they do. And Cody's smart. It's not a matter, in my opinion, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when Cody goes back to WWE. If this is, win, lose, or draw with this, Cody now has more value and has a better spot to renegotiate, so he can go in there in a better position to make more money and be in a better position on the card, and because he's making his name especially in the wrestling community, have value, and it's not just sitting back and trying to live off of just what he did with WWE. He's creating his own, which is admirable.
And what do you think about the whole Enzo Amore situation that was much talked about recently?
I just think look, from what I understand, maybe I'm wrong, but I think he was cleared of all charges or something.
I'm not sure there was actually anything more than a Twitter accusation. I'm not sure if there was ever actual form.
See, I don't know.
Yeah.
If that's the case, that's even worse. Sexual assault is a terrible, terrible thing, because it's one thing to be a thief and to steal property or to destroy personal property. You can always go out and buy something else. But if it's sexual assault, you're stealing something that those people can never get back. You've taken something away from them, and it's a terrible deed. What's worse, though, is to falsely accuse, to cry wolf, and now literally destroy someone's life that's not ever done anything, and that makes it harder. What's even worse about it is not just the damage it's done to the individual that was falsely accused. It makes it harder for someone, male or female, who is sexually assaulted to come forward, and now for people to immediately believe them because someone else has used that as a weapon or a tool to burn somebody else's life to the ground. And that's the real tragedy of the whole situation, And I feel for Enzo. I think it's a terrible, terrible place that he's been put in. I don't know. Again, I heard that he was exonerated of all accusations, and if there was, I think there was an actual investigation at one point, police investigation, and they determined. And if that's the case, if they have determined that, and he is exonerated, then she should face some kind of punishment from the law, and I mean an extreme kind of punishment, because that's unforgivable. Now this man's career, his life is destroyed. WWE again jumped and they immediately cut him loose. That's their decision. I'm not judging that. But now he's tried in a court of public opinion. No matter what he does, as far as the public's concerned, there are going to be those that are always going to label him as some kind of sexual predator. Where if he's never done it, was never involved in that, how fair is that? How just is that? And then, she should, if that's the case, she should face some kind of punishment. If he had done it, then yeah, they should absolutely do everything that they've done to him and more, because it's a completely unforgivable crime. But what's even worse is if he hasn't. And from what I understand, he didn't. That they did a thorough investigation and found out that she was completely falsely accusing him.
Now, I believe you had some hand in CM Punk's OVW training practice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for quite some time.
What are your thoughts on his jump over to UFC? And I guess he has a much better chance at his next fight because it's another guy that's 0-1.
I don't know if he has a much better chance, but I think it's great. I always told everyone that I've trained, get out of the wrestling business on your terms. And there's nothing wrong with what he's done. He wanted to go and do it, He pursued it. He has a name that's marketable thanks to WWE, which is allowing him to get this opportunity to do it on the level that he's doing it with the minimal amount of experience that he's doing it with. But my dad always taught me that if you sit and watch a fox chasing a rabbit, rabbit's usually going to outrun the fox. Why? The rabbit's run for his life. The fox run for his dinner. You want to figure out who's going to win in a fight? Watch the two men, see which one's fighting for his life and which one's fighting for his dinner. When that guy that Punk faced the first time came in, he was fighting for his life. It wasn't an opportunity for him. For him, if he had lost Punk, his whole career was done. And all he does is MMA. At some point in time, if Punk wanted to, thanks to the fact that he's still involved in MMA and he's keeping his name and his brand out there, he can always go back to WWE. That guy could never go anywhere. Not to mention, you imagine what the rest of the MMA world are going to be saying about him if Punk were to have beat him. This second guy, he's facing the exact same thing. And Punk better be ready and better be fighting for his life, because the other guy, I guarantee you, is. He ain't going to be fighting for his dinner. He ain't fighting for a payday. He ain't fighting just because, hey, I wanted to be a UFC fighter. He's fighting because he's fighting for his career. That was what made Royce Gracie back in the original UFC so hard to beat, is because you're taking on Royce Gracie. Well, Royce Gracie is taking on his entire family and carrying on the tradition and their name. And the brothers set that whole tournament up to put over Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. So if he loses, he's not losing. His whole family's losing. Their whole livelihood, everything is taking a step down. So how hard is that going to be able to beat that guy?
Now, for Roman Reigns, he's always a subject amongst the fans, as you were talking about earlier. Do you think he's doing all right, or do you think there should be a change in his character, turning him heel or something?
I think Roman's doing great. I think I think Roman really found his voice, and earlier or late last year, like in the fall or something, with him and Cena when they were going back and forth, and all of a sudden everybody loved him. And that's all it's taking, is that he's just got to find the right thing. The vocal minority are turning on him, much like they did Cena, much like they did The Rock, because they don't feel like they can be pandered to, and WWE can just push somebody down their throats. So they rebel, and they go, well, we're not just going to buy it. We're not just fans. We know what you're doing, and so therefore we're not going to like him, even though really they kind of want to. And given the right amount of time and the right circumstance, he'll find his persona, his voice, and when he does, they'll all be on board. Because how many of them all love Cena now?
A lot.
Exactly. And how many of them hated him before? And The Rock, when they used to chant, Rocky sucks, and then all of a sudden he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Roman Reigns will be the exact same thing.
What do you think of Brock Lesnar's latest contract? I'm sure you've heard the details. He's doing quite well.
I haven't heard his details, but
apparently it's going to be like over $600,000 a match and $120,000 for an appearance, I guess.
Oh, good for him. Good for him. I think he deserves it. He's a draw. People will tune in and watch him.
Apparently he's going to get a UFC title shot against the winner of the next heavyweight fight. Do you think it would be a wise idea if WWE keeps the title on him going into this UFC fight that he might be having?
Why not? Why not? How would it hurt WWE in either way if they kept the title on him and he went in and didn't win in the UFC? He'd still be a draw. He might even be more of a draw. And then they can use that to take the belt off of him and let somebody else beat him. Which could create more interest. And there's a million things they can do with that. Either way, I don't think it would be an issue to leave it on him. I don't know why they would go out of their way to take it off of him before he went into the UFC.
Do you think there's going to be more crossover stars in the future? We've seen Ronda Rousey's success. I
don't know. It'd be interesting to see. UFC every form of fighting is different from the standpoint that it has different timing, distance, and footwork. And, certain people might be able to adapt and make that crossover. But let's be honest. I mean, what guy in UFC right now would you want to see in WWE that has that appeal?
Me personally, nobody. So.
Exactly. There's really nobody. There's not another Brock Lesnar. There's not another Ronda Rousey. And until there'll be one, but that really is the downfall for UFC, is that they'll get somebody that they've built that finally is a draw, and then they get bopped and get cut off, and Chuck Liddell, awesome. What happened? Started losing. What happened as a draw? Gone. And it just goes down the list. I mean, they burn through them so fast. It's tough because the guys, they fight more frequently than boxers do, so they have more of a likelihood of, losing those key matches and then killing that attraction, killing that heat. And once you kill that heat, they've got to be on a certain level to be able to carry that over and cross over into WWE, and vice versa. And I don't think it's going to stop. I think it's going to get rarer that you're going to see it.
And what do you think of WWE's current recruiting practices, where it's CrossFit athletes, ex-football players, amateur wrestlers, a lot of people that may not actually ever get into wrestling if it wasn't for development contract being given right away? Do you think they'll have the same passion to be able to stick with the business in the long haul?
Well, I hope that they have the same passion, because that's what it's going to take for them to succeed. I don't care how. I don't know how many people that have all the talent, all the charisma, all the athletic ability, all the cosmetic appearance, the ability on the microphone, the adeptness in the ring, and they don't have the passion to perform. And we've got a long list of those guys in WWE that have been there and come and gone. And I understand it's a law of averages. It's just the numbers. If you bring in a certain number of them, a certain number are going to not work because of that lack of passion. But that one or two that you do get that do pick it up, like a Kurt Angle or Brock Lesnar, etc., then you're going to have those guys that you can market and use as attractions and build around the rest of the roster. So I guess they're just throwing out a wide net, as wide as possible, to pull in as many as they can and then start paring them down as they go.
I know you had a hand in Lashley's training. Are you happy to see him back with WWE?
I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled with Bobby Lashley being back in WWE, because we had a conversation in TNA. It was one night where he was about to go out and do a promo, and I made some comments and suggestions to him, and then all of a sudden he had found his voice. He had found who he was. You could see it, you could feel it, you could hear it when he spoke. And when he came back, I told him, I said, I don't know why you're here. I don't know why you're not in WWE, because you and Brock Lesnar would be a money match, because you're the only one that physically, visually looks like he could stand a chance. And not to mention, you have your own background in mixed martial arts and Bellator that you're still performing in and fighting in, and that's him being in his understanding and feeling of who he is and his ability to cut a promo on the mic. He and Brock Lesnar would be money.
And what's going on with your acting career? Are you still taking acting jobs?
I'm still taking acting jobs. There's a potential film coming up. It's a special film over in England that deals with Alzheimer's, and is, I think the majority of the proceeds that whatever the film garners will go to the Alzheimer's Foundation. And had a couple of other roles that I was offered, one in Australia, and I just haven't had an opportunity to go and take advantage of these and act, because I've just been so involved with OVW lately, and Collar and Elbow, I've been dealing with that a lot, and then wrestling myself. Still, just been keeping too busy to actually take the time to get out and do the acting as much as I want.
You want to tell us about your Collar and Elbow company?
Collar and Elbow is, you can go to collarandelbowbrand.com. Collar and Elbow is basically trying to create a wrestling brand, much like Under Armour is for, kind of encapsulates football and the passion that football fans have. Nike kind of does that for basketball, kind of track. Kind of felt like wrestling in general, not just professional wrestling, but wrestling in general didn't have that. And I mean, let's face it, we're all fans of wrestling. I'm so much of a fan. I've been doing it for 36 years and still watch it, still enjoy it, still love it, still have a passion for it, to the point where I bought a goddamn company. And out of my mind. So you can't say I'm not a fan of wrestling. And I wanted to, we wanted to create a wrestling brand that, you could wear clothing that kind of showed that your passion for it. You could wear it out. We could try to come up with designs you could wear it out in public and, not feel self-conscious. I mean, any grown man is not going to want to wear the face of another grown man on his chest, like a lot of wrestling merchandise is. Just weird. But hey, if you like doing that, that's your business. And you don't want to wear, wrestling merchandise that you're in mixed company and you got the jerk who comes up, oh, well, you like that? That's fake. And it's like, well, thanks, Agatha Christie, you figured that out. Let's call Angela Lansbury. She doesn't need a job on Murder, She Wrote anymore with you solving mysteries like that. We all know it's fake. We enjoy it. And you can wear this, wear it anywhere you want. Nobody, they'll just say, hey, that's a cool shirt or that's a cool outfit. But if you're a wrestling fan, you'll see it, you'll know it, it'll be something you can share, and you'll want to get it. And we use really high-end, high-quality clothing. The shirts and etc. are really nice, and they're not just the thick, heavy cotton Gildan type of stuff. They're really the very high-end type of stuff that we do. And you can always round up your purchase, because we're here at the Cauliflower Alley Club. We always we allow them to round up their purchase, and those proceeds get contributed to Cauliflower Alley Club, which I don't know how much we've contributed since we started, but
yeah, I mean, well over $1,000.
Over $1,000 from the purchases we've contributed to Cauliflower Alley Club and their charitable endeavors. And we've got a new line that's military inspired, and a portion of the proceeds from all of that will go to the American Legion for the veterans and from the services.
And you're obviously have OVW now, so I guess your main school is going to be there.
The main school will be there. I still have 4 affiliate schools, Al Snow's Wrestling Academy, or ASWA, in Sussex, London, Cheshire, and the Midlands in the UK. And then I have 1 in Romania, 1 in Denmark, 1 in Portugal, 1 in Greece, and 1 in Chile, in Santiago, and I'm going over in June because we're going to open one up in Concepcion.
How do you have any free time?
I don't have a whole lot right now. So I'm kind of.
What does your wife think of all these projects?
My wife's awesome. She really truly is. I'm not just saying that to put her over. She's the best, and she she understands, and I make an effort when I'm home to be with her and make up for time, but just sometimes recently in the last few weeks it's been pretty hairy because I've just been I've been going literally every day. I've either traveling somewhere, or I'm doing something with OVW, or I'm getting involved with boxing events and in that too. Because why not? And just go
as a promoter.
Yeah. So why not have more? I'm not going to box. Are you out of your mind? It's like that's not going to happen. I did that. I did stuff like that years ago. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care how tough you are. Nobody likes to get hit in the face, and I don't either. So I'm not going to stand there and do boxing. I'll promote it. I'll produce it, but I'm not gonna get in the ring.
Are those events going to be in Kentucky?
Yeah.
At the OVW Arena?
We'll have some of the amateur shows at the OVW Arena and then some of the bigger shows at some other venues.
So you're very busy. Where can people follow you on social media?
People can follow me at The Real Al Snow on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, because there were some fakes. And like I say, I'll always notify them and go, look, you're going to fake being a celebrity, raise the bar. Well, why be me? Come on, you can do better. So they can follow me there. You can go to collarandelbowbrand.com. And you can go to OVWrestling.com. And you can watch the shows that we tape for television, broadcast television every week.
And I assume maybe at some point you're going to have an open tryout for people that want to come and show themselves.
Yeah, for Ohio Valley, yes, we will definitely be having it because I need to bolster up the roster and I've got some ideas. Going to bring in some more experienced people that are close by, so that I can integrate them. Because I can't operate like an independent wrestling promotion. There's a difference. An independent wrestling promotion can bring in Billy Gunn for one night, and that's great because he's a great attraction. He'll draw an audience. I need to bring in a Billy Gunn and integrate him into the television show. And as if he's a part of that roster, so that it elevates the entire roster, so that he can go out and perform not just on that television show and not just on that one show that week, but on 2 or 3 shows that week, and then television next week, and then 2 or 3 shows the following week, and then television the next week, and 2 or 3 shows. Otherwise, he's great for an occasional special appearance, but I need to integrate and be able to build around some of these more experienced wrestlers that live a little closer and can be there on a regular or even semi-regular basis.
Is there a whole writing team, or are you the main one behind the book?
I'm the main one behind it. I always have been. When I was there with TNA, I was the main one behind it. When I was there with WWE, when I took over from Greg Gagne, I was the main one behind it. But I have a couple of assistants that help. And I tell all the talent all the time, to contribute, to give ideas, and sincerely, there are no politics. I try to explain this to everybody. When you're writing or you're booking TV, I like to say booking because I don't really write. I book TV. You get a vision. It's like putting together a picture puzzle. But you don't have a lid with a picture on it, and you don't have edge pieces. You literally have to construct everything from scratch. And for whatever reason, you can't verbalize it, but you get an idea, you get a vision. That, hey, you know what? What's going to sell right now that's really going to draw an audience is I need to make a picture of a horse. I don't know what kind of horse, I don't know what color horse, I don't know where it needs to be standing, but I need to make as defined and clear a picture of a horse. That's what's going to draw the audience for right now. So the wrestlers are nothing more than puzzle pieces that I got to place in that to make that picture. And the more defined and the more they are willing to be the piece that they need to be for me to make that picture for that time, the more clear and the more I can make it for the audience that now draws them in. So I'm trying to make a picture, and it ends up starting to develop into a white horse with a flowing mane and tail, standing on 3 of its legs with one pulled up in a beautiful field, sunlit, with wooden fences. And I need you to be the hoof on the foot that's holding up. You don't want to be the hoof. Nobody wants to be the hoof. Nobody wants to be a horse toenail. That's not special. You want to be the mane. You want to be the long flowing mane. You want to be the spotlight. But if I try to put you in there, you don't fit right now. It doesn't work. So now the whole picture's screwed up because I can't have a 3-footed horse. So now I can't make the horse because you don't want to cooperate because you feel like you need to be something else. What you fail to see and understand, because you'll blame me and say, well, you're just putting so-and-so in there in the main because you like him or blah, blah, blah. I'm nothing further from the truth. I hate all of them. It's not that. I'm putting that person there because they fit there right now. But you don't understand that the next time we put together a picture puzzle, because I got to make another one. I have to make that one, then I got to move and make another one. I'm going to make a pirate ship. And you just happen to be the thing that's going to be the captain. And you're going to be the centerpiece of that pirate ship. And I can do that. But I need you to be the piece of the puzzle at that time for that reason, so that the next time I make a picture, you fit in a different place and you take a more prominent role. But guys and girls, that's the management part of, that's the hardest part of booking, is trying to get them to understand and do the right business at the right time for the right reasons, to fit in the right space, to make the best picture that will draw the biggest audience. And that really is ultimately what a booker, not a writer, does, is they try to construct that and utilize the roster in the best possible way that benefits everyone, not just that singular person.
And you mentioned you took over from Greg Gagne. That reminds me, like, what was his heat all about? Because
I'm not sure. Not really sure. I have no idea. I know that Greg was brought in, and there was, he was always nervous and a little unsettled, and Greg Gagne is a great guy. He's very funny and, a wealth of experience. But it just didn't seem like it was meant to be right from the start. It just seemed like there was a bend towards him not being there or something. And for what reasons, I'm not privy to. I don't know. Just anything I would say would just be speculation and assumption. I just couldn't tell you. But it didn't work, and Greg went on. They WWE bought the AWA library, so it's not like I think he suffered that badly. And he just didn't get to stay in the business and be a part of something he enjoyed.
And last question is a fan question, and they wanted to know your recollections of your involvement with Windy City Wrestling in its formative years.
Windy City Wrestling with Sam DeCiro. I mean, man, talk about a guy. He was in the right place at the right time. He got really good television. He called it Windy City Wrestling, WCW. He was able to then, he was able to take a lawsuit against WCW, and Sam's a great guy, but he's one of those that you could literally step in a bucket of shit and come out smelling like a rose. And I remember when they were first starting, like, Windy City was hot. The school was packed. I don't know how many students they had, and had a lot of talented individuals there. A lot of really talented, good-looking guys that were, and that TV was doing great ratings. They were drawing good houses. They ran the International Amphitheater on an annual basis, the Battle of the Belts, which was awesome because Mickey Doyle and I got brought in and got to work in the International Amphitheater. And for those that don't know, the International Amphitheater in the United States was the birthplace of television wrestling on the old Dumont network. They would film it there and then send it out, broadcast it out to all across the United States. There was a building right prior to that, but then it went to the International Amphitheater. So, and I remember working on that show in a tag match with Mickey and I, and it was sold out. I mean, it was packed to the rafters, And any show that we went on, he was drawing really good houses. I mean, he was doing good business, And then the business started to drop off, and but Sam, he's a survivor. He went on and did other things. I don't think he's doing any wrestling promoting anymore. I haven't seen or heard of him anymore.
And finally, any closing remarks you'd like to make to end this off?
Any closing remarks I would like to make is just thank you to all the fans for being fans. Without them, we would not get to do what we love to do. I have nothing but the absolute ultimate appreciation for each and every person who loves wrestling. Don't want that misunderstood, that when I hear me saying what I say, it's not directed to the fans. And I think the fans think I'm speaking to them. I'm not. I'm speaking to the wrestlers. I'm speaking to the performers. Because the wrestling business, at the end of the day, no ifs, ands, or buts, the wrestling business is the wrestler's business. It belongs to them. And it should always be in their hands because they're the artist. They're the person who paints the pictures. And if they go at the whim of the general public, then that picture constantly is being dictated and changed by an opinion, as opposed to them doing it now from their heart and doing it from the passion they hold, and it now communicating to a broader audience. It's being done from here to appease just an opinion. And that's all I've ever said. Maybe I think a lot of people misconstrue it and think that I'm speaking to the fans or that I'm against the fans. Nothing could be further from the truth. It's allowing the wrestlers to take control back of the very art form that they are in charge of creating for the audience, and the audience allowing them to do that and enjoying what it is that they've done. And if they don't like it, they can voice their opinion, but then they, but understand that it's taken in context. It doesn't live in a bubble. It's a piece of an entire story. It's just like when you're reading a book and you don't like one chapter of the book, but you now judge the whole book on that one chapter, or you judge it on that one paragraph or that one sentence. And that's what wrestling fans are doing. And I encourage them to stop being pseudo-experts for their own sake and go back to just watching it and enjoying it for what it is, instead of trying to outthink those that are behind the scenes and assuming just because you have information and you've watched for a certain period of time that you now have a commensurate amount of knowledge as the person who's actually in the ring doing what he's doing. Because you don't. That's not put down to the fan. It's just a fact. If you wanted to be a licensed physician, you would have to attend medical school from anywhere from 7 to 10 or 11 years, depending on your specialty. And then once you finish that and you graduate, are you a licensed physician? No. You have to go to residency, which runs anywhere from 3 to 6 years based on your specialty. Residency is where it's supervised experience that now gets coupled with all of the information you got. Only then do you actually become a licensed physician to where you can practice medicine. Not until you have gotten that experience are you allowed to practice medicine on your own. So if that works for that field, why doesn't that apply to wrestling? And I want the fans to understand that so that they can go back and just enjoy it, as opposed to always getting angry and hating what happens or getting so frustrated. I mean, hey, that's what you want to do, and that's how you enjoy watching it. Feel free to do it. But the performers need to take the control back and be the people who drive the bus. Don't fool yourselves. This is the most hardest way to survive and make a living, anything you could imagine. I'm not saying it because I've been doing it. I can say it because I've been doing it and have experience doing it. It is so incredibly competitive. You all want to work for WWE, yes? And I'll explain what it is you're really wanting, so you understand. So you want to make sure that it is something you really, truly want. Your life will become Groundhog Day. Every day you're going to get up at 5 or 6 or 4 so you can catch a flight, so that you can go to the airport and you can stand in line so that you can check in. You're going to then go stand in line so you can get through security. Security of people that is manned by people who used to work probably at a pizza parlor and have no actual security training. You will then go stand in line to get on the plane. Why, I don't know, because they have assigned seats and one seat doesn't leave earlier than the others, but every son of a bitch in that gate will stand up and get in the fucking way. I've been flying for 34 years. I've gotten on the plane early. I've never gotten a prize. So I don't know what it is everybody's trying to fucking win. They got to get on that goddamn plane. You will stand in line to get off the plane because apparently every time we land and that bell goes off, they're practicing a fire drill from the back of the plane. People will run your ass over to get off that plane to go where? To the baggage claim, to where you get to stand in line to get your bags. One time in San Diego, I could not get through a wall of senior citizens to get my goddamn bag. It went around 4 times. And literally, there was a wall of gray Panthers, and I'm like, I couldn't budge them. It was like going through the front line of a football team. I couldn't do it. I thought one time I was going to punt kick this old woman right in the vagina. Just bag went right past. She wouldn't move. I was like, oh, Jesus. Go stand in line and get your rental car. Get your rental car. You then drive to the hotel to stand in line to check in. You check in. You go drive and get something to eat by yourself. You then drive to a gym and work out. You then drive and get something else to eat. Then you go to the building. Now you get to sit around people who are absolutely miserable fucks who sit there and do nothing but bitch and complain about a job that we have nothing to bitch and complain about because we're grown men getting paid to fake fight each other in our underwear. But we do nothing but complain. And you got to realize that you're sitting there with a group of sharks who, if they smell the inchiest amount of blood, will eat you alive. You now get to go do the thing you love to do for about anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes, and then you get to go do what? Go in the back, take a shower, and sit with those same fucking miserable people who are trying to kill you. You now lonely get in your car, you now drive and eat by yourself again, you go to the hotel room, you're now up until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning talking to your significant other because they're busy bitching you out about the fact that they haven't seen you in the last 7 days and they ain't going to see you for another 5 and you're only going to come home for 2 and you're going to leave again for another 10. So that you can get up at 6 o'clock and start the whole day over again. Exciting, isn't it? Here's even added more fun. You're only as good as the last time you performed. So if you can imagine pressure of going out in front of a live audience, think you guys are going to go down here and work in the Molson Center. How many is that seat? And you're going to do that every fucking Monday. To get really good, you get to do it on Tuesday too. And then you get to do it on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And if you fuck up one time, make one mistake, you don't hit a home run, you're not one of those two things, selling the tickets or helping sell the tickets, all your work goes away. Just like that. Think you can live like that? Because that's what you want to do. Don't base your success on just being in WWE, because that tells me that all you're basing your success on is that you want to be famous. Why do you want to be famous? What's that? You all want to be famous because you want somebody to come up and recognize you and ask for your autograph. Be smart. You want to be famous for one reason. Fame allows you to have an audience that you can make money. It just means that you effectively use this commercial to sell your product, sell your brand. You sell this brand, you sell this product, meaning you, then you can draw wherever you go. You can do your job, which is sell tickets. That's the only thing that fame is good for. It's good for nothing else, because you could be as famous as you want to be. That and $5 will get you something at Starbucks. I don't order Starbucks. I've never been to Starbucks. The fuck do people buy there? I never drink coffee, so. Don't want to go to WWE just to be famous. Want to go to WWE because it's the biggest platform that you can sell to the biggest audience. Make yourself as much of a draw on every part of this planet. I still make a living all over the world because of the fact of the time I spent in WWE. In spite of me not knowing effectively how to properly take advantage of the opportunity I had and all the opportunities I had, I still am able to do so to this day. Because people still potentially know my name and I potentially can sell a certain number of tickets. Treat this every time you come in here as a commercial and an opportunity for you to sell tickets. Doesn't matter if you win, doesn't matter if you lose. I swear to you, it doesn't. What matters is if you use this effectively to motivate people to pay to see you. Your job is the hardest job. Don't think so? That's why actors who are movie actors are held in higher esteem than television actors, because it takes no actual investment on an audience's part to watch a television actor. That's why the Oscars are more prestigious than the Emmys because it takes so much more to motivate someone to leave their house, drive to a movie theater, and pay to watch that person's performance than it does to sit and just turn the channel. And that's your job, just so you understand. Your job is these steps, and this is how you should evaluate your performance. 1, if you were just a casual fan, you're flipping through the channels, and you watch your matches, you're flipping through the channels, what would you have to do? Who would you have to be? How much of a personality would you have to have? What would you have to look like? How would you have to act? What would you need to say to motivate you to stop turning the channel and watch? If you can't do that, if you would keep turning the channel past you, we're done. You're not doing your job. Notice, I don't care how you do it. All I care is that you do not turn the channel once you've stopped on you. Follow? 2, if you're watching you on the TV, be honest. Don't fool yourselves. What would you have to look like? How would you have to dress? What would you have to say, act, behave? How would you have to wrestle to keep you so interested that if they went to commercial break during your match, you'd stay through the commercial break to see what happens? If you would turn away during the commercial break, you need to change what you're doing. 3, will you tune in next week? Will you tune in next week to see you? Be honest. Would you go through the effort of making sure you didn't miss next week to watch you? Who would you be? What would you have to do? What would you have to look like? How big would you have to be? Would you have to have boobs? Would you have to have an ass? And I'm not being sexist, I'm being honest. Here's the biggest one. I want you guys to be really think. Movie studios spend millions upon millions of dollars to motivate you to go watch movies. How many movies do you go watch in a year? Exactly. And they spend millions upon millions of dollars to get you to do it. Wrestling's coming to your hometown. They're coming here to Montreal. You're going to be on the show. What would you as a wrestler have to do? Who would you have to be? What would you have to say? How would you have to dress? What would you have to look like to motivate you to leave your comfortable chair sitting in your house that you can eat your food for free, to get up out of that chair, leave that house, get in your car, drive to an area, pay to park, pay even more money to get in a building, to sit in an uncomfortable chair around people you don't fucking want to sit around, to pay a lot of money for food you don't want to eat to watch you. Because that's your job. Because if you can't do that, he don't get his money back. And this man seems like a wonderful human being, and I don't know why you don't want to give him his money back. It's bullshit. I spend a lot of time on this. Why do I spend a lot of time on this? Because if I get you to leave with nothing else today, I want you to have the understanding that this is what you're really trying to learn. I don't care what the company is. I don't care what letters you put together. If it is professional wrestling, your job is to motivate people to leave their house, get up off their comfortable chair, leave the food they can eat at any time they want, drive to a building, pay for parking, pay for admission to sit in a seat they don't want to sit in around people they don't want to sit in to watch you. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Does everybody understand that? Yes, sir. Good. Don't forget it. People will tell you the business has changed. 1916, what was that wrestler's job? Nobody pays to see you. I don't give a fuck how good you are. It ain't gonna matter. Do you understand? It's not gonna matter. Does anybody have any questions yet? Nothing? I'm doing awesome. They fucking love me.
Now, Al Snow, I think I've done 4 or 5 interviews with him now. He's very popular on this channel. Did you have any experiences with him you could share with us that might be unique to you?
Yeah, I mean, Al Snow was in charge of the TNA developmental system when it came to OVW. And once you got signed to TNA in developmental system, you didn't get to train with Rick Rogers anymore. You strictly trained with Al Snow after that. So it was like a completely different sort of mindset after that. You went from the repetitive style and very abrasive style of Rick Rogers to an all of a sudden more methodical storytelling television style of Al Snow. So it was kind of like a really well-rounded. My funny Al Snow story, I don't even know if he remembers this, but I do. I will never forget it. So I got gut check. Everybody knows that. I was the first girl picked for gut check, and I was the first gut check contestant that was completely live on television. So the first gut check, the match was taped, the promo was taped. The second gut check, the match was taped, the promo was live. And then mine, the match and the promo were just live. Like I didn't get to rehearse, nothing. It was just all live. And we had to like hit a commercial cue and like all this stuff that I had never, we practiced, but it's completely different when you're live on Spike TV, which costs thousands upon thousands of dollars. You know, with I think they were hitting around 2 million views or 1 million views, something like that at that point. So I get gut check, right? I've already done my match. So then I have to come back another week, the next week. And the next week is the promo, the reveal. And I'm on the same flight as Al Snow Hannibal. And in my head, I'm like, don't ask him, Taylor. Don't be weak sauce. Don't be a little bitch. Like, ask him. Don't ask him. Just do your job. Whatever happens, you know you're just a body to fill a spot. So make the best of it. Make them have to say yes, even though they were supposed to say no. Make them feel like they would look stupid if they say no. Even though you know you're just a body, that's what you got to do. Get yourself noticed, even if you were just some random default player number 1. So that was the mindset, right? And that was the reality of the situation. So I'm on the same flight as Al Snow. And something happens to our plane. We're going from Louisville to Atlanta, Atlanta to Orlando. Something happens to our plane. They're completely calm, and they're like, you can feel free to get off, but if you get off, you have to take your bags and wait to come back on. If you stay on, you can stay on, take a nap, whatever. So I'm waiting, and he's waiting. We're in different seats for a little over an hour. And then the microphone and the pilot come back on and say that we have to get off the plane. There's been a fire inside the engine part, something to do with like the alternator or something. And we're like, whoa, we've been in a plane that's been on fire, and we didn't know. So then we're stuck in Atlanta and we're waiting at least 5 hours, maybe more. We're starting to wonder if we were going to make it to Orlando for Impact at the Universal Studios. And I remember Al Snow saying, man, Taylor, I could have gotten us a rental car and we could have driven to Orlando by now. And the whole time we were sitting there for more than 5 hours, and I never once asked him if I was going to win gut check. Nothing. We just talked about everything else. And then finally I get there and they don't tell me nothing. I just have to go out there and cut a promo, and they made sure that I had to hit a certain time cue. And I did, and I was like, yes, Rick Rogers will be so proud. It was so funny. And then they start saying the yeses and the nos and stuff, and it gets to Al Snow, and he gives this little tiny spiel, and then he says no. And I was like, right then and there, I wanted to kick his teeth in so bad. I was like, wait a second, this whole time, this whole trip, you were going to say no. And then all of a sudden, here comes Taz and Bruce Pritchard, and they say yes. I think one of them was supposed to say no. I get signed. The whole arena erupts. It was just so crazy. I was like, who would have thought some random young girl from Massachusetts would be getting like a standing ovation, people cheering like crazy in Orlando, Florida. So it was such a gratifying experience to be like, wow, Like, this is what this feels like. This is amazing. I always want to feel like this. It was so cool. You know, this nobody, this wonder of evolution. And it was just amazing. And that's one of my favorite Al Snow things. So then I'm like, Al, really? Really, Al? And he's just like, you know, in his Al fashion. And fast forward to him being the owner of OVW now, and I think he's doing such an amazing job. Like, I'm almost jealous that that stuff wasn't happening when I was at OVW. I'm like, man, that setup looks so cool. This TV stuff and production looks so cool. I'm jealous.
Question earlier, you were discussing, you wanted to talk about the punch. Just like,
Oh yeah, punch.
yeah, so I just,
So we can do anything we want in this ring. Anything. Even ridiculous shit like Joey Ryan's grab his nuts and him fucking flip guys. Works. Why did we make this illegal? What's that? Why did we make it illegal? Why did we make this?
because it could be the end of somebody's life.
Because it's the fakest thing we do. Fakest thing we do. In all the years you've watched wrestling, you ever seen anybody get marked with this? Any see anybody bleed? You ever seen anybody get knocked out? See guys get up in the ropes, count 10 times? Every time you throw a punch, you're doing what? Exposing the business. You can throw a forearm. Why are you guys not throwing forearms? Why are you not throwing forearms like this? Why are you not throwing knees, throwing kicks? Instead, you got to throw a punch. When you punch another man in the face, what's it become? But what's it become? When I punch another man in the face, what's it become? It becomes fight. Any one of you think that you can fight for 10 minutes in this ring? And not just fight for 10 minutes, but escalate the fight and have it grow and have it come to an apex and get these people to pop where it's harder and bigger and stronger than what it was at the start? Then why the fuck are you running across the ring at the ring of the bell and fucking punching somebody in the goddamn head? This was made illegal because it's fake. This was made illegal so that heels could do it behind a ref's back to make the audience want to see the babyface finally unload and give it back to the heel. It's done sparingly in limited moments so that you can maximize it and use it. This is done as a weapon to allow the heel to shut down a babyface or to cut him off. This is used as a weapon for the babyface to get justice. It is not used as just simply run across and do a move. You whore it out, you're burying the authority of the ref. If you bury the authority of the ref, heels can't get heat. If heels can't get heat, what do we not do? We don't sell. Why am I booking you? Do you understand? Ronnie Garvin had the Hands of Stone gimmick and he had a knockout punch. How did he deliver the knockout punch? He would literally jump up in the air off his feet and throw the punch. So his punch was completely different than everyone else's. Stan Stasiak and other guys have had a heart punch. It's just a punch, but they would do the setup where they'd take and pull a guy in a top wrist lock, they'd drop, they'd tape up their hand. There are ways that you can do things if this is your gimmick to where you can protect the gimmick yourself. To where you can allow you to where, yeah, everybody else punches, but your punch can be made different and it can be your gimmick. And you guess what you never do? You never throw that punch unless it's a finish. And you never throw that punch unless it's a finish and you're beating the guy. That's how you protect it. There are 8 things, only 8 things that you have ever experienced physically before you got in this ring. There are only 8 things that every one of these people know what they feel like and have experienced without ever getting in this ring. And you all bury those 8 things in every match, thus making the one thing they know is real fake. Now making all the stuff they think is fake completely fake. Would you like to know what those are? Number 1, a headlock. Tell me honestly, you were kids, how many of you put a headlock on somebody else? How many of you had a headlock put on you by somebody else? How many of you know what a real headlock feels like when it's put on you? You all do you not? So do, I swear to you, all of them. So now when you lock up and you grab a headlock and you act like that move don't mean shit, and you don't sell, meaning if you have the headlock on, sell it like you actually have it on, and you're using it to beat him. If you are in the headlock, sell it like it's on you, and it is possibly going to beat you. If you don't take the time to do that, now your high spot that you're about to do out of that headlock means what? Nothing. I promise you. They'll make noise. Remember, just like fucking, you're slipping 3 yards of dick to her. She's screaming like a banshee. All you're really doing is you're leaning on her tit and about to rip it off. But you think you're just getting everything and all you can get. Not getting shit, you're just getting noise. Number 2, punch in the face. Not everybody's been punched in the face, but people have had doors hit them in the face, they've banged their face. They have been taught mentally that they don't want to be hit in the face. And what do we all run around the ring? To the point that in WWE, they were dumb enough to allow the talent to dictate the rules, and they have now made it legal to punch each other in the face because it buries the referee. That is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. It's ridiculous. Being choked. If you lived in a trailer park, you've had that happen. Everybody's choked on food or been choked. Yes or no? Let me ask you something. When you get choked, are you able to function? All you sit and do is cough and hack and bend over, don't you? Eyes water, you're gagging. Why is it that I can bend you over this rope, put just your throat on it, and stand on your back, and then as soon as I get off of you, you're up on your feet and I can shoot you across the ring to the ropes? Huh? Why? Now that's fake. So that's fake. Your move that you're about to do off the ropes is fake. Do you understand? Pulling hair. It's illegal for me to grab you by the hair. Why? Because it gives me an unfair advantage. If you've got me in a headlock, I can just grab you by the fucking hair and pull your head like this. If I want to keep you down on the mat, I can just pull your hair. It's wrong. Not to mention, if a man grabs another man's hair in a fight, what happens? If I were to grab your hair when we're fighting, would you get hot? Then why don't you in here? I'm curious. Why do you not in here? Because you don't even react. Not one of you react. I'll grab your hair in here and you'll take a bump and move right on to the next thing. You have now not reacted the way everybody would think they would react. If you were to if this were real and I were to grab your hair to grab an unfair advantage like the douche knot on the top of your head and grab it, would you not get pissed? Would you not want to come and kick my ass? Why don't you? Why not? Because you're too busy thinking to the next thing. You're not living in the moment, you're not reacting. You're so worried about your formula and the planned out spots that you're not reacting. You're not selling. Punch in the solar plexus. I want all of you to get in the ring, line up, and I will punch each one of you in the solar plexus, and then we'll run a high spot. See if it'll happen. Why not? What's that?
Someone punch me there, I'll go down.
You don't in here. I can drive my knee, my shoulder, and you'll just run across the next turnbuckle, do it up and over, and then roll off and do a moonsault. How many guys, how many of you have been punched in the solar plexus or hit yourself in the solar plexus, got the wind knocked out of you? Anybody? All of you. All of them. 6, poke in the eyes. I want all of you right now to open your eye, take your thumb, run across it, and then try to navigate just through this big open area and see if you don't bang into shit. Think you can do it? But you expect me to believe that I can take my thumb, stuff it to the back of your skull, you then will just, I can shoot you over there, you can grab that 1-inch rope and then run back and duck my clothesline. What? What? Who the fuck are you? Huh? How is that possible? So you just, they've all gotten shit in their eyes. What do they all do? Can't move, can't do shit. You guys can run and jump and play and like it never happened. So you just made another thing that they know what it feels like and have experienced fake. So now that backdrop's what? But is that backdrop really fake? That's the rib. It's the realest thing we do. How you doing? Not bad. I doubt it. Being bit. How many of you gotten bit in a fight? Fuck. Hate that shit. Last thing. Kicking the balls. How many times have you racked your nuts in your life? How many times you got a ball into the balls? How many times? And why does our bike have the bar when we have shit hanging out there? Makes no sense. How bad does that hurt? If I were to bop you in the ball, even just slap you in the balls, would I need to do anything else other than just pin you? Let me tell you something. You hit me in the balls, I'm not getting up for about 3.5, 4 hours. So it takes 3 seconds. I don't know what you're going to do for the next 3.5 hours, 3 hours and 55, 57, 59 minutes. Don't know what you're going to do, but I'm going to be laying there that whole fucking time so you can pin me about, I don't know how many thousands of times in 4 hours because I ain't fucking moving. Why do I need to kick you in the balls and then DDT you? Why do I need to kick you in the balls and hit my finish? Why do I need to kick you in the balls and do anything other than just cover you? Huh? And I'm not talking like a front ass bump or, you know, you step through the ropes, guy kicks the rope. I'm talking about a blatant low blow or a kick in the balls. Why do we have to do anything else other than that? Because everybody, even women have taken the old haymaker and the baby maker. They've gotten the old cunt punt, and they know it takes them down, and their shit it's all jabbed up inside of them. It ain't out, hanging out like that, right? They'll drop like a rock too. I have literally not, I've never done it. I've never touched a woman. At bars, I've seen women take punch right from a man, right in the head. I saw this one girl one night, guy, boom, punched her. She walked in a circle crying, came back, hit her again. She walked in a circle, came back, hit her again. Boom, she walked in a circle. He kicked her. She went straight down. Saw one girl sitting in a bar. She came in, grabbed her husband by the back of the hair and slammed his head repeatedly into the bar. Drug him by the hair off the bar stool, out of the bar. Of course, I ran out to watch this. Yelling at him on the sidewalk, he staggered up, boom, kicked her, dropped. He was like, yeah, that's what I told you. Now get in the car. They get in the car. She's in the driver's seat. He's there. He's looking out the window at me and several other people. She grabs him by the back of the hair and goes, bam, bam, bam. And he just down in the seat and she drove off. Hilarious. Just an old story, so.
This is Hannibal here from thehannibaltv.com, and today we have back one of our most popular guests, former WWE star, former Impact Wrestling star. I believe he had a cup of coffee in WCW, and now he operates Ohio Valley Wrestling. Mr. Al Snow, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing great. Hope you're doing well too.
Other than the gym still being shut down here, I'm doing all right. Is OVW back up and running?
No, not yet. We're still under lockdown rules. We can't run any events. We can't operate the trade school. Everything's pretty much been locked down since March. So we're waiting to get word. here hopefully very soon, and then we can get started back up again and get going.
Has there been any government funding or anything to make up for having your business closed for all these months?
We did get one of the PPP loans, or the I think it's the PPE, or for the employee protection. We did get one of those loans, but other than that, we've not gotten anything else.
So obviously that's a big hit for you financially. You probably had to cancel shows and no money coming in from the training school. Is it true that you were actually thinking of moving OVW to Florida, or was that kind of just a joking remark in relation to the lockdown?
No, Destin, Florida, the city of Destin, Florida, there were some officials there who reached out, and we began a conversation, and we had spoken to a Florida senator, about some potential possibilities and what it would take to motivate us to move, to relocate. And we didn't want to, but if things don't change, I mean, it'll put us out of business. I mean, nobody can continue to survive like this with literally no money coming in at all. So we got to make adjustments.
Now, you just came from LA where you attended Shad Gaspard's funeral. I believe you were the head coach in Ohio Valley Wrestling when he was training there. It's a terrible situation. Is there any memories you could share with us about Shad?
Yeah, I met Shad when he tried out for Tough Enough 2, and he actually had made it onto the show, but there was some confusion. And when it came to his physical, something, I think they thought he had hepatitis or something, tested positive for that. And then when they went back after we had already cast the show, they found out that the physical was wrong. There was a mistake. And, but at that point, MTV had decided they had already moved too far forward and they couldn't go back and give Shad the opportunity. And then I reconnected with Shad here in OVW years later when WWE sent me down here to run the developmental program. And, Shad was an awesome, amazing individual that at times, could be as frustrating as hell and made me want to choke him until he shit his pants. And at other times you just wanted to hug him and, you know, um, just grab him and squeeze him. And because, that's the case with all of them though, really. It's just they can be very frustrating to deal with. But at the same time, you care about them and you want to see them do well. And, um, it puts you in a very interesting position because you've got to drive them and push them and have them almost hate you. But at the same time, if you don't, then, you don't care enough about them and don't care if they succeed. And most of the time when people are with me, they usually end up hating me. So
Now, for Shad, it seems like he probably could have had another good run left in him. He still looked great, even at the time of his death. Do you think that was a matter of him just not wanting to keep at it, or was there something else at play there?
well, I definitely think that, both Shad and JTG could have definitely had another run. I mean, that concept, that idea that once you get released from WWE, that's it. Like you're pushed off a cliff and you're gone is ridiculous. I mean, it's, especially if you use that time correctly, while you're there, on that platform. One, you can always return. You can always go back. Two, you can always go to other platforms, especially with AEW opening up and Ring of Honor is still doing, running, and Impact Wrestling. There are definitely opportunities that, I think would have came up for both of them at some point down the road. I just think that at the time Shad was directing his focus more out there in Hollywood to his acting and his writing and things like that. And I think he was really trying to push for that. And I think probably part of that motivation was his son. It's hard to have a family and to be on the road. It's not impossible. In any way, shape, or form is it impossible, but it takes a lot more work and it takes a lot more sacrifice. And you've got to raise your children to understand that, you know, you don't live the typical type of life that their friends do, you know, their friends' family do. We all get raised with that idea that dad goes to work, you know, like it's still the 1950s, mom's Doris Day, you know, it's the Aussies, you know, mom stays at home, works, and, you know, or stays at home, and then dad goes to work, or mom goes to work and dad goes to work, but they both come home at the end of the day. And then you've got Saturday and Sunday, you know, and to be truth be told, most people that live that life, you know, they really don't have that much quality time with their families in the first place. I had that conversation years ago with some guys that worked at AutoZone who recognized me, and they were, you know, made the comment like everybody does, oh, you're probably never at home, you're never around your family. And I'm like, you know, I'm probably around my family more than you. And they were like upset, insulted. And I said, well, how much do you work? And they're like, well, we work 6 days a week, 12 hours a day. I said, so you probably get up probably 6 o'clock in the morning, go into work, you're there for 12 hours, you come home, you eat dinner when you barely speak to anybody because you're tired, you're worn out. You sit down in front of the TV to go mindless for another 2 hours, and then you go to bed because you got to get up so early. You do that 6 days a week, got 1 day off, and you're doing everything you can to catch up on the other 6 around the house. And one of the things that you miss, though, is that you don't spend any real time with your family because you're too busy doing everything else. Whereas I'm away, and when I come home, I'm 100% home, you know, and I'm home for days at a time. Granted, I'm gone for days at a time, but I come back and I dedicate my time to make up for what I was when I was away. Because I consciously am aware that while I was gone, you know, they didn't have a father or a husband, and now I've got to come back and be those as well.
Now, in the late 90s, in the Attitude Era, the travel schedule was a little more hectic than it is today. I mean, even before the lockdown, I believe WWE was cutting back on house shows. AEW, on average, is running once a week, twice a week pay-per-view days. But what was the hardest part of that Attitude Era schedule for you?
Well, that schedule wasn't terrible. It was hard. You know, it was a grind, because what you did was you went out Friday for a house show, Saturday was a house show, Sunday was a house show or a pay-per-view, Monday was Raw, Tuesday was SmackDown. You went home Wednesday, you had Thursday, and you left Friday every week. When I first came to WWF, the schedule was that we would go out we were going to work no more than 23 days a month, is what JR told us. Made an announcement that we were not going to work any more than 23 days a month. And that would be, we'd go out for 14, we'd go home for 3, we'd go back out for, you know, 9, come home for 4, you know, like that. And, you know, you were on the road 14 days straight. So that's a little tougher. I remember the first trip to Germany in 95, 96, somewhere with the company. We were there for 19 days straight in Germany, you know, and that was the typical schedule. And years prior to that, you know, you were out on the road. I've heard, you know, guys, Von Raschke, one time when we were having a conversation, Baron Von Raschke and I, and he was talking about how he had been on the road. I think it was 156 days straight, came home for 2, went back out for another like 143 or something like that, you know. Wow. You know, and that was pretty typical. As you worked, you know, a 7-day a week schedule, you know, Monday through Sunday, and then started right back up the following week. And a lot of that's, you know, changed now. You know, like I said, you know, like you said, like, you know, we had that schedule during the Attitude Era where we had every week, we had at least, basically we had a day and a half off, maybe 2 days total. If you count you got home Wednesday afternoon, you had all day Thursday, and then you usually left either, you know, you tried to leave as late as you could on Friday so that you could get to the first town. the bad thing for me was I lived just north of Dayton, Ohio still, and every flight was a connection no matter where I went. So I had to leave earlier to make sure I got into the towns in enough time. So.
And you mentioned Jim Ross. He was the head of talent relations for a while in WWE, but I know you've had lots of experiences with him over the years. What's your opinion of him overall as a announcer and as an administrator in wrestling?
Well, as an announcer, I think Jim's one of the all-time best. You know, an announcer, a commentator's job is to do basically two things. One's to tell verbally the story that you're supposed to be telling physically in the ring. And two is to sell the whole concept, the whole idea of what we're trying to really sell, which is that you're watching an actual competitive sporting event, an actual combat sports event, where at any moment, at any time, either one of these guys could potentially win. And you have to sell that emotionally. And he does a great job of that. He really does. You know, Gordon Soley was fantastic at really explaining and analyzing the strategies that he'd try to create from what he watched within what the wrestlers were doing in the ring. You know, Lance Russell was very competent and very good at being the voice of the fan, great at showing emotionally how he was disgusted with a heel's actions or, you know, happy for a babyface without, you know, being really like he was favoring one or the other. He was great at that. You know, and JR is awesome, just amazing at making you feel like you're really watching, you know, a competitive combat sporting event. And, you know, you just don't get any better when it comes to that, especially emotionally. You know, he really believes. Same with Jerry Lawler. I mean, the older I get, the more of a fan I become of Jerry Lawler and just how truly talented that man is, you know. And it surprises me too that when you hear a lot of guys these days and they're like, you know, who should I watch? Who should I watch? Who should I watch? And nobody mentions him. They mention everybody but him. And I'll tell you what, if there's one person you should watch, it should be Jerry Lawler. You know, he is still out there and he is still able to truly, in the real essence of the word, work an audience and make them feel like they get their money's worth. He's amazing. And he never sits in on pre-production meetings. He doesn't take notes. You know, he never has. He wants to go out and react for real to what he sees and plays off of JR and does an amazing job. As an administrator, I think JR was, you know, I thought he was great. You know, he was always direct as he could be. You know, you have to understand that, you know, when you're a cog in the wheel, you're an administrator, you're not the final say. So there are a lot of things that maybe, you know, he would like to tell or would like to say to talent, but he necessarily can't communicate. But he was always open. He was always honest. And, you know, you could see in his booking of talent that he was always attempting to find guys that kind of fit that mold of being able to sell the legitimate idea of a wrestling match. You know, he's a big student of Bill Watts, and you know, Bill Watts was very much the same way. And Bill Watts was a student of Eddie Graham. You know, he sat under Eddie Graham and learned from Eddie Graham and used that in the Mid-South days, and then now JR still carries that forward.
And you talk about selling a wrestling match. I know The Undertaker's career is winding down. I'm not sure if you've seen any of these Last Ride documentaries where it's showing him hugging wrestlers that he's wrestled after the match, talking to them before. Recently, with this Jericho Mike Tyson angle, there's pictures coming out of the two of them together and goofing around backstage. Do you think that the kayfabe era of wrestling is over? Or do you think it could still be around? And what do you think should be done these days with this social media area and behind the scenes era?
Where to begin? I don't think kayfabe's dead, because kayfabe was never what people think it is. For one, it was just a code word that we used within the locker room, and we'd use it within the context of a sentence. That way we didn't tip off whoever might be around that they were about to hear or see something that they shouldn't see. Contrary to popular belief, the general audience, especially here in North America, predominantly have known that wrestling is predetermined since the 1920s. Take that in, since the 1920s. When I was 12 and 14, when I was 14 in 1978, and I love all my family dearly, but none of them are Mensa candidates. When I went, and none of them were professional wrestlers. When I proclaimed that I wanted to be a professional wrestler, every one of them on both sides said, "Why do you want to do that? That's fake." Now, if we follow the common course of popular opinion now, they weren't geniuses. They weren't professional wrestlers. How did they know? Because everybody's known. Okay? It's the same with magic. Intrinsically, there is only one thing that's fake about wrestling, and that is just that the outcome is predetermined. We're not selling pain. We're selling the intent. We're selling that what we're doing is going to actually lead us to win or keep us from losing. That's what we're selling. And that's what's been lost, because nobody sells that anymore. Okay? We sell who we are and why we do it. Most performers today sell what they do, not who and why. And that's the truth. That's not an opinion. That's exactly what they do. Kayfabe is simply a respect for your audience and a respect for your own business. And what I mean by that is it's no different than if you were to go watch a major motion picture. They do kayfabe. Okay? What they do is they go to great lengths. And please understand, the wrestling business is diametrically, completely opposite and different than Hollywood. They're not the two same animals. Okay? They are in some degrees. Case in point, we have to carry on and sell our gimmick, our character, who we are 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, if we really want people to invest emotionally and to the point to where they are motivated to get other people to want to pay to see you. All right. Because they enjoy it so much. And the only way they'll ever enjoy it so much is if they really can believe they can invest in it. And the same goes for Hollywood. Those people live a gimmick, and it's called being a movie star. The Hollywood studios created that gimmick of celebrity or movie star years ago because no matter how much you loved Tom Cruise in his last movie, there's no guarantee you're still going to pay to see Tom Cruise in his next movie. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, Tom Cruise's job is not to act in a film. It's to motivate you to want to pay to see him. That's why movie stars are held in higher esteem than television stars, because in order for you to watch a movie star do his job, you have to leave the comfort, safety, and security of your house, drive to a theater, pay, and then sit in the theater. Whereas if you watch a television star, it takes all the effort of turning on your TV and switching to that particular show. Dramatically different. Okay? Arnold Schwarzenegger is not a great actor. He's better now, years later, but back in the day in his run, he was terrible. But people paid to see his movies. And that was why he continuously got to do more and more movies. Not because he was some master thespian, but because he could motivate people to leave their house and pay to see him. When you watch a film, no matter how great the film was, if you see something in the movie while you're watching it, something even small, case in point, the last season of Game of Thrones, when the people saw a coffee cup setting in one scene, how much of a shitstorm did it create on the internet? Because it took people completely out of that world, out of that story, and then it ceased to be entertaining. Okay? Same with magic. Magic, the intrinsic thing about magic being fake is that you are buying a ticket for them to be able to convince you that they can alter reality or defy the laws of physics. We all know they can't. But magicians go out of their way to never reveal how they do it so they can always leave you in some kind of wonder and awe. And in my opinion, because the one job of a professional wrestler is not to wrestle, it is to motivate an audience to leave their homes and to pay to see them. Your job, especially now with the pandemic, the riots, it's going to become mass shootings. It is becoming and the variety of entertainment that a person can access in their own homes. It is becoming exponentially difficult to do that job. Okay. And that really ultimately is your job. Your function in wrestling is to do nothing more than to motivate people to show up. Your value is not what you think you're entitled to, because it's not Walmart. You don't get paid based on time served, period. I don't care how talented you are. I don't care how much experience you have. If I put your name on a form of advertisement and nobody buys a ticket to see you, your value is zero, period. If you've not done anything to draw additional people into the building, you are not entitled to get paid. Well, I do. I left the house. Well, guess what? Don't bother. Stay at home. I have a price. Well, you're never gonna get it. That's your value. And the more you sell a product, which is yourself and who you are and why you do it, and the more successful you are at selling that, the more invested an audience becomes. And the more invested an audience becomes, the more disappointed they are when you give them glimpses of the fact that it's not who you really are, that they bought into, that they wanted to watch the show. They really wanted to buy into and believe that you and the other guy had this heated rivalry, regardless of what it was about. Because let's remember, all the stuff backstage, which has always happened for years, for decades, it's always happened. Now we have writers. We've always had angles and storylines with wrestling, but it was to add a personal gravity and consequence to the outcome, to make you emotionally invested in wanting more to see one person win and the other person lose. That was all it was for. But if we now, in the middle of that telling of the story, we put up pictures of the two of us hugging and hanging out, and it was just we just put one over on you. We've now just literally made an audience feel like, well, I just bought what you sold me. And now I'm finding out it's not. So now I have buyer's remorse. I always use this analogy. I create a toaster. Why? Because everybody loves toast. Toast is amazing. It's the greatest food in the world. So I'm going to make a toaster. It's going to be all chrome. It's going to be 16 slices. It's going to have a bagel gimmick in the center. It's going to have 24 settings. You see a commercial, i.e. a wrestling show or a wrestling match for this toaster. And you're like, oh, that's an amazing toaster. I've got to go buy it. You drive down to your local Walmart or Tesco or whatever you want to call it, Costco, and you see on the shelf a box, and it has a picture of all chrome, 16 slice, bagel gimmick in the center, 24 setting toaster. You're sold. You're going to buy it. Take it off the shelf, take it to the counter, pay for it, take it home, open the box. It's all black. It has 4 slices, no bagel gimmick, and it has 12 settings. Are you happy?
No.
No. Are you going to buy another toaster from me?
No.
No. Well, but hey, I've sold you who I am, and I've sold you why I'm doing it, and you've bought into it, and you care about it, and now, hey, fuck you. I'm here. We had a great match. It was fun. We had a good time. It was all a joke. You going to buy it again? You're more likely to follow it now? You're more interested in telling your friends and family you got to see this? Here's how valuable it is. Still to this day, I have people from all walks of life walk up to me in airports and ask me, hey, does Steve Austin really hate Vince McMahon? Hey, is Vince McMahon as much of an asshole as he is on TV? They believed in those two people, and they believed in the enmity between them to the point to where years later, they still come up, and that's one of the questions they ask. I cannot tell you the number of times I've had conversations with fans, again, all walks of life, all different ages, you know, different parts of the country, different parts of the world. Tell me this story of, oh yeah, I remember watching that years ago. You know, they'll, well, what do you do? I'm a professional wrestler. And of course they always go, well, don't slam me. And it's like, well, what do you do? I'm a used car salesman. Well, don't sell me a car right now. Who thinks of that stuff? You know, don't be ridiculous. But they'll go, hey, I used to watch wrestling and I really got into it. And I saw guy A and he was feuding with guy B. And then I was at the arena, or I was at a restaurant, or I was at a bar, I was at a hotel, and I saw the two of them walk in as friends. And the minute I did, it ruined it for me. And I never went back. The internet and social media are not the problem. All of you are the problem. It's how you use the internet and social media. You all sat there, including you all sat there and were like, oh, Matt Hardy's a genius. He's incredible. He's amazing. He never breaks character. What do you think we've been doing for decades prior to Matt Hardy finally doing it himself?
Not breaking character.
Right. Because we never sell what we're doing. We've always sold who we are and why we do it. An audience will never relate to what we do. They won't, because they've never done it, except for maybe 7 or 8 different moves that we do that everybody knows how they feel or experienced. Other than that, though, they'll never get it. Football, baseball, and basketball in the United States have enormous audiences, and the reason is because everybody's played them as a kid. That's why hockey has a bigger audience in Canada than it does in the United States. That's why soccer is bigger all over the rest of the world than it is here. The 3 top television sporting events in the world are as follows: the World Cup of Soccer, the World Cup of Cricket, and the World Cup of Rugby. Super Bowl ain't in it. You ask an American, what's the 3 top in the world television sporting events? Super Bowl, number 1. No, it's not. And trust me, I've watched cricket. I don't get it. And so I won't watch it anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
But there is a massive audience out there who do get it because they've played it throughout their lifetime. In professional wrestling, before you stepped inside a ring, you never knew what it was like to hit the ropes, hit that mat. You ask an audience what that mat is, they'll tell you it's a canvas, it's a trampoline or a mattress. And we both know that nothing could be further from the truth. You know, they think it doesn't hurt. Oh, you know how to fall, so it doesn't hurt. No, I know how to fall. It still hurts. I just don't get injured, you know, or injured as bad.
Yeah.
So do yourself a favor, all of you, because it's your business. The wrestling business is the wrestler's business. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It belongs to the wrestler, not the promoters, not the writers, not any one single entity. It belongs to the wrestlers. It's your business. Take it back. Have some respect for yourself and your endeavors and make your job easier. Invest in selling who you are and why you do it. And if you aren't comfortable doing that around your friends and family, and I give this advice all the time to the students and the talent here in OVW, and none of them listen to me, make 2 platforms. One that's private, and you can share your private life with your friends and family, and only your friends and family can access it. And then make one that's public and be the thing, be the person, be the idea you've sold on TV 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Now, a fan sent me a clip of CM Punk talking about you. He did a Q&A, and I guess he referred to you and Nova as stooges stemming from something regarding Tony Atlas at OVW, and he also said you attempted to get the Majors brothers fired. So I'm wondering what your thoughts
It's ridiculous. Here are my thoughts. Either Punk is a liar or someone who told him that is a liar. I can tell you unequivocally, I have never tried to get anyone fired, ever. I've never tried to get anyone fired or released, I should say. And I never stooged anybody off. And in fact, I had so much heat with the office because I was going out of my way to protect everybody that was in OVW. And that was part of the reason that I got released, was not because I was telling the office anything. In fact, the office was trying to find things out, and they found out about the Tony Atlas thing incident between him and Tony. And then I got held responsible because I didn't shut it down. So
Okay.
again, either CM Punk is a liar, and I will say it to his face, or whoever told him that is a liar. I have swear on my children's lives, never once have I ever tried to do anything. In fact, the exact opposite. I have pushed and I have worked, and I was there 7 days a week with those guys, almost 24 hours a day. It was at every house show. I was watching, critiquing, and always because I was trying to push them to be as good as possible, because I knew that if they had the opportunity, they went up, they'd only get it that one shot. They only have one chance to make a first impression. So I would push, trying to ensure that when they did get that chance, they'd make the most of it. And that's the God's honest truth. Now, did they agree with me? Did they like it? No, I'm telling you, they didn't. Because let's face it, I can tell you right now, honestly, Devin, I can tell you this unequivocally. Wrestlers are the biggest group of cunts on the planet. No matter what we do, and I've been one for 38 years. Narcissistic, egotistical, needy, insecure people on the planet. No matter what you do for a professional wrestler, it is never enough. And I can prove it. Here in OVW, we literally became the world's first ever accredited trade school. And in honor of that, and trying to lift the level of and actually have higher standards when it came to training, we had a combine like the NFL. We had actual scientific instruments to measure their kinetic movement that would be able to anticipate a potential injury to a weakness in their form. We had, physical tests. We had intellectual, where we tested their IQ, their psychological, everything, just like the NFL. You get a 2-year scholarship. You get to attend school for 2 years for free. On top of that, you get housing for free. 2 years, you don't pay rent, you don't pay utilities, all you get is you get Wi-Fi, you get the cable television, you get a roof over your head for nothing. All you got to do is show up and work and give 100%. I had a group of 5 wrestlers who did the combine, got the scholarship, were able to stay in a home, a home with multiple bedrooms for free, and they were complaining and bitching about the fact that they had to have a roommate in the room, living for 2 years for free, no expenses, and it was not enough for them. They were still upset. One of them even telling me how expensive it was for his life to maintain his lifestyle. And I'm like, I get it. You do realize by not paying rent and not having to pay utilities, you'll have extra money to afford your expensive lifestyle. Still couldn't get it. Spent 3 hours complaining to me about the fact that they were going to get to live rent-free, utility-free for 2 years. And they were upset about the fact that they had roommates.
You didn't teach them the trick of finding a rat to live with if they didn't like that most wrestlers know.
I try not to teach the carny shit. So,
well, that's very interesting. And I had another fan question. Last time I interviewed you, you talked about Marty Jannetty and the IcoPro pills and the farts that he would make, and they were wondering if you had any other rib stories about Marty.
Marty, oh my God, where do I start? It never ended. If you left him sit and he got bored, his brain would start to work and he'd just start doing shit. And being in a room with him was like being in Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom. It was just, one time he was taking a shower and he took a long time. And the reason why was because he had unscrewed the shower head and stuffed KY jelly in the shower head. So when I went in and take a shower, all the KY jelly squirted out on me. It just, you never knew what he was going to do. The shower curtain, he spent time, he took all the hooks to where he loosened them up to where I went to push the shower curtain back. It fell. I had to rehook the whole thing up. it never ended. When we drove by in Montreal, we saw a skunk in a median one night, and he wanted to stop the car, and we jumped out. We were trying to capture the skunk because he wanted to release it in the locker room. Davey and Owen one time ribbed him and put a padlock on one of his singlets, the one that he liked to wear, the black one. He didn't like to wear this other one that we had. He had to wear it all the time on the road. And keep in mind, this is when we go out for 14, 15 days at a time. So he could not get that lock off for weeks. He tried everything while he was home, off the road, when he come back out. He tried everything to get that lock off. And we're up in New Albany, and we're running upstate New York, and we're running Maine. And last night on the tour was Bangor, Maine. And whenever we'd stay in a town for a few days, which we'd try to get the same hotel and stay there for 4 or 5 days in a row, so we didn't have to keep packing up and unpacking and packing. And when we would, we'd go to the grocery store and we'd buy food so we could help save money. So we go to the grocery store. Marty buys a bunch of food, and he buys peel and eat shrimp in a bag, like a pound of peel and eat shrimp. And he eats the shrimp, and he keeps the bag of brine. And I'm like, what are you doing with that? And now keep in mind, Davey and Owen had put that padlock, and he was so hot at those guys for padlocking his gear. He's like, I'm gonna get fucking Davey and Owen back. And I'm like, when are we gonna do this? He goes, the last night of the tour. That's, we're gonna wait until they got to go home. I go, okay. So we kept that bag of brine in the room for like 5 days. The smell, and we didn't realize it was the bag of brine, but the smell, like the worst, dirty, athletic, sweaty sock smell, was in that room, to the point where we complained to the hotel, changed rooms because of the smell. And it was like close to the last night, because we kept it in there for probably 3 or 4 days. And so we put it in the car. That was when we realized, oh, it's coming from that plastic bag of brine, because the car started smelling like that. Marty brings it into the building. The dressing room starts to smell like that. So Davey and Owen knew something was up. So they got dressed in their cars, and then they brought their bags in like an idiot, and they went to the ring, and then Marty poured that bag of brine in each one of their bags, and sent them home with their clothes smelling like that. So yeah, he was pretty crazy. Like,
He alleged with me that he'd slept with 5,000 women. Do you think that?
I believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I've been to Marty, his old house in Florida, and Marty had literally like stacks upon stacks of photo albums, and stacks upon stacks of loose pictures of different women that he had been with. I mean, and when I'm saying stacks, multiple stacks. And I'm sure he hasn't slowed down or stopped,
Oh, I'm sure too.
And he and Sean, he would tell me that when they had that really good run and they were really super over, like they'd walk down the hallway in the hotel, and there would be a line of women sitting on either side of the hallway on the floor, waiting for them to go to the room. I mean, it's not like now. Back then, and that's the thing. You can tell when you're really doing good business is how many women are coming to the shows. That's when you know if a company or a territory is really making money. It froze up, because count how many women are in the audience. When UFC was really super hot, look at how many women, and not just women, but how many attractive women. When you go back and you watch, like when the Von Erichs were so over, they couldn't even make it to the ring. When the Rock and Roll Express and Mid-Atlantic were so over, there were women all over the place. That's when you know you're making money.
Now, I recently interviewed Daniel Puder. I heard on Bruce Pritchard's podcast that Bruce said creative didn't have anything for him, but talking to Puder after he won the Tough Enough and it was a fan vote, they wanted to bring him in as a heel. And of course, he never really ended up doing anything in WWE. Do you think they dropped the ball with him not at least giving him that one match against Kurt Angle?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you have to understand, like, to do things right, to do things correct, it takes years to learn. It takes years of experience. And I told all the kids, I'm like, hey, this sounds like a great opportunity. I said, but realize if you win, you're winning $1 million prize, but now they have $1 million worth of expectations. This is a business, and everything is an investment of time, money, and effort in a product, which is you. So now you've invested $1 million in Daniel Puder. You want that $1 million back, don't you?
Yes.
Not to mention a return on that investment. But Daniel's too green to be able to ever give that to you, and you're going to sell a match, because here's where it goes bad. You're going to sell this match with him and Kurt Angle. And Kurt's amazing. Kurt's so incredibly talented that he could have possibly been able to carry Daniel. But what if he couldn't? Well, now you've just put a ding in Kurt Angle because the match wasn't that good between he and Daniel, and Daniel's just going to fade away and the audience is going to forget about him, but it could very well chip away at the very facade that you've built so strong with Kurt Angle. And that's something you wouldn't want to risk. So, Daniel, to be fair, was an amazing marketer. He did a great job of politicking the audience and using, at that time in its infancy, social media, to be able to, use that to garner support to get himself the win. And, when he wasn't just released, they gave him an option. They told him, look, we're not going to renew your $1 million contract, which was $250,000 a year for 4 years. They said, well, but we will put you on a developmental deal. And, to Peter's, how can you say, I mean, he didn't agree to it because he had been used to making the 250. He felt that he could do better out on his own, with mixed martial arts. And he chose to do that instead of just taking the developmental deal and staying with WWE. And he's still doing his own thing, and he's very successful. I don't know what he's up to now, but I know he does real well, and he's a very, very smart, motivated individual. He seems to be doing just fine. So, I'm proud of what he did and how he accomplished it. I did feel that because if it had been left, all the other tough enoughs prior to that were my choice, my decision as to who won. And, I would have picked Miz on that one to be the winner. But it was left Vince very much because American Idol was very popular at that time. Liked that format. One insisted on it being done that way. And Peter did he did an awesome job of marketing himself and was able to get that win.
And there was a fan, he calls himself Crown King of France. He wanted to know what the reaction was like backstage when you guys started to find out that Triple H was dating Stephanie McMahon.
Oh, that was a big ballyhoo. It was all the big scuttlebutt, because wrestlers love to gossip, especially about each other. Yeah, it was a big deal because, wrestlers love to gossip, and they especially love to gossip about each other. And that was a big juicy gimmick because, as far as we were concerned, she was no man's land. She was hands off. Like, you don't go with the boss's daughter, shit back in the day, the territory, Dick the Bruiser, Dick Atlas's territory. There was a guy by the name of Spike Huber, wasn't big, wasn't a tall guy, but he was built. And Dick was, really pushing that guy. He was a hell of a hand. He was good. He was a good hand. And Spike was married to Dick's daughter, and then Dick's daughter caught him with a rat with one of the girls that came to the arena, And that then pretty much ended Spike Huber's career. He was gone, like disappeared, ghosted from the scene of professional wrestling. When he was being groomed, especially in Dick's territory, but Dick's influence got him booked in other territories, and he was taken care of because he was Dick's boy. And then once the divorce happened, he just disappeared. That was it. So we were all like, oh, you're dancing with the devil to a degree. But, they've endured, and they seem to have an amazing relationship. And, you've got to respect and admire the two of them. I mean, they really seem to have a great life in all aspects.
Now, you worked with Steve Blackman. I was wondering how you liked working with him. And do you think if he hadn't quit the Brawl for All, he pretty much took himself out of it, that he had the potential to win it because his first match was a pretty impressive showing?
First off, that Brawl for All was a terrible idea. So bad that, like, when we were in State College, Pennsylvania one night, the fans started chanting, "We want fake." Legitimately, the entire building started chanting, "We want fake." It was ridiculous. It was so bad because you ruined a lot of money-making wrestlers' reputations as being tough guys. And you never do a shoot in a work. You don't do it. It's bad. Plus, because you're selling one thing, you're selling a work, but now we're going to do a shoot, and we're going to tell you that the work is still just as important as the shoot is, and you need to be as emotionally invested. Doesn't work. Excuse me, not the coronavirus. I have a permanent sinus infection. So, without a question or a doubt, I think the only person that could have potentially given him trouble would have been Mark Merrow. And I don't think that Mark would have been that much of a challenge because of the fact that they allowed for you to take down your opponent, double leg, and you got extra points for double legging your opponent, taking them down. So, and that was what happened. Steve didn't take himself. He didn't quit the Brawl for All. He blew his knee out when he kept shooting in on the first guy he fought, which was Mark Merrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was what he did. He didn't want to stand up. He didn't want to stand up and try to strike with a Golden Gloves boxer, because Merrow is a boxer. He's gonna outpunch Steve. So Steve kept going in and taking him down to get the bigger points, so that if Merrow started landing punches, Steve would have a far enough lead. And in process, he blew out his knee in doing it.
Okay.
That's what took him out. But that was when Merrow then went and got re-entered in, and the office was so confident that Bradshaw could take out Bart Gunn that they swerved Merrow on the points, and they let Bradshaw win because they thought that Bradshaw could take Bart out. What they should have done is they should have put Merrow in there with Bart, and then Merrow would have picked him apart. Bart could have knocked him out if he'd have ever landed that big punch, that big left hand. But the likelihood is he probably wouldn't have been able to land it because Merrow, with his experience as a Golden Glove boxer, probably wasn't going to get hit. Because remember, the real art of boxing is not to knock somebody out. The art of boxing is to be able to hit somebody without being hit. That's that's the real skill that you're learning when you box. It's not how to take a punch or how to punch a guy. It's how to hit the guy and slip a punch or block a punch and not be hit.
Right.
And Merrow would have been a tough guy for Bart to have taken on. That would have, I think if they'd have left Merrow in it and not swerved him and put Bradshaw, I think that you'd have had an entirely different outcome.
Now, Butterbean in this Brawl for All documentary, I'm not sure if you saw it or not, said that the office fed Bart Gunn to Butterbean because they were mad that Bart won. Do you think there's any truth to that?
I don't know. That would be speculation. I don't know if they were mad. I have no idea. But I do know, I heard that someone said that Butterbean came in saying that he was willing to do business and put Bart over. And they said, nope, let it fall the way it may. If you knock him out, you knock him out, type of thing.
Which made everybody look bad.
And it made everybody look bad. Yeah. Bart, if they'd have wanted to, potentially, I think they could have done something with that whole thing with him, the way, because it did get him over without a doubt, and I think that they could have given him even a little bit of a run and tried to make some money with it and capitalized on it to some degree. But, they chose not to. Why? I would assume that it's probably because they were upset that the plans didn't go the way they thought they would. And, because Steve Williams was a more charismatic performer, and they could have potentially made a lot more money with Steve Williams if he'd have gotten over in that brawl for all, which was what it was really intended to do.
And Vince Russo claims he came up with the Brawl for All. Obviously, he was writing for WWE during the ratings peak when I guess you guys had rating at one time in the eights, and you worked with them in TNA over the years. I know he had some bad ideas like the Kennel from Hell match, which you've already talked to me about, but what's your opinion of Russo overall, good and bad?
Well, I think Russo was definitely very much a part of the success of WWE at that time. Vince McMahon's formula was that he focused on only 4 or 5 guys, and then the whole 2-hour show was pretty much just those 4 or 5 guys. Where if you switched over to WCW, what was really, besides the timing, and the belief, because the key thing that made WCW successful was at that time, people really genuinely believed that WWF was invading WCW when Kevin Nash and Scott Hall first showed up there. That was what lit that whole fuse, was that belief that, oh my God, these guys work for WWF. What are they doing here? And they're just invading, because you didn't have the internet with people stooging it off. So the audience really bought into it. And that was what got the ball rolling. But then, with Bischoff going out and acquiring like the Lucha guys and Benoit and Malenko, and so you had a variety on the show that when you tuned in, you got to see a lot of different feel and style and different personalities, and it was fresh and it was different. Where in WWF it was very stale at that time. You had the same 5 or 6 guys that were the main focus of the show, and everybody else meant nothing. And Vince Russo was very instrumental in creating ideas that made everyone on the show from start to finish mean something. Everyone was a star to some degree. And my contention's always been that if you spend as much money as you do to go watch a wrestling show, there's going to be that one main guy that you really wanted to see, but the rest of that show, everybody that comes through that curtain better mean and entertain you to some degree. If not, it's a waste of time. The days of people spending enormous amounts of money to really just see one person or one match, even in boxing and UFC, that, I've heard lots of people say on a boxing or UFC card, oh, they've got so-and-so against so-and-so on the main event, but this undercard's the shits. I'm not going to sit through it. They won't go. If it's a live event, they won't go. And if it's a pay-per-view or something, they'll just buy, that last match. They won't sit through the undercard, and that's bad business, because 9 times out of 10, they won't buy the pay-per-view at all. Because if they're not going to buy it from the start, they're not going to wait. They'll probably forget or just not care. Well, I'll just watch it on YouTube or something like that. Whereas if you have a great undercard along with a great main event, then people are invested and they want to watch the whole thing to get to the end. And that helps them motivate their friends and family, saying, hey, you got to come over. We'll make a night of it, be a party. You can watch this, or hey, let's go out. Let's go to, they're having this at the arena tonight. And Russo was really good at doing that, of creating storylines that weren't just solely focused around 4 or 5 guys, but were focused around the entire roster to some degree. And everybody had a unique space and a unique place. And he was very creative in his utilization of the talent. And the same goes for TNA. He took that process a lot there. But Vince McMahon and Vince Russo worked very well because they balanced themselves each other out. Vince McMahon was very detached and has obviously had lost a little bit of touch of, you know, popular society, where Vince Russo was very tuned in to, you know, popular pop culture and modern society and all that. And he would infuse that into Vince McMahon, but Vince McMahon always knew what he was selling, which was at the end of the day, it was the finish. It was the fact that it was a competitive situation. I've had, and you know, I'm not speaking out of turn. Vince Russo and I've had these conversations before where I'll make the statement that the only thing that's fake about professional wrestling is just the outcome. And he does not understand it. He does not grasp that concept. The idea that the only thing we're really selling is just that who wins and who loses. He thinks that it's all fake because you made it all up. And that's not the case, because the only thing that you're making up is why you're doing it. You know, I screwed this guy's girlfriend. Well, now the audience hates me that much more and wants to see this guy not just beat my ass, but beat me, win, so he can get justice, so he can prove that he's the better man. He can get the one that finally at the end. Do you understand? And without that concept, without selling properly that understanding, you don't have anything. And Vince Russo we've had this conversation numerous times. He can't understand that. And he thinks like stipulation matches, cage matches, barbed wire match, Texas death match, whatever you want to call them, you know, he doesn't understand that stipulations are enacted to level the playing field. Case in point, if a babyface wrestler is wrestling a heel wrestler, and you as the audience, you can clearly see throughout the match, babyface wrestler is better. He's going to win. And just as it looks like he's about to win, the heel wrestler intentionally, purposely throws him over the top rope and gets disqualified. Now, the audience is upset because they know the babyface wrestler could have and would have and should have won. Well, what do? Well, now we come back with a no disqualification match. The one tool that the heel wrestler had in his box to prevent him losing face was getting disqualified. He saved himself. He didn't want to do it. That's why it waited so long throughout the match. And when he was truly in dire situations, he did it. Because let's keep in mind, the wrestlers are prize fighters. If they don't win, they don't get paid. Okay? And that's why I try to communicate to the wrestlers themselves. If this were real, not a shoot, but if it were real, okay, the psychology behind what you're doing, the why you're doing it, is that if you don't win tonight, you can't pay rent. How aggressive would you be if your ability to eat and to be able to keep clothes on your back and a roof over your head was completely dependent on whether you won or lost? How aggressive would you be?
Very aggressive. You'd be
correct.
Life.
And the whole idea behind wrestling, there's only two predominant ways to win, or pinfall and submission, and 99.9% of the time, those take place on the mat, not standing up. So why would you ever, unless you did something or the guy did something to you, and you showed me via your performance to the audience to make me understand, why would you ever knock somebody down and then bend over and pick them back up so you could do another bigger move? It makes no sense. That'd be like watching UFC, and there are two predominant ways to win, which are knockout and submission, and the guy knocks one guy down, but instead of ground and pounding him or grabbing a submission, he bends over, picks him back up so he can do another move. It's retarded. It makes no sense. And everybody today does it. You know?
Yeah.
So Russo doesn't understand the concept. And he doesn't understand the stipulations, that it is to balance or increase the odds of the fact that the babyface wrestler is going to get a fair chance to win and defeat the heel wrestler. Got disqualified, now no disqualification. Looks like now the heel's getting a little more offense, but again, you can clearly see he's going to lose. Just when it looks like he's about to lose, here he goes, reaches in his trunks, pulls out brass knucks, knocks the babyface out. Well, now we got to go to a tape fist match where now the odds are now again evened, and both guys have, their brass knuckles match where both hands are taped, and now it looks like the babyface is going to finally get his justice. Here comes the buddy, jumps him, beats him up on the behalf of the heel. Well, now we go to a tag match because now the babyface has to get a partner. The whole purpose of all this is that couldn't tell you how many times, and I directly, and again, I'm not talking out of turn. I would go to Russo, we'd show up at TV, and all of a sudden Mickey James and Victoria are in a cage match. I'm like, what happened the last TV that I missed? That they're now in a cage. They didn't even wrestle each other. And his thought process is, if somebody's flipping through the channels and they happen to see it, they see a cage match they're going to be more interested in and more likely to stay and watch that cage match than they are if they just see two people in the ring. Same with a ladder match or an Ultimate X match. He'd just throw them out there, and it was never that he sold the why that match was happening. And that ultimately is what really draws. It's not the match itself. It is the why behind the match, the heat, the need to see an outcome. And the only way we determine it in a fair enough manner is through this particular stipulation match. And he never got that. And I don't think, quite honestly, that his thought process ever bore fruit. I don't think that at any point in time did it ever generate a massive spike in ratings and then maintain them going forward. Somebody's just flipping through the channels and they happen to see a cage match. Oh my God, this is cool. But there's no why behind it, so it never retained anybody that he may have got.
And Bruce Pritchard's the head writer of SmackDown now. I know you've worked with him over the years. Any thoughts on him?
Bruce has a ton of experience. And listen to me, I want everybody to understand this. Okay, you can speculate whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. You're entitled to your opinion. But we've had that conversation about what opinion is, which is the lowest form of human knowledge. Bruce has been in this business since Paul Bosch. And the one thing I think everyone can agree on, Vince McMahon is not a stupid man. Because if he were a stupid man, he wouldn't be a billionaire. Stupid men do not become billionaires unless they win a lottery ticket. And he didn't. Okay? Why do you think that Bruce has been there for so long, and then when they parted ways, Vince reached out and brought him back? And why do you think he's now in charge of SmackDown creatively? Because Vince knows his value. Simple as that.
Okay. And Jason Bink had an interesting question for you. If you were to be offered a position with AEW, would you want to be a wrestler? You're obviously in one of your best shapes ever right now. Trainer, agent, manager. What would be your choice?
Probably I would really enjoy being a trainer. I think that, it would help them immensely to have a place that they could have a lot of their younger talent that don't have enough experience on live TV to understand how to properly perform and take advantage of it. To have an opportunity. I'm not saying this just because I have it, but I do own OVW, and we produce a live television show. Well, we did until the pandemic thing, every Tuesday night. And the express purpose for why I did it live, or I do it live, is because it gives a lot of these young men and women an opportunity to learn the ins and outs and get the experience of performing on live television before they go to a WWE or an AEW or an NXT, because if you've never done it, you've never experienced it, you don't know how to capitalize on it to its fullest extent. And then you get an opportunity, you're literally thrown in the deep end of the pool, and it's sink or swim. And a lot of times, due to your lack of experience, you sink, you drown, you lose that chance, that great opportunity to make a career. You can't capitalize on, because no, you never got that experience. And I honestly think right now, I think we're the only place aside from AEW or NXT or WWE that you can do that you can actually go and get to work on a live television show on a weekly basis and start to really understand how to capitalize on where the hard camera is. Then when the AEW first started, there you could see a lot of the guys didn't understand where basically the hard camera was and how to play to it. And they still were playing to the audience in the building as opposed to the biggest audience, which is the audience at home. And that's just due to a lack of experience. And, they never had an opportunity to do that. And here in OVW, they do. So.
And Isban Arayo said he really thought your Shinobi character was cool, and why did it last, I think, only one match?
Well, they did. I used it a couple of times in WWE. Originally, I had created that character when I had the school in Ohio that I had started back in 1990. And I did it because if I trained you and we were going to go up to your hometown in Toronto, then the way I could make sure you had the best match in front of your friends and family was to work with me. So what I did was I literally created that gimmick, and taught myself how to move differently and have different body language so that anybody watching the show, I could come out and wrestle as Al Snow later and nobody would ever recognize that I was the guy under the hood because I worked completely different. And what happened was, because at the time as Al Snow, I didn't have a definitive personality or definitive character. I was good hand, but that was what held me back, was you couldn't describe me in a sentence or less. And the Shinobi character got more over than I did. And I started getting more booked more regularly as that, because it was a definitive character. I did a lot of stuff that had a personality even underneath the mask. And they used it a couple times in WWE. And then the last time they used it, Vince loved it that time. He was thrilled with it. But he was upset because I'd taken off the mask. And the only reason I took off the mask is that the writers were insistent that the mask be taken off and I be revealed as the guy underneath the hood. And I kept saying, no, you don't need to do that. That's not where the heat's at. You're making a mistake. And I went along with it when I really should have stuck to my guns and said no. And the very next day, Vince was like, why'd you take the mask off? That was the best match I've ever seen you do. Now we can't do anything with it. And I'm like, because they told me to. But, I could have easily refused to do it. And I should have. That was my mistake.
And you were advertised for Survivor Series 95, but you didn't end up competing in the match. What was the reason behind that?
I'm not real sure. You'd have to ask somebody else. I was booked on it, and then there was a change of plans, and I think they put Bob Holly in or something instead. I was never privy to the inner workings of the office at any point in time while I was there in WWE, or still to this day. That's one of the mistakes I talk about, is that, it was my fault because I didn't ask questions, and I should have. But I showed up at TV for, how many years was I there? From 95 to 2005, somewhere. I don't know. I'd show up at TV and they were having me do stuff, and no one, and I can't emphasize this enough, no one ever spoke to me. No one ever gave me direction. No one told me what we were doing, why we were doing it, where we were going with it, what they hoped to accomplish with it. Nothing. Hey, we need you to wrestle this match. Hey, we need you to do this vignette. Hey, you need to do this. You need to do that. And I just would go out and do it. But sometimes I think I missed the mark, or what their vision was, because they never communicated to me what it was. And I mistakenly never asked. I never took the time to say, hey, what are we doing? Why are we doing this? What do you want me to do? Why do you want me to do this? Where do you want it to go? I never did. And I really should have, and that was my fault.
And Alexander Ramos saw your first shoot interview with me where you told the story of Ole and Gene Anderson, the experience you had with them kind of roughing you up in the training. He wanted to know if you think it was okay what they did to you, considering the way wrestling was at the time. And he also wanted to know what your opinion is of the stretching that Eddie Graham used to do to potential wrestlers, with Bob Roop and some of the other guys stretching wrestlers.
How can I? Because I do say this all the time too, and it applies to this interview and what I'm about to say. One, I'm responsible for everything I say. but I'm not responsible for what people understand. Okay? Let's make it clear, I do not condone in any way, nor have I ever done it. I don't condone bullying. But I understand why Ole and Gene did what they did back then. And because still to this day, this is a very tough, physically, very tough business, but it's even tougher mentally and emotionally. And you have to understand, one of the biggest shifts in the paradigm of professional wrestling is that the majority of the professional wrestlers that are in the business now don't make a living off of it. Back then, the majority of the wrestlers that were in the professional wrestling business made a living off of it. And it was their only means of a living. Okay. And they knew the value and the importance of how much it was to keep what they were selling. And that was the belief that it was real, that it was hard. Okay. And, you know, they wanted to make it as physically and emotionally challenging and mentally challenging on the people that wanted to try to get in, to have them go out and be a commercial where they go out and go, hey, you think that stuff's fake? Man, this is what I had to do. And I didn't even get in. You know, look at the bruises, look at, you know, the broken nose, the black eyes, you know, that helped keep that mystique about it. But it also protected the business, because how many people does it take to ruin that illusion that you've spent so much time crafting? One guy. One guy. That's all it takes to destroy everything you've built. So they're going to make sure every step of the way that you're not going to be that one guy. Protecting the business was never kayfabe. That wasn't protecting the business. Protecting the business was not letting just anyone get in it. That was what was protecting the business. And if your livelihood, your sole means of making a living, and especially an amazingly good living, even back then, and if you don't believe me, listen to Cornette's podcast, and he'll give you the numbers. Where this also big popular misconception that wrestlers only made money now is insane. Nothing could be further from the truth. Nothing.
The top ones make more money now, but overall there was more wrestlers making a living back then, right?
A really, really, really good living. Like healthy living. Like you can do what you want living. So, you know, that's the case. And if you had that situation, what would you do to ensure that it stayed the same way? You know, and again, I'm not condoning bullying. I experienced it. And I legitimately mean this. Like, there are a lot of people that are in the wrestling business right now that would never have made it 38 years ago. That's the truth, because you had to go through so much to get in. Then you had to do so much to earn your spot in the locker room, not your spot on the card, your spot in the locker room. And not just bent physically, mentally, emotionally. They would twist you up every day, push you. And if you, God forbid, if you ever sold, because that was like putting blood in the water, and they were like sharks. You had no allies. They would just swarm on you and they would eat you alive. That's the truth. And then you had to make it through all of that. Then you had to earn your spot on the card. Then every night you had to keep putting, and you had to earn their respect. You were never given anything. And I truly believe that a large part of the degradation of the art of professional wrestling is in direct relationship to how accessible it is for everybody now. I'll stooge myself off. I'm the last guy that would ever, I thought, go and try to have more bureaucracy. But I find it insulting, and I can't emphasize that word enough, insulting, that my wife, who's a professional licensed massage therapist, any state in the Union, United States, she has to attend a state accredited school She has to be taught by a state accredited teacher. She has to spend a certain number of state required hours of training. She then has to pursue a certain amount of state required residency hours before she can even take a test, some monumental test that she then gets a license to be allowed to follow her career as a licensed massage therapist. Same goes for a beautician. Same goes for a barber, mortician, any licensed career. As a professional wrestler in the United States, in any state in the union that is controlled by a commission, you get a physical that varies from state to state, and you pay your money and you get a license. We're done. It's absurd. The number of people that I have been sitting in a locker room, and at 56 years old, I am in 10 times better shape. Not aesthetically, that's aside from the point, but aesthetically even, I'm in better shape.
Oh, yeah.
But I am physically in better condition than people that are half my age. It's an insult, and it's disrespectful to the sport and the art of wrestling, and to your own opponents and to yourself, that you are in such poor condition that you are now you're greatly increasing the odds of an injury to either yourself or your opponent because you are so out of shape. Not to mention that audience literally spent their hard-earned money and invested their time to come watch you so they could believe that you make your living in a physical combat situation, and you don't look like you could even beat up one of their kids. That's absurd. I went to the commission in Kentucky. I went and had a phone conversation with the one in Maryland after a young man in Oklahoma that year, poorly trained, against somebody else that was poorly trained, did a spine buster, hit the back of his head with such force that he was in a coma for 4 days and then died. Do you know how many people every year die or are tragically injured in professional wrestling now? And the number grows exponentially every year because people have so devalued the art of it and what it takes as far as a necessity to learn the real basics and truly be trained. And anybody can literally open up a school and I'm a professional wrestler, I can train people. And literally you've got the blind leading the blind, leading the blinder, and the business has just become more degraded over time. I literally had to go to a commission and beg them to institute, one, a training license, two, have a state. This before I even owned OVW. I had no skin in the game. So we're clear. Had nothing to gain from this. Institute an actual licensed and accredited trade school, real accredited teachers, and have them required to complete a certain number of hours and residency, and then continuing education, no different than any other licensed vocation. They turned me down, said they couldn't do it, made an excuse about liability, which is absurd because by not doing it, they've actually increased their liability, as far as I'm concerned. Turned me down because they knew that it would winnow out all of the people who didn't deserve a license, which is a dramatic amount of people all across the United States and Canada. Mexico at least has the pride that they still require these people to pass a test in Arena Mexico before they get the use the term that they're a professional wrestler. Have some goddamn pride about it. Jesus, quit being such whores that you have to let anyone train everyone and literally have them go in, teach them a couple bumps, hit the ropes, here are a few spots. Hey, we got a show next week. How about you get in? People are, every time you go in the ring, you are in risk of a life-altering or life-ending injury. That's a fact, okay? And that risk goes up exponentially based upon your skill level and training and your basics and your fundamentals, period, and your physical conditioning. And if you don't want to do that, if you don't want to commit yourself, you don't have the passion to really truly be a real professional, don't do it on any level. I get it. Like, I'm not bagging on you if you're only working on the weekends, or you're what we call a 40 or a 60 miler, meaning you don't travel no further from your house but 40 or 60 miles, and you make a shot once a month, once every other month, once every 2 months, or whatever. That's fine. I'm not bagging on you. I get it. Okay. It's not easy, but you don't be anything less than an absolute professional. You look as believable and realistic as possible and be in his best condition. And if you don't look like aesthetically like an Adonis, back in the day, there were lots of guys that didn't look like an Adonis, but I knew when I got in the ring with them, I could always trust them because I knew they were in perfect physical condition. Dick Murdoch, you couldn't blow that guy up. Adrian Adonis, you couldn't blow him up. Ricky Morton, who's still at his age in his 60s, you couldn't blow that guy up. They have the pride and respect to be able to stay in a certain level of conditioning to where they're safe. And you're half or even a quarter of their age, and you're a slob sitting over there in the corner, and I'm a professional wrestler. No, you're not. And unfortunately, in wrestling, shit rolls uphill too. And it now affects how I and everyone else make our living, and it makes it that much more difficult for us. Because other people have bought a ticket and were severely disappointed when they saw you. And now they assume that because they don't recognize it and it's not WWE, it's going to be more of the same, a shit show with you coming out there looking like a slob in either poor gear, and you're poorly trained, and you have no athletic ability or conditioning whatsoever. You just happen to see a cool spot on Raw or New Japan, and you now want to do it at 10 minutes in the match that you're gassed to the gills and you're about going to drop the guy on his head. You're an insult. And there are more of those insults every day. And that was why I condone what the Andersons did to me. That's why I condone what Eddie Graham did, because stretching you was not punishing you. How do you know how to sell an armbar if you've never had one on? How do you know how to sell an ankle lock? How do you know how to sell any catch hold if you've never had one applied to you? You don't. So that was why they did those things. And it was to test you, to see if they could crack you and send you home. And if they sent you home, you weren't worth the time and effort to invest in the first place.
True. And Insaniac wanted to know, I know you have a lot of fake accounts out there, but he wanted to know if you've ever had an obsessed fan.
Oh, I've had several, yeah. And it's not fun. It's not fun at all. I know that the fans find it that they find it flattering, or they believe that they know you, and because of the fact that they've gotten some attachment to you because they get to watch you every week in their homes, and they believe they create some familiarity. Probably the worst time that I went through that was during that the Tough Enough run, because oh yeah, but one, because the level of exposure was up dramatically, but two, because I wasn't being a gimmick, I was being me. I wasn't working, and I was, and people really started to believe that they knew who I was as a person, and that they had developed some kind of intimacy or a relationship with me that they never had. And I had some problems, like stalkers, and the problem with these people is that you can't rationalize with irrational people. You can't win, because no matter what you do, you can't stop them. You can't motivate them in any way. The basic psychology of the human brain is this: everybody operates on two very simplistic principles, and that is emotional pain and emotional pleasure. And when a person attaches a certain level of emotional pleasure to you, and the fact that if they don't get that, it's so emotionally painful, nothing will stop them. Because you will do more, you will endure more physical pain if you associate the fact that you don't get the emotional pleasure of enduring that physical pain. It's more painful to not go through it. That's why we go work out in the gym, because we've attached the fact that if we don't train and we don't look a certain way or whatever, that we're emotionally, that's painful for us. And it's so painful that it motivates us to go in days that we don't want to go in and work out as hard as we work out and go through all the soreness and the injuries and everything, because we emotionally, painfully, it's so painful that we can't see ourselves living any other way. And these people that get that emotional attachment like that, and that the brain switches and they find you emotionally pleasurable and the lack of you so emotionally painful, they'll stop at nothing. And I do mean nothing to try to make themselves a part of your life. I had one lady, my mom, I was going through a divorce at the time. She called me up all upset and just screaming at me. And I'm like, what is going on? And she says, I found this on the internet. And this again, now keep in mind, this is back in the 90s, late 90s. So the internet was still in its infancy. She found this on the internet with this woman in Columbus, Ohio, who was creating a diary of a life that she was living with me. That she wasn't.
Yeah.
She was stories of meeting the children and meeting my ex and and she was substantiating all this because she was taking clips of information from interviews that I had done about, oh, my favorite cereal is Lucky Charms. So she was peppering in those little facts to where when people would read it, it was believable because it sounded like she knew me. I had never met that woman in my entire life. And yet she had an entire life with me that was completely fictionalized. And people in the public eye believed that we really had a relationship, that had read those internet journals. And it wasn't true. It was nothing could be further. I didn't know who she was. I'd never met her. And it caused a lot of problems. Had a young girl up there in Canada who this was back on MySpace back in those days, and contacted me and would just pursue me and would make fake email accounts and fake MySpace accounts and all of this, pursuing me and contacting WWE and contacting the other wrestlers, pretending that she was other people, and then everything she could do. It was insane. I spoke to her. She has a lot of, she had a lot of emotional issues, the poor girl. But for these people, emotionally, it's like they're drowning. And you're that single point of hope. You're that light at the end of the tunnel, and they will drag you under in efforts to save themselves. They don't care, and you can't stop them. It's a scary thing. It really is. And at one point you pity them, but the next point, after a while, you begin to hate them because in short of you doing something drastic, there's no way to stop them. They just, you can't rationalize with them because they are completely irrational.
And a bunch of people wanted to know your opinion on your definition of a good worker. For instance, is John Cena a better worker than a Dean Malenko, whereas John Cena is more of a charismatic character, where Dean Malenko is a better technician, but John Cena made a lot more money? Or what would be your definition be of a good worker in wrestling?
Well, let's define what a worker is. Let's define what a work is, because people don't get that anymore. What's work? Well, work is a lie. It's a sham. It is my ability to make you believe something that's not true. That's what it is. No ifs, ands, or buts. A work is to make you buy what's a lie. And the only lie in wrestling is that it's not predetermined. That I'm really out there trying to win and trying not to lose. Can we agree?
Yes.
A worker is a guy who is very adept at being able to make or convince a large amount of people in a lie. Right?
Correct.
It has nothing to do with his physical ability. It has nothing to do with how many moves he can do. All it matters doesn't matter how he does it, is to allow you to believe in who he is and why he's out there doing it. The lie. Right?
Right.
So how many times have we heard, oh, so-and-so's a great worker? When's the last time you were really able to believe in a person, in their persona, and why they were out there in their efforts?
It's been
Be
a,
honest.
it's
A
been
long time. And how many times do we bandy about that? Oh, he's a good worker. He's a great worker. He can do a lot of shit. He's a great worker. That doesn't make him a great worker. If you can successfully get people to invest in who you are and why you're doing it, then obviously you're going to make plenty of money. Now, technically, Dean Malenko mechanically far surpasses John Cena. But, and that's no knock against Dean Malenko. He's incredible. Okay? Describe Dean Malenko to me in a sentence or less. I'm not a wrestling fan. All right? You want me to watch wrestling. You love Dean Malenko. Tell me why I should watch it. And Dean Malenko in a sentence or less.
He's got 1,000 holds.
Okay. Meaning?
He's very skilled technically, and
you think that's going to sell me?
Yeah.
If I say beer drinking, ass kicking redneck who flips off his boss, you think you're going to be intrigued to watch that guy?
I'd be interested, yes.
That's the difference. You understand?
Right.
And John Cena, you could describe in a sentence or less to the average person to some degree that would captivate them to want to watch him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been as successful as he was. Not to mention how, he was able to some degree make people believe and care in his matches while he was doing them. Because if he didn't, he wouldn't have stayed in that spot. Think of him what you will. So was he a great worker? Yeah, because he was able to get people to believe the lie of who he is and why he did it.
Now, just a few quick questions here. Someone wanted to know your favorite city to wrestle in and favorite venue to wrestle in.
Favorite city, I always loved Chicago and the Rosemont Horizon. And even when I'd go out there for Windy City Wrestling, we'd go to the International Amphitheater, which was where the Dumont network started professional wrestling on TV. And but man, and Milwaukee was great too. That was an Midwest towns. Always when I was young, I always loved going to Cobo Hall because of all the history, and the audiences were crazy back in the 80s and in Cobo. And of course ECW Arena, because the audience was, they were as much a part of the show as the show. I mean, more so. That was really, there's a couple defining moments in the history of wrestling that altered it to what it is today, and that'd be number 3 on the list that I've kind of created. That that ECW is really predominantly the large part of the reason why the style is what it is today. Why the performers are performers and not workers, because we've just determined what a worker is. And people can debate with me and they can, well, that's your opinion. No, it's not. A work is a sham. It's a con. And that means that a worker is a con artist who makes you believe in the thing that's not real. And the only thing that's not real is who they are and why they're doing it. That's it. So, we don't have, that's the issue, is we have a lot of performers in wrestling now, great performers. I mean, there's more, and there has been for probably a decade and a half or more. We have more physical and athletic talent in the wrestling business than we've ever had in the entire history of wrestling. Now, when we've got fewer places to work, wrestle, perform, because we have very few actual real workers left in there. And the ones that are, they stand out. Everybody applauds and gives accolades, and rightfully so, to MJF. In one breath they'll tell you kayfabe's dead, and the second breath they'll sit there and loud praise onto MJF about the fact that he never breaks character. Well, which is it? Is it kayfabe's dead, or are you happy because he always is selling who he is? because that's kayfabe. You have to make up your mind. You know what I mean? So, and he wrestles like a heel. You know what I mean? He does a great job wrestling like a heel. Um, and that's a rare thing today. We don't have, that's the other thing we're missing in the equation, is that no matter how you tell a story, whether you tell it through your physical actions and your body language and your facial expressions in the context of a competitive situation such as wrestling, or you write it down in a book, or you act it out on the stage or on a screen, you need an antagonist and you need a protagonist. And in wrestling, we really don't have any real antagonists anymore. We don't have any real heels that are willing to make the opposite person look better than them so that they have the express reason to do something heinous to gain the advantage. It's not what a person does that gets heat. It's why they did it. Even in your own life, what people do doesn't piss you off. It's because you think of a reason why they did it, and that's really what pisses you off, is the why they did it. And the same goes in wrestling. And we no longer sell the why anymore,
And Cactus Jack Black wanted to know if you ever witnessed any locker room fights.
Oh yeah, I've witnessed quite a few over the years, and some near ones too. Watched one guy get his eye popped out of his skull in one when I was about 19 or 18 or 20. I was only in business for a couple of years. That traumatized me watching. I just looked at me, wetted his thumb, stood up, and you heard a little, and the guy's eye popped right out of his head and hung on his cheek.
Who was the guy that did the eye?
God. I can't remember the guy. They were in a fight over a rat. And they were in a match. It was a lumberjack match, and we're out there and ringside, and they started getting stiff with each other. And the one guy went down and was looking right at me, and he just kind of stuck his thumb in his mouth because he wet his thumb so he could slide in easier. Turn around, popped it out.
And last question, as a wrestler, did you enjoy your time more in WWE, ECW, or TNA?
Honestly, I enjoyed every one of them. And I'm most grateful for WWE because if I hadn't been to WWE, I had a great career even before. I mean, I had been working for 14, 15 years before I went to WWE. I know that sounds great. I had a guy, one of the guys here, we were having a conversation, and I was teaching class, and he's like, how long was it before you got signed? Because let's face it, that's every young guy and girl's whole sole goal is just got to get signed. And he was like, how long was it? And I was like, I don't know. I've been working for probably 14 years. He's like, what? Took you 14 years? I go, yeah, because that wasn't the goal. The goal was just to work. And the WWF at the time it was a bigger, more prominent territory it was a bigger platform. You know what I mean? That was it. It wasn't, oh my God, I've got to get signed or else I have no career. It was, I have a career, but if I go to WWF, I'm going to make better money. That was it. And it just blew his mind. and that's why I say, like, and I mean it when I say it, like, working for WWF, WWE, ECW, and, WWA, God, you think of it in an AWA, if it has a W in it, I've worked for it. It was awesome working everywhere. It's just that WWE, I made the most money, and it was the most prominent platform that if I had not had that opportunity, we wouldn't be having this conversation because nobody would care. And two, it wouldn't have allowed me to continue on and have a career even after WWE that, I've been able to travel the world and make an enormous amount of money all because I, had that run in WWE. So, it was great. It was awesome. And ECW was a blast. I mean, probably, was such an awesome time. The locker room the morale was so great, and business was good, and I was really getting over, and I was having fun, and I had freedom to do what I want. Paul would let you do whatever you wanted. He didn't come down on you. But Smoky Mountain was awesome because, I'm working every night with those guys. God, to work with Ricky Morton and Robert Gibson are so ridiculously good, and physically and mentally and creatively, like I was firing all cylinders, and quite honestly, we'd talk a little bit, maybe if there was a spot or two that we wanted to do, for 14, 15 years, I'd go in the ring and we'd have a spot or something we'd want to do. And if it came up, it came up. If it didn't, nobody cared. And we just went out there and we had so much fun, just calling shit as we did it. And it was so easy and so effortless. And, and then it's changed, it's everybody has to mentally rehearse absolutely everything they do. And, I'm probably going to say something controversial here. So you'll be happy because it'll piss people off and it'll make them want to hear it. I firmly believe, and I think I can prove it, wrestlers don't wrestle for the audience anymore. They wrestle for each other. How? Why? Well, I'll tell you. Thanks for asking that, Devin.
Well, I already know the answer to that, but yeah, you can tell me.
The only reason that the wrestlers get together and they meticulously go over every step, plan everything, leave each other, mentally rehearse it, come back, refine it, and then mentally rehearse it again is because they're terrified that they're going to make a mistake. And the only people that will ever know they really made a mistake are the boys in the back. And one or two people that are in the audience writing a report.
Right.
That's it. No one in the audience is really going to know or understand that something got screwed up unless they openly demonstrate that it has. They worry. And here's the other way I can prove it. They only ask one question when they wrestle now. One question. When I first broke in the business for 14 years, 15 years, the only question I ever heard was, what's the house? How many people are here? Now, the only question I ever hear is, did you see my match? The only question you're going to hear these days is, did you see my match? And they ask that of each other. And the sad thing is that no one saw their match because they were too busy calling their match because they were worried the other guy was going to watch theirs. They don't care what the audience thinks. They only care about what each other thinks. Because back in the day, we only cared about what the audience thought, and we only cared how many people were in the audience, not what the other wrestlers thought of our match. And they're so preoccupied with that now, so overwhelmed with it, eaten up with it. And I can prove it even further. All of these empty arena shows will prove that point even more because they haven't altered, they haven't changed nothing about their performance. It's as if there's still 20,000 people in the building and there's not a soul, and they still perform exactly the same way.
That's true.
And that's sad. It's a shame. It really is.
One of your points that you just mentioned made me think of that Undertaker documentary because you mentioned if someone screws up, only the wrestlers are going to know. And in this Undertaker documentary, they're bringing up screw ups in matches that like nobody knew. So I question why they do that, but it's not my problem, I guess.
Hey, look, it's not my circus, ain't my monkeys. So, it is our problem though, because it is our business or it's the wrestler's business. And unfortunately, their job is not to perform. Their job is to motivate numbers of people to come watch them. And they're making that job infinitely more difficult by the way they perform. And they're now making it harder for you, if you run a show, to draw an audience because the audience isn't getting what they paid to see.
I had that issue.
No different than paying to
going around putting posters up. They're making some of these shopkeepers are making fun of me that I'm still promoting wrestling because they see some of this stuff on TV.
And they think it's a joke. They act like it's a joke now. So if it's a joke, there's no value to it. There's no value to it. They're not going to pay to see it. And that shopkeeper, he's going to now, people are going to come in that shop. They're going to see the poster. They're going to start a conversation and he's going to laugh about it to them. And now they're going to not want to come see. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're fulfilling our own prophecy of the death of the business. It's sad. It really is. And at any point in time, the wrestlers could take control over it again, and they could be the ones who dictate how it goes. But they are so eaten up with wanting the critical acclaim and the accolades as opposed to really making things successful and then being able to do what they love to do for a living. And it's disappointing, it really is. But what do you do? I mean, I can only control my little part of the world, and you know, and try to give people, it's no different than if you went to watch a magician and while he's sawing, the woman in half, he's turning around to the audience going, "Ah, don't worry, it's okay, it's all fake. I've got another girl down here with her legs out through the box, and then she's up here with herself tucked in. I'm not touching her with the saw at all." Well, then what was the point of me sitting here watching you do it? You know, and that goes back to our whole conversation about the social media and all of that, and what a worker is, and what we're really selling, etc. If in the degradation of, again, this all ties into how these people are being to the wrestling business and what they're being taught from the ground up, and they're not being taught those things. They're not being taught those concepts, and they're influenced by people that in their eyes are, and quite honestly, are successful. I mean, they're more successful than I am. They're making more money than I am. Um, you know, but it still doesn't change the logic behind what it is you're trying to do. You know, you can, and you can claim all you want that the business has changed. It's grown, it's evolved, it's developed. Yes, absolutely. But at the end of the day, the audience still is buying a ticket to believe in those two very basic concepts that they've always bought a ticket to believe in. And that's who the wrestler is and why they're out there doing it. That they're watching a physical contest, that the outcome's up in the air, and that the wrestler really wants to win. And because if he doesn't, he doesn't get paid, because they can relate to that. They can understand that. And that's the only reason you work your way up the ladder to get a championship, is because you get a championship, you make more money. Not only are you the best in the business and have a trophy to prove it, but you're also a guy who gets paid bigger purses because you now are in bigger bouts. That's the thought process, and that doesn't get communicated to these guys. They all think it's a video game, and using the analogy of like Mortal Kombat, because we've all experienced this. Mortal Kombat, even back in the day, had awesome graphics, amazing moves, the fatalities and all of that. But let's face facts. If you're not one of the people playing the game, how long does it take for you to get bored and you stop watching?
Immediate for someone like me.
Correct. Because you have no emotional connection to what's happening. And the same goes for professional wrestling. The moves, the athleticism, amazing. But if there is no consequence, a direct consequence, which is only that you could win or lose from those things, then there's no reason to continue to keep watching it. If you can't relate to the person, you can't, in the terms of the wrestling business, get over a babyface, which means that the audience actually identifies with and wants to live vicariously through this individual. I've used that analogy all the time, that, we walk outside right now, somebody's setting fire to a car, it's not your car. You're not going to try to stop this guy. Let's face it. You're going to video him, scream World Star Hip Hop, put it up on the internet. Why? Not your car. But if we walk outside and see somebody setting fire to your car, you're probably going to take action. You have more invested. If we walk outside and see somebody setting fire with your car, in your car, with your family and your dog in it, you're probably going to try to kill the guy. My job as the heel, your job as the babyface wrestler, my job as the promoter is to make you that audience's car, with their family and their dog in it, whatever means it takes. Because then we do one thing to you, we've just done it to everybody in the audience, and they're invested. But then the second that you go out on social media and you go, it was all bullshit, don't worry about it, I didn't get set on fire, it was a fake flame. Well, now they're all let down and they don't care anymore, because now there's no consequence. So, it's a very frustrating sometimes thing to deal with.
So speaking of social media, you're on Twitter at the real Al Snow, Facebook Al Snow, Collar and Elbow is your t-shirt company. I think you have a Shad Gaspard shirt, but could you
Yeah.
fill us in on all that?
Yeah, the Shag Gaspard shirt is the memorial shirt. 100% of the funds go to the Gaspard family. Um, went to the service, spoke to the sister. They're taking all of the money from the GoFundMe and from that, and from Pro Wrestling Tees has got a shirt as well. I encourage people to buy the shirts wherever they can get them. And all that money will go to in an annuity for Araya, Shad's son, and he won't be able to touch it until he's 21. He's 10 now, so it won't replace Shad, that's for sure, and it won't replace the husband or the father. But it's at least something that we can do for you know for the family. And go to collarandelbowbrand.com. You can get the shirt. I'm at the Real Al Snow on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And you can go, if you want more information on OVW, you can go to ovwrestling.com. We're on the YTA network. It's a national network now. We're in 44 million homes across the country. We're on our local broadcast channel. We're up to almost 1,100 consecutive episodes of television. And we have a new television show that we're producing that's up to 22 episodes, and that's OVW Overdrive. It's its own unique show. It's not just a recap show. And uh, if they want information on the only trade school in the world accredited by the State Office of Proprietary Education, they control all trade schools and universities, colleges. You go to aswa.live and you can get information on that. It's a 2-year program, teaches not just the in-ring skills, but also camera operation, business management, live event management, uh, television writing, creative writing, social media management, etc. So we try to give people, men and women, the skills to have, because it's not a matter of if, it is a matter of when your career will end in the ring. And if you don't have some kind of other skills, then you're not going to be able to be an asset in the wrestling business. And you serve one of two purposes in wrestling. You're either the thing that's selling tickets, or you're one of the things that helps sell tickets. There is no third option.
For social media management, what would you tell a guy like Lars Sullivan?
Like, uh, well, I try to tell these guys stuff all the time. They don't listen either. Be aware. I mean, you put that social media, it will come back to bite you. And it doesn't just affect, if you're with a company, it's going to affect, like with us, with OVW, it's affected already several people within the roster and their handling of their social media. It's affected potential sponsorships of, where we could have gotten them deals where they could have been spokespersons for the company, and the company shied away, both as a sponsorship for OVW, but also using the person and they could have made a lot of money as a spokesperson for the sponsorship. And they went and did a search on their social media, and we're like, forget that. Don't worry, we'll pass. And WWE, when you go, and if you get an opportunity with WWE, the first thing they do is they scrub your social media. They go right through it. And if they find anything, that astounding that they missed all that with Lars, but if they find anything that's even questionable, I don't care how good you are. I don't care how big you are, how muscular you are, how cool the move you do is. They find something on that social media, guess what happens? Done.
Yeah.
You're not going to go. Simple as that. Be smart. Use it wisely. It's amazing. You guys have such an incredible tool. We were totally reliant on the promoter and the platform, which was TV, to sell our product, which was us. You now have social media. Look at Drake Maverick. That's a shoot, just so you know. I personally know that situation with him is a shoot. He was being released, and he went to them and said, hey, can I just, I was supposed to be in 205. Can I at least finish my dates, which is not unheard of in wrestling. You finish out your dates and then you leave. Okay. He did that video. It was a shoot. Him doing that video was a shoot. And he's now creating more opportunities for himself, not just with WWE, but with people around the world that will now book this guy because he's a personality. He's a draw. Be smart, be intelligent. Don't be a mook. Don't be stupid. Use your social media. Use your YouTube. Look at Nick and what's his name, the Young Bucks. They literally created a brand on their own. Look where they're at now. All because they did it themselves. You could do it as well, And I encourage all of the roster here constantly to do that. And I can't get them to do it because, as we talked about, they're, just they're the wrestlers are the most lazy, needy, insecure group of cunts on the planet. They want everything done for them. They think it's all a one-way street. They think that, their sole responsibility is just show up and be great. They don't have to do anything more than that. They're entitled to everything.
Yeah.
And again, I told you the story. Free room and board, free housing, pay nothing for 2 years plus education. Bitching, complaining. It took me a day to process it, to literally go, what just happened with that conversation?
Thanks a lot for all your time. Great information here, especially for the young wrestlers watching this. Hopefully they can take at least some of the advice you gave. And to close this off, could we pretend that you're wrestling Mick Foley in the Louisville Gardens tonight? What would you tell him if that match was taking place tonight?
I'd say, Mick Foley, tonight in the Louisville Gardens, 8 o'clock, you and I face off, and you've got as much of a chance of beating me as people do of finding your flat ass. Okay? I don't know if you experienced some wood shop accident where you backed up against the belt sander, but I guarantee that if ever somebody wanted to find your ass, they'd have to look on a milk carton because it's been missing since 1986. Do you guys even know what a false finish is? Huh? A false finish, hold on. How many of you have finishing moves? Put your hands up. Not a one of you. Not a one of you have a finishing move. The fuck are you fooling? Marks? Spare me. You do not have a goddamn finishing move. Who have you fucking beat with it? How many have you beat with it? How often have you beat them with it? The only time you have a finishing move is if you beat 100 people with it consecutively. The only way you have a finishing move is if you have taught the audience that I do power slams, and every time I hit the power slam, I win. You know what my finish is? What's my finish? Hit people with the fucking head. Is it the snowplow? No, why? People kick out of that all the goddamn time. I don't have a finish. I hit people with a foreign object. That's my finish. So if I were to do a false finish, what would I have to do to make it a false finish? Because for it to be a false finish, they have to believe it's the finish. That's what makes it false. See how that works? So what would I have to do to make a false finish? I'd have to hit him with my, and then he'd have to kick out. Then it would be a false finish. Otherwise, it's not false, guys. Just because they make noise doesn't make it false. Heels on the comeback can cover baby faces, but baby faces can't cover the heel on a comeback unless it's in particular situations. Typical matches can't do that because it buries the baby face. Why do we have finishes? Why do we have finishing moves? There's only one reason we have a finishing move in the first place, that we establish one. Why? I can't, what'd you say?
To show the match is done?
No. Bell usually signals that.
Part of the gimmick?
What's that?
It's part of the gimmick. No.
Hey, yeah, kind of, I guess you could say it is. Yeah. Why do we have finishes?
So you can build to a false finish?
No. No, not at all. We only have finishes for one reason, so that it now gives you a gimmick to work in the match to tell a story. That's it. You always work the gimmick of your match to tell your story, to do your business. Bottom line. The gimmick let's say you have a DDT, you're a babyface. Historically, just so you understand, babyfaces have always had bump finishes, drop kick, DDT, you name it. Heels have always had submission finishes, crippler crossface, figure four, full Nelson. Do you understand? Why? Heel puts the finish on. Audience now believes the babyface is in the utmost jeopardy and could lose. Easy to get heat. Babyface has bump finish because he can do it to anyone at any time, out of any place, anywhere, and then go right back to selling. Could hit a drop kick, go right down. So, you, 100 guys, you've beaten 100 guys with DDT. Every time you hit a DDT, that's it. You, figure four. You, every time you put the figure four on, guy taps out. Doesn't matter who it is, doesn't matter how big they are, doesn't matter how fast they are, beat them. Okay? You guys wrestle each other. Now, you guys have a finishing move. I love that. I love it. Let me ask something. When you guys watch matches and guys have a finishing move, where's the only time you ever see the finishing move? Be honest. Not until they get to the end of the match. If you were a boxer and you had a knockout punch, that bell rang, what would be the first thing you'd be trying to set that guy up for? So if you had a finishing move, why are you not, the minute the bell rings, doing everything you can to wrestle this guy into a position to hit him with your finishing move? I don't understand. Oh, because we got to do shine. We got to do the heat spot. Forgot. Bell rings. You're going to immediately do what? Whatever it takes to get a hold of his head. Why? You get control over his head, you might be able to get him in a front face lock, DDT him. So whatever you do, however you go in, how you take him down, at some point you're always going to transition up to his head. Whatever body part you take. What's the first thing you're going to go after? Of course. But now, if I'd have left the two of you alone, that would have never happened. You're going to, of course, go after his legs. So you're going to waist lock him, do whatever you want, take his headlock, take an arm, but you're always going to try and transition down to his legs. Now, what are we starting to tell? Just based off of nothing more than you wanting to try to DDT him and him trying to put figure four on you, which is really the gimmick of the match, which I'll get into in a second, that you're trying to win, he's trying to beat you. How easy is that? That's called wrestling psychology. You keep trying to get him. At some point, you finally hook his leg, but surprisingly, you don't have that one nerve that runs in everyone else's leg that when somebody touches it, the rest of their body loses control and they can't function their hands or their head or their leg. They just lay there dead the minute somebody grabs their leg. You actually are able to still use your other leg in your hands. And the minute he grabs your leg, you kick him off. You hit the ropes. You cross-body him. He kicks right off. You hit the ropes again. He ducks down for a backdrop. You kick him up. You hook him, and he drops on his ass like he just avoided a bullet out of a gun. Think the crowd's going to understand what you're doing? Oh, my God. He starts circling you cautiously. He tries to shoot in on your leg. You got him hooked for the front face lock. He drives you into the turnbuckle. He grabs your leg and leg drags you out of the turnbuckle. You sell your leg. You're trying to get up. He kicks it out from underneath you. He grabs your leg in, goes to spin into it, and you kick him off. He goes right out and through the ropes. You hop up and kind of shake your leg. He's outside having a fit. You go over to the ropes to try to get him to come in. He grabs your leg, snatches you out, slams your leg against the ring apron, throws you back in. You cover him. Why do you cover him? Because it takes 3 seconds to beat him, and it takes a lot longer to make him give up. 1, 2, you kick out, and you immediately go after what? His leg. You go after his leg, but again, you don't have that nerve in yours where it cuts off the blood supply and the feeling to every other part of your fucking body, so you're able to still continually fight to get away from him. He continues to work on your leg, but you get away from him again. You start to fire up on him. You hook him. You go to DDT him, and he grabs the center rope, and you take a bump and hit the back of your head. And he grabs your leg and yanks you out, and he puts the figure four on. Is anybody able to follow this yet? You sell, you crawl, you milk it as much as you can, and just as you grab the rope, the crowd does what? They come up. Why? Because you were in trouble of losing. The ref makes you break the hold. You're not going to break that hold immediately. He pulls your legs apart. You're arguing with the referee. You're selling up slow. As he comes in to dive into your leg again, you hook him again, you DDT him out of nowhere, and you cover him 1, 2, 3. Think the crowd will pop? Yeah, they will. That's the only reason you had that finish. Want to go a step further? You now, the referee has to help you up, drag you out of the ring. Did we bury your hold? Still selling it all the way back. Did you get over? Did you get heat? Did we do a cutoff spot? Oh, we did multiple ones. Did you have a hope spot? Oh, you did multiple ones. Did you shine? You won. How fucking shinier can you get? TV next week, you're on crutches. Doctor says I got to stay off of it for a couple of days. You know, he had me in it for so long. Did a little bit of damage. Didn't do anything. I don't need surgery, but I can't wrestle for a couple of days. Come out. I want a rematch. You lie. You didn't beat me. You cheated. You had the referee on your side. There's another referee in that ring right now. Let's go wrestle right now. You just heard me. You know that I can't wrestle. Of course you can't wrestle. How convenient. You're a pussy. You know that because you don't have your friend in the ring, that if you face me man on man, there's no way you could possibly beat me. Hey, let me get this leg healed up. I'll take you on. Yeah, right. Go to turn. You ignore him. You jump him, beat the shit out of him, put the figure 4 back on. What do we got now? Oh my God, we have an angle. And we have an angle based on what? Nothing more than you worked your fucking finish and you worked yours. And we told a story. How fucking easy is that? Does that happen anymore? No, why not? Because we don't fucking work our goddamn finishes until we decide that we're going to do it, and suddenly we're going to get people to make noise.
Hello and welcome to the two-man power trip of wrestling. I'm your host, JP John Paz. With me today is a very special guest, former WWE World Tag Team Champion, European Champion, Hardcore Champion, a Smoky Mountain Tag Team Champion. He's now running OVW. He is Mr. Al Snow. Al, welcome to the two-man power trip. How you doing?
Thank you very much, John. I appreciate it.
So what's going on in your world? What have you been up to?
Well, being a part owner and operating OVW it keeps my hands full pretty much a lot. That thing's a monster. So my hat's off to Vince McMahon. It's amazing what he does on a daily basis on that level, because I can barely keep up with everything on this level. So I can only imagine what he's doing, on that level. It's got to be insane.
Oh, it's absolutely nuts. So the licensing, merchandising, TV, and everything else. But what's going on with OVW? Like, what's the latest? How's everything going with you guys in TV and moving forward?
With TV, it's going great. We just signed a deal and got on the Action Channel, which increases our reach nationally across the country. And we're trying to work on a couple of other outlets right now, national outlets, to get the show on regionally. We've always been for decades. We've been, on WBNA here in Louisville, Kentucky, and now we're in Lexington and Bowling Green and Hazard, and they are a part of the great television network. So if things go well, which they've been going very well there, the hope is that we'll expand out into Charleston, West Virginia, which is a gray station that broadcasts all of West Virginia and northeastern Kentucky, and then we can access Cincinnati, Dayton, Indianapolis, and Evansville, Indiana, and that'll give us about a 2.5 hour range from Louisville that we can operate live events once we establish the television show in those different areas.
I think everyone thinks OVW, they automatically think like the WWE developmental territory going back many years. What would you say right now? Like, how would you describe OVW? Obviously not a developmental territory at all.
In a way it is, to a degree. What I've tried to build here is a combination of two things. One, an operational territory, regardless of whether it's developmental or otherwise, it's an operational territory. And a platform that allows for exposure and for talent to promote themselves and make themselves into stars and give them opportunities. And it's a place, a developmental in the sense that we operate the only actual wrestling school that is certified as a trade school by the State Office of Proprietary Education in the world. And so it's a great place for young talent to come and learn and be developed and get experience and therefore know the tools that they need to take advantage of opportunities that come their way. And then I'm steadily working on it becoming a Sorry about that. Sorry, somebody called. Sorry. I'm working very hard on making it a viable platform for veteran wrestlers that have had a run in another, platform, another company, to be able to come and reinvent themselves and get exposure on the platform and possibly, use that to create another opportunity to work on a larger platform again. So, and to be able to make a living strictly as a professional wrestler, that's the goal, is to be able to make this a financially profitable and successful model that talent can come and make a living. Now, they're not going to get rich, because it's not that size of a platform, but they could make a living and being a wrestler and nothing else, not having to have another type of job.
How did you get the trade school thing? Like, how did that come about? Because that's interesting.
Took many years. Took about 2 years of work to make it happen. And the explanation was twofold. One, I think everybody views professional wrestling training as like you would be taking martial arts, like jujitsu, or and to a degree it is. I mean, but the difference is that in martial arts they're just teaching you self-defense, and in professional wrestling training, I am teaching these young men and women skills to pursue a career, to make a living, to have a vocation, and that's the big difference. They have to know certain things to be able to take advantage of opportunities that come their way to be, financially successful. And so that's where it becomes a different situation than just an average athletic endeavor, an athletic pursuit. The other reason is that we've incorporated other classes into the school other than just wrestling training. So we teach, lighting and sound and camera operation and editing and producing and
You're back.
We're back. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem.
But we offer classes on lighting, sound, camera operation, editing, live event management, etc. Teaching skills not only in the ring but outside the ring for it's twofold. One, as an in-ring performer now, if you've operated a camera, you've shot the television show, then you know what to look for. As far as a performer, you know what that the camera is looking for and what you need to do to be able to capitalize on that television time that you're on the air and use it as effectively as possible. As an out-of-the-ring performer, you now have skills that give you value well and beyond what you can just do in the ring, because it's not a matter of if your career is at some point going to come to an end, and as far as being able to perform in the ring, it's a matter of when it's going to come to an end. And if you have additional skills besides just what you can do in the ring, you can still be an asset to a wrestling company in a major operation.
Because it's right, it's wrestling, but it's TV production, it's lighting. I mean, it's so much more than just pro wrestling. I mean, it's TV, times 10.
Oh yeah, producing a live television wrestling show is a completely different world. You're going to need skills, and you're going to learn skills that you can't learn in any other area of broadcasting or entertainment.
Where do you amass all your knowledge from? Because I always talk to Ben Hameen. He says like you're one of the smartest guys in wrestling. I talk to Dr. Tom all the time. He always says like what a genius for wrestling. Was always a hidden talent all the way back in the day, but like vast knowledge. Where do you accumulate all your knowledge? Because you're passing it along to the next generation. But older guys like Dr. Tom putting you over, younger guys like Ben putting you over.
Well, I'm very flattered that anybody's put me over, and I'm not saying that I do know anything, because I don't know. I don't think that I necessarily do. I just think I do a really good job of making people believe that I do, and then I just make up as I go along. So,
where did you kind of amass all the knowledge? It's just from learning through the years from different guys. Did you have like a mentor like through the business when you were coming along?
I've been doing it for 39 years, and I've done, I've had a lot of, I think I've had a lot of experience, and I've had a lot of varied experience. And, I think I was very lucky, the guy that, Jim Lancaster, the guy that broke me in the business. And at that time, when you were broke in the business, it was more like an apprenticeship, because you spent, the guy was responsible for you, and held accountable, on how good you were. And we spent a lot of time traveling together back in the day in the cars. And, that was where you really learned, was in a car, and I got to spend a lot of time with a lot of guys that have been in this business doing it for a living, not doing it on the weekends, but just doing it for a living, nothing else. This was the way they fed their families, the way they paid their bills. I was spent a lot of time with those types of people, and learned from them, and learned from the guy who trained me. And one of the things that we used to do a lot, which really seemed to help me, and still does, is that to stay awake, we would book a territory, all the way through. If we didn't get it done in that car ride, then we, had to, we picked that back up when we were on the next trip. But you were able to pick whatever talent you wanted from whatever territories, and then you had to justify or explain who they were, why you picked them, who were your heels, who were your baby faces, who were your top heels and your top baby faces. What were you going to work to? What was going to be the blow-off match that was going to pop the territory, and lay it out, from show to show, and week to week, and month to month, and how you were going to build it, and where you were going to get your heat, and what was going to create that heat that was going to drive people to want to see the final match. At the time, it was just an exercise that I did with him just to stay awake in the car. And, when I was head of developmental for WWE for down here in OVW, I kind of just got thrust in the role of writing the TV show, booking the TV show week to week, and then also the live events that we did at that time. Which at that time, the last year when WWE was associated with WWE, we ran 186 live events that year alone.
Wow.
With an average attendance of about 400 people, which 400 is not a lot, but when you realize that's an opportunity for young talent to work in front of an audience of that many people on an average basis of 186 times throughout the year, it's pretty significant. And so, I got thrust to kind of totally by accident into the position of writing TV, and I was able to just pretty much do it. I mean, and I think a large part of the reason I was able to do it and have an understanding of it was because of those hours in the car, breaking things down and, you know, figuring things out. So.
Have you been with OVW all the way straight through from the WWE time till basically now, or was there a break in between?
There were several breaks. When WWE left, I left because, you know, Danny didn't have any way to, you know, pay me or anything, and I had to go out and work go out and wrestle. And then I came back when I was an executive for TNA. Between Bruce Pritchard and I, we kind of created the developmental program for Impact Wrestling, and you know, of course, its Impact was just 2 hours down the road from that, you know, in Nashville from Louisville. You know, it was natural to create that relationship with Danny again, and Danny Davis and OVW, and you know, we had the Impact developmental go for several years here until budget considerations they had to eliminate it, and then I left again, and then I returned about 3 years ago, I think, just hanging out, and then one thing led to another, and I decided to rib myself and buy a wrestling company. So, you know.
How's that working out for you? Seems pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I love it, and I really enjoy working with everybody, all the talent. They frustrate me sometimes, you know, because I sometimes feel like I want them to succeed more than they do themselves. And you know, but we've gotten to do some really cool things and build some really cool stuff, and you know. We don't really get much recognition out in the wrestling world for what we're doing, but that's not keeping us from doing it, and I don't mind that. I like working quietly off to the side, and you know, until it gets to a point where they can't ignore us anymore.
With that, I feel like OVW, you know, it's still relevant and everyone it's still paying attention to it. Do you think that expanding it even further? I know you were saying Charleston instead. Do you think that that's viable to do? Like, let's say Ring of Honor might be gone, and do you think that there's like a room for another promotion out there, or is there so much out there you don't want to expand too much too fast?
Well, I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna expand beyond just the regional area that we're in. We don't have the infrastructure nor the roster, you know, or the resources to run nationally. I mean, everybody, that's the big, you know, I guess everybody wants to do is they want to operate on a national level. And even, listen, even WWE has considered for years eliminating their live events on a national level because they are too costly. You know, for us though, running regionally within a 2.5 hour, you know, geographic distance of Louisville, Kentucky, it's very viable. You know, we have TV in those areas. We can run live events, and we can, you know, make them profitable, drawing an audience that works again to not only support the company but also gives talent valuable experience in front of that live audience that they would never receive anywhere else. That's the whole main reason, the motivation why I've, you know, made the move to produce our television show live every Thursday night, was because, you know, outside of WWE and AEW, there's nowhere else that you can work on a live television show. You know, and it is a remarkable difference between doing a post-produced show and a live television show. They're remarkably different for the talent. And, you know, you want to be as prepared as possible if you get an opportunity, let's say, to go AEW or WWE, and because now that's the last place you want that to be your first experience on a live television platform, is when you're walking out there with that life-changing opportunity. Sorry about that.
Hey, no problem.
So the last place you want to be with your first experience of being on live television with a life-changing opportunity is AEW or WWE, where you've never been on live television and now you're thrust out there, and it's a sink or swim situation. You're not going to know the skills to really capitalize on and take advantage of that opportunity to its fullest advantage. And as a result, you're only going to get that opportunity once. You're not going to get multiple takes at that opportunity. So by operating, training and performing in a platform like what we have here, it allows you to now get that experience, that understanding, and that knowledge, so that when you go and that you get that opportunity on that live, that live television, you're going to be able to exploit that to its fullest.
So with you lately, I noticed you come into the Vince Russo brand, and you're going to be doing a show with Vince. How did that all come about? I guess Lions, Tigers, Bears, and Head.
Is that what he titled it?
Yes.
Well, I've always been a friend of Vince's. Vince's been a friend of mine, and worked with him in WWE, worked with him in Impact. He's a great guy. He's a controversial guy, but he's a good guy. And he contacted me and told me that Disco Inferno was taking a sabbatical from the show, and wanted to see if I would be interested in doing so. I probably have a little bit of a different take than most people in regards to how I'm going to view things, and I'm not really one for critiquing other people's operations. When speaking about it, I will offer my opinion, but I will make it known that it's an opinion, because if I'm not directly involved, or I've not been directly contacted by anybody, then all it is just assumption and speculation, and I'm not going to try to present it as if it's actual fact. You know what I mean? It just, it isn't going to be the way that I try to operate, because I can't judge people if I don't know the full circumstances of what's going on and what behind the scenes considerations are. But I'll try to give insight and, maybe a different opinion than what normally most people hear, and see how it works. See if people are entertained by it.
Yeah, it should be a good one. Very interested. He said you were his first choice to replace the great Disco Inferno there. So that's a good thing.
Well, I'm very flattered that I was anybody's choice, let alone first choice.
When did you first meet him? Would it be the WWF, or was it like when he first started with the magazine, or was it later on when he was writing the Attitude Era?
He was with the magazine when I met him, when I first came to WWF. Yeah, I would meet him at TV, see him there, and meet him there.
So what's the relationship like been throughout the years? You said you always got along with him very well.
Sure, yeah. I don't always agree with Vince. Vince doesn't always agree with me, and that's fine. He has his way of doing things. He has his strengths and his weaknesses, and I'm sure I do as well. And I have my views and my opinions as far as the way things should be done. And but Vince is he's a very creative guy, I think that the record will show that Vince Russo working with Vince McMahon, the pair of them were able to, and a large part of it too were the talent, but the creativity of Vince Russo, coupled with the direction by Vince McMahon, led to a great boom in the wrestling business with the Attitude Era. With the ideas and the creativity and things that they came up with each week to entertain the fans. I mean, that's not an easy job. Having that responsibility, keeping that machine running, and keeping and motivating an audience to continually tune in, because We're competing for the most valuable resource on the planet, and that's your attention. And, that's not easy to get, and it's even harder to keep. And then the ultimate objective behind it, getting your attention is to ultimately motivate you to want to leave the comfort, safety, and security of your home, get in your car, drive to a building, pay to park, which is absurd, and then pay a large amount of money to get into that building, to sit in seats you don't want to sit in, around people you don't want to sit around, to pay for food you don't want to eat, to watch some guy do his job. That's ultimately what it is. I know that everybody wants to believe that professional wrestling is only about having the critical acclaim of a wrestling match, but that wrestling match isn't for critical acclaim. That wrestling match is to motivate people to leave their homes and drive to a building and watch the show. And if that part of the equation doesn't happen, you don't stay in business. Simple as that.
Man, especially as a fan back then, we were willing to do that over and over again during the Attitude Era. I mean, I remember just like random house shows. They'd be like, "Oh, Steve Austin on the show. Oh, driving to Philly," or "Hey, East Rutherford. Driving to East Rutherford. Austin's on the card," or whatever. Like, what was it like to be a part of that? Because it was so hot. I mean, the crowds were so good.
That was great. It was awesome. It was, there's nothing better than when a territory, and ultimately at the end of the day, WWE is a territory still. WWE is no different than what it was, Memphis was. It's just WWE runs on a national level and an international level. There's nothing better than when a territory's hot and it's making money. Nothing better. It's so awesome. One, because you're making money. I mean, that's always a positive. But two, the crowds are hotter. They're into everything you're doing, and it's a great run. It's an awesome run to be a part of.
What do you think is missing from today's wrestling? That I know it's a completely different time period, but back then it seemed like Austin's larger than life, Rock's larger than life. Do you think that plays a part into like what we're missing? Those like real guys. You're like, man, these guys are like superheroes. They're a hero to me. I love Austin. Undertaker. Are we missing some of that part of wrestling?
Absolutely. Yeah, we are unquestionably. That the two most important things, and regardless of time frame, nothing. The wrestling business has not changed. It hasn't. I swear to you. The only thing about the wrestling business has changed is that the level of sophistication of the audience that's watching. The audiences are much more sophisticated now than they were even just 10 years ago. It's a different world. 10 years, 10 years hence, it'll be a different world than what it is today. And that audience will be even more sophisticated. But one thing that doesn't change is of what you're selling intrinsically about wrestling. I don't care how you go about doing it. But at the end of the day, the only thing that quote unquote is fake, that's not real, is that we know who's going to win. And then the only thing let's be honest, the only thing you are really buying a ticket that really drives your interest in wrestling is who the performer is as a person, as a character, as a persona, and why are they doing it? Why are they out in that ring? Well, they're out in that ring to try to win and not lose. The backstage things and the storylines and all that just adds gravity or consequence to that win or loss. That's all it does. That's never changed. That was the way it was in 1901. It's the way it was in 1961. It's the way it is in 2021. That never changes. Does the wrestling business evolve, grow, develop? Yes. But what you're selling doesn't. I mean, I don't know if you watch boxing or if you watch MMA, but if you do, let's be honest, there's only two reasons you ever watch either one of those sports. It's because of who's fighting and why. Well, guess what? Wrestling's exactly the same. It doesn't change. The reason the Attitude Era was so ultra successful was because every guy on the show was somebody you could describe to your friends and family in a sentence. Let's be honest. You could describe Steve Austin as a beer drinking, ass kicking redneck that flips off his boss and fights authority. Boom, we know who he is. Undertaker, that guy. Gold Dust, sexually weird, and you know, sexually ambiguous. We know these people. That's why we relate to them, and we relate to why they're doing it. Yeah, baseball. I've used this analogy a number of times on other interviews. Baseball, football, and basketball have enormous audiences in the United States. The reason they do is because everybody's played them in the United States. That's why hockey has an audience in Canada that it does in the United States. That's why soccer is bigger all over the rest of the world than it is here in the United States. That's why soccer is becoming bigger here. It's because we have more generations of children that are playing it. The top three, and everybody's always surprised when I list this off, the top three in the world, the rest of the world, not just the United States, but in the rest of the world, the top three televised sporting events are as follows. Number 3 is the World Cup of Rugby. Rugby. Number 2 is the World Cup of Cricket. Number 1 is soccer, the World Cup of Soccer. Notice, I did not mention the World Series. I did not mention the Super Bowl because they are not even close to the numbers that those other 3 sporting events draw. And the reason that they draw that is because more people play those in those other countries. The whole point of this is just like, golf, more old white people, white guys watch golf than anybody else. Why? More old white guys play golf than anybody else. If you've never been inside a ring, you don't know what or how to relate to what's happening physically. All you can relate to is the consequence of what's taken place, which is that somebody can win and somebody lose. And unfortunately these days, the talent in all organizations are focusing on selling you what they do. No longer are they selling who they are and why they're doing it. During the match, I'm not talking about vignettes and promos, and, those are all well and good. But the problem with those are that if you sell me that you're A, B, C, D, E on a promo, backstage in a vignette, you sell me effectively that you're this character, then the bell rings and you don't wrestle like that guy, well, now we're done. Because you sold me a product. I bought the product. I cared about the product. And now I get another product. I don't get the thing that I bought. Well, now I'm not going to pay to see it anymore. Simple as that.
That's so true, like about the attitude era. You can explain the guy in a sentence. Nowadays, it is harder to explain. Some guys, you'd be like, well, what is this guy? Or not a guy in particular, but a lot of the guys, like, oh, yeah, how would you describe him to somebody, that's like a casual fan? Like, hey,
can you
crazy
turn to your
schizophrenic.
friends and family? Can you turn to your friends and family and go, hey, there's this guy and he's A, B, C, D, E. All of those guys, the majority of those guys of the Attitude Era back then, you could. Let's be honest, you could. Vince McMahon was the evil boss. Steve Austin was the regular Joe that stood up to him. Rock was the movie star guy even before he was a movie star. Undertaker was that guy. You can, until I got that definable persona, that definable personality that clicked with an audience, I was, I was the best kept secret in wrestling, and and then I became the guy that was crazy and talked to a head, but you knew who I was and you knew what I was about, and you could, in one sentence, you could turn to your friends and go, "There's a crazy guy, never knew what he's gonna do. He talks to a head, treats it like it's a real person. Man, you got to watch."
Hey, no problem at all. But you were saying, like, just about the characters in general. It's crazy how you can describe them.
Indeed, that is essential if you really want to be a star in professional wrestling, is that you've got to develop and create that, not a character, but a persona. That's who you really are, your real personality, but just that aspect turned way up so that an audience will believe in you, because that's the key. It's not to make people believe in what you're physically doing, because you're never going to be able to. It's the key is to make them believe in who you are and why you're doing it, and then they'll believe in anything you do, physically or otherwise. I mean, look at, people genuinely say what you want, but people genuinely believed that I was clinically insane. And, you know, they believed that I knocked somebody out with a plastic head. And I can't. It's not physically possible. I can't even knock a toddler out. I've tried. The kids usually just go down and start crying, and then their parents start saying stuff about calling the police and other stuff. And it's like, hey, your kid won't sell and put me over. So, you know, he's the one that's the problem. You know, so if you're going to call the cops, you know, call the wrestling cops, because this guy's he's not selling the gimmick at all, but he's down there on the floor crying. So, you know, Tommy Rich got color for it. You know, he bled. This kid won't put me over at all. But I can make people believe still to this day that I can knock somebody out with it, you know, because they believed in who it was and why I was doing it.
Definitely. Where did that come from? Like, that just the thought process of creating this awesome gimmick? Like, you're the best kept secret. Everyone knows you're a great worker, but how could you create that character? So how do you create the head and the character and like that schizophrenic nature of it?
Just taking what I knew an audience already knew about me. I knew that if you watched WWE, that you saw me as Leif Cassidy, and if anybody was that happy-go-lucky, they had to have some kind of mental illness. And I knew that there were a lot of ECW fans that knew me well before, and if they knew I'd been pursuing anything as long as I'd been pursuing it and was not, as far as I was concerned at that time, not achieving some kind of success, that frustration would eventually play out and I'd have a nervous breakdown. And so I tried different things that would help to demonstrate that I'd done just exactly that, that the frustration had finally gotten to me and I'd snapped, and I had a nervous breakdown.
Where'd you get the idea from?
You know, I read a book on abnormal psychology, and trying different things, and saw a woman in there had a case study about parent schizophrenia with a transference disorder, and where she transferred what she thought, you know, the voices that she heard from a lamp or you know, a couch or whatever, she thought they were crazy, not her. So that's how I always treated the head, was that they were crazy, not me.
So with obviously, I mean, the gimmick is awesome. So the head itself, where do you get the head from? Like the actual physical head? Like you just took it off a mannequin, or like where did like that actual part come into play?
Initially, I found the styrofoam head because in the old ECW arena, there was a part of it that was used to make the Lumber Day parade floats in Philadelphia, and they had a styrofoam head back there, and I picked it up, and I thought, well, I'm just going to carry this to the ring, and I'm going to talk to it and treat it as if it's real and alive. And I started getting, I knew I had to get one with a face, and I had got these ones that have a thin plastic face on them. They get broken. And Mikey Whipwreck and Spike Dudley found in a barrel in New Britain, Connecticut, the fans used to bring objects for New Jack to use as weapons in his match. And they went through the barrel one night in New Britain, Connecticut, and they found found the head and Beautician's head, and came running up to me and were like, "Here you go, Al. You know, I know you would need something like this." And I was like, "That's perfect, thank you." And they've been with me ever since. So.
Were you ever shocked of like how over it got? I mean, it's just like, man, the crowd, especially the ECW crowd. I mean, they really took to it.
Yeah, I really, really was surprised. You know, I was thrilled. You know what I mean? And I was really surprised that, you know, it got, because you don't know what's going to work or what's not going to work. You just do, and it did. And I think the reason it did was because, like, at the time I had a bad attitude, and I had a lot of personal frustration about my career, and was pointing the finger at everybody else instead of pointing where it belonged, which is at myself, and taking responsibility for my successes and my failures 100% on my own. And that came through whenever I would speak to the head. That frustration came through, and so it was real. And so that made who I was real, and they believed in me, and so as a result, that's why I got over. Why it worked.
And even in ECW, you know, the Prodigy song "Breathe," it just everything was perfect. The way just the music went, and then they handed out the styrofoam heads, and sometimes the lights they'd mess with the lights. It was just in the camera work too. I mean, everything was perfect, frantic craziness, but it fit the character perfectly.
Yeah, it did. It was a perfect storm. It worked really, really, really well. You know, I was very, very fortunate that it ended up working the way it did.
And I know you had a very good program with Shane Douglas, the franchise, on there too. I feel like he has said that he was a little injured in one of the matches. You kind of carried him, but he's a buddy of mine, so I'm allowed to say that.
Well, Shane's awesome, and I think Shane's very underrated. I don't think he gets the credit that he deserved. And Shane's a throwback too. Shane broke in around the same time I did back in '82, and was in the different territories coming up, and so he understands things on a different level than a lot of people realize.
And Shane's training buddy with Dominic DeNucci was your buddy Mick Foley. What's up with him and always the digs at you and like the little stories and the little why does Foley always do that?
That I don't know. I think he sometimes I wonder because it borders on obsession and to the point to where it's almost like a sexual proclivity to it, and it worries me. But I don't mind. I mean, I think it's awesome that he continues to keep mentioning me, keeps my name alive. You know what I mean? He keeps bringing attention to me and putting me over. So why not? Feel free.
I did a show with him last week. I was just like a producer on it, but he was on the show. But fans kept asking him questions like about you or say a joke about you, but he wasn't taking the bait. I was shocked. I was like, "Whoa, did he turn a new leaf here?" He wasn't.
I don't know. Yeah,
you.
it's a and to Barry, you guys need to understand. You all use terms you don't know what they are.
Right.
To bury someone, to bury someone is not to say something negative, and everybody thinks it is. When you are speaking about somebody, whether you're speaking positively or negatively, you're not burying them. You're putting that person over because you're paying attention to them. And if you want to bury somebody, the real term is just what it says. When somebody dies, you put them in the earth, you bury them, and pretty soon you don't talk about them ever again, and they're forgotten. That's burying somebody, And
not burying. He jokes about you. Jokes around about you.
He jokes about me and makes remarks about me, and he's ultimately putting me over. So I don't mind. I mean, let him keep doing it. I mean, he's done it for years. He'll never stop. So.
What was like the genesis of that though? Was there like a starting point where he was like,
It started when we get bored in the car and we do what we call like a verbal boxing match, and then we would throw verbal jabs back and forth, and then oh my God, like if you hit each other with the good ones, oh that's a standing 8. Oh my God, I knocked you out on that one. You know what I mean? You didn't even have a chance to get your hands up on that one. And we would joke back and forth, and the rule was we were going to keep it in the car. But then Mick started doing it in the locker room, and then started doing it in front of the boys. They got him a good reaction, so he kept doing it. And then, then he started doing it on TV, and then in the infancy of the internet, he was doing it there, and then he just kept doing it. Wrote his book and just kept doing it there, and been doing it ever since. So
it basically started out like as a little bit of an inside joke, and then he just
as a little competition between the two of us, and we agreed. We're like, we'll just keep it in the car. We're not going to give. This is such a competitive business. We're not going to give. The people in the locker room an upper hand, to bury, throw us under the bus, so to speak. So, so it was agreed we wouldn't do it, but then he took it outside of the car and started doing it in the locker room and everywhere else. And I kept up and was doing very well, but it just got to a point where sometimes Mick could dish it out. He couldn't really take it, so he'd get upset. So I told him, I said, "Well, I'm not going to play anymore. I'm just not gonna do it anymore." And I stopped, and he kept going. So
Because even when he does some of his live shows, I know I saw one on WWE Network, he's like sneaks in a little Al Snow joke. I was like, man, he's still going. I can't believe that.
Yeah, he's still at it. Yeah, still throws them in there.
What is it like traveling with him? But he just, to me, it seems like he's like a jovial guy, but you always see, obviously the character, Mankind and Cactus Jack. Like, so is there like a crazy side to him, or is he the Santa Claus that he?
Traveling. We traveled together for a long time, but eventually it just is. It's human nature. Eventually, you start to get on each other's nerves, and because when you're, little things that that didn't bother you before really start to bother you as you guys are traveling together because you're in the car all the time, you're at the building all the time, you're eating together, you're sleeping in the same hotel. I mean, and eventually just that. Sorry about that. Another phone call. Just the littlest things start to become a slight annoyance, and that's pretty natural. A lot of the guys will travel with each other for a certain period of time, then they'll jump cars and they'll go travel with somebody else, and then they'll jump cars and they'll go travel with somebody else, and and then they'll eventually make their way back to the original guy, and that's pretty normal.
With him, obviously, you guys tag team champions as well. Was it great for you? Like he's a former WWE champion. I mean, was it great to be aligned with him on TV and being tag champs and working on the card with him?
Mick and I, for whatever reason, have a chemistry that works on TV. We have an on-air chemistry, and and it's not something we have to manufacture or create, or it just happens. We can just make it. Kind of when those situations occur, it's fun and it's easy to, exploit it and take advantage of it and have a good time. And that's the way it always was with us. For whatever reason, like Martin and Lewis, or other, Abbott and Costello, or other couples or duos on TV. Well, we just had that chemistry where we could play off each other pretty easily, while performing. So it made it very, very enjoyable and made it a lot of fun.
Do winning the championships mean as much to like the wrestlers as it does to the fans? Because I know some of the wrestlers, I've heard this expression, they use all the titles a prop, but to us it's like a resume, or it's to the fan, to me anyway, it's like, okay, that's important because now I could say, oh, he's a former tag team champion. It's like a stamp you're leaving behind in the business. Oh, in the history books, you were European champion. Does the belts mean as much to you, like as the wrestler, as it does to the fans?
Well, when you're in an actual operational platform like WWE, they do. And the reason they do is because they're giving that belt, that championship, that title, they're giving it to you for a reason. They're hoping that putting that title on you can draw ratings, can draw interest, can draw people at the house shows to want to see you defend it. So yeah, it does have some meaning because it means they trust you. They think that they can do business with you.
I just always think back to the Attitude Era, of course, Head, and you're doing that great gimmick. But I always think about the Big Boss Man feud and that whole thing with Pepper and everything else. Is that one of those things you look back, you just laugh like, man, that was some crazy times with, obviously Russo's writing it too, but it's like a crazy angle to think of. Like on paper, you're like, oh, it might not work, but as a fan, you're watching like, this is hilarious. This is like great TV. We're like glued to it because it's so interesting. You wouldn't expect it to happen, but it's like, wow, this guy's obsessed with his dog. Big Boss Man's gonna kill the dog and serve it to him. I mean, it's so weird but interesting and cool at the same time.
And the reason why is because everyone can relate. Everyone either owns a dog or knows somebody who owns a dog, or or had a dog when they were a kid. Everyone has had that situation. So it's very relatable and very easy to connect and feel emotions when the big bad guy kidnaps the dog, and it's easy to easy to play right into.
What do you think about Boss Man, or we're working with Boss Man back then?
Oh, he was wonderful. He was awesome. He was such a great guy. Just a terrific guy. And I really enjoyed the opportunity to get to work with him.
What'd you think about just that angle in general? Do you think like, oh, this is crazy, or it's getting crazy? That kennel from hell. Like, what did you kind of think about just the angle, just in an overview of it?
I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I didn't mind the angle. I didn't mind the final match. It just for the moment that Vince Russo approached me, and then quite literally, and I swear on my kids, every single week that I showed up at TV, the conversation was exactly the same. Because when he came to me and told me the idea, I said, well, you need highly trained animals that operate on verbal commands, and they need to be all from the same training center, because in my mind, I'm envisioning, the trainers standing on all four sides outside the cage, directing these animals on the inside verbally through verbal commands, because that was the only way you could create the, that Shark Tank kind of a feel, because we had the trainers in there inside the secondary cage. Then there's that loss of, you lose the jeopardy, you lose the, that fear of that these rabid dogs are going to attack at any minute. And I said that from day one, all the way through. Hey, we're going to have trained animals, Even with Pepper, the Chihuahua, I wanted a trained animal, and they ended up going to a veterinarian and getting the list of owners that had Chihuahuas, and that was the extent of it. And arriving in Charlotte that day, there were like 11 dogs with 11 people with, that were 11 different owners, and one dog had some obedience training. So, there was nothing we could do. It was just, but it's my responsibility to take shit and make shoe polish. And, obviously we didn't, Ray and I didn't do it. I mean, we tried to make the best of a bad situation, but the entire crux of the match was built around the animals, and the animals weren't, we couldn't feature them or work with them in any manner because of the fact that, they weren't trained, and they were urinating, defecating, and fornicating where we couldn't even show them on TV. So, and everyone in entertainment knows you don't work with children or animals. They'll always upstage you.
Yeah, that's for sure. I feel like that's one of those ideas that was great on paper, but the execution, like maybe Russo had a great idea, but the execution of it, not so much.
Yeah, if they'd just gotten trained, they needed very highly trained animals that operated on verbal commands. That's what they needed, and they didn't get that. They went to a veterinarian clinic the morning of the show and got a list of owners that had Rottweilers. That was it. So.
Could be one of the things that you and Russo talk about on
could be.
the show.
Yeah. Sure.
So I also wanted to bring up Steve Blackman, just because I love that team with Head Cheese. I just thought that was such a funny pairing as well with you guys. It's like so odd to kind of put you guys together, but then it worked because I thought you guys had great chemistry together.
We did. We had great chemistry. I really, Steve's a wonderful person and a great human being, and and it worked. I mean, we were some of the highest rated segments on SmackDown during that time, because of people really tuning in and wanting to watch the two of us together. And we had so much fun doing the vignettes, and it being an oddball pairing that and Steve being such a great straight man, it worked so well, and people really enjoyed it. So I was really happy to be a part of it.
It was cool too for you because it's a little bit of a switch from you and Foley. It's like a different range. It's like, okay, he's definitely the straight man. With you and Foley, you can almost flip it, and Foley could be like the crazy guy. So it's kind of cool for you, like show a little bit of range there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the thing that I want to point out is that everybody's like, they think that I was like a comedy wrestler or something, which I wasn't. I wasn't a comedy wrestler. What I did was entertaining. It was, at times, it was funny, but I was never done as comedy. It was done because I was supposed to be insane. And so the ridiculousness of some of the stuff that they had me do made total sense for me because I was, you know, completely out of my mind, and I could get away with it.
Oh yeah, just go back and watch anything. WWF, ECW, Smoky Mountain, hell of a worker, one of the best. Like Dr. Tom always says, and everyone always says, like, man, Al Snow best kept secret for a long time until the head character really kind of brought him to the forefront. But always were A+ worker in the ring for sure.
Well, thank you.
So with you, I always felt like, okay, the head thing is very synonymous. Like with you in your career, is that just it's everything people bring up is head, and like the Walmart situation? People always say like, "Oh, I always remember you with head," and then bring up like, "Oh, your toys got banned from Walmart," and like stuff like that.
Sure, yeah. Or when I had the European title, that gets brought up quite a bit too. Um, and tough enough. And the reason why that gets brought up so much and so prevalent is it's very flattering that they remember it. Is simply because that I had the greatest amount of exposure at that time. I was with WWE. It's the biggest platform in the world. You're going to reach the biggest audience. Outside of that, the only thing that was bigger was MTV. And with Tough Enough, and I reached even bigger audience and worldwide by being a part of that. So, I'm very grateful and very appreciative of my time that I had with WWE and then, in wrestling and commentating and being a part of Tough Enough and all of that, because that's, it's allowed me to continue to have a career and do the things that I've done for years, not just here in the United States, but all over the world. I still have a marketable name all over the world because of that time that I spent with WWE.
Was Tough Enough always going to be like you a part of it, or did you kind of want to be like, like how did that work out where you got onto Tough Enough? Was that them wanting you to always be a part of it, or did you say, oh, I would fit this perfectly?
Kevin Dunn approached me, asked me if I would be interested in being a part of it, and then said that Big, that was the executive producer for WWE, would talk to me, and that was John Gaborik, and spoke to John, and it was never, I don't think, was intended. I think it was more intended to be a vehicle for Taz, but I got there and they liked me, and MTV liked me, and WWE liked what I was doing, and I ended up getting to be a part of it for season 1, 2, and 3. And it was and even 4 when they had it as a segment on SmackDown, and it was one of the greatest things I've done in my career. I really enjoyed it.
Did that kind of launch you into wanting to do the training and kind of eventually be in that role? Is that what kind of launched you into that?
No, I had a training school prior to being, having the opportunity with WWE. So I had been doing that sort of thing for quite some time and was very successful with the training school and had students from all over the world that attended. And, I promoted shows very similar in a way to kind of what I do in OVW. I promoted shows, TV was not what it is here, obviously, and, platform wise, it was just a local access channel, but, it gave the guys experience and we ran shows in the building that we trained in, and, it was a nice little operation, and it kept me going between the bookings and the wrestling and that. I was able to keep making a living.
As we head for the wind down, head towards the finish, any regrets? I love asking that. Like any regrets in the business? Anything you wish would have been done differently or happened differently for you?
No, I don't have any regrets. I wish, the only thing I wish I knew then what I know now. The biggest mistake that I had was I didn't take full advantage of the opportunities that were presented to me. And I was presented an enormous amount of opportunities, but I was too busy trying to be a great wrestler, a great performer, and not a great worker and a great attraction. And if I had, you know, chosen differently, had different goals, and at the time my career would have been, which my career was, I was, you know, I feel like I did very well. I'm very happy and very satisfied with what I did. But financially, I would have done immensely more, you know, better. I would have done better, and I would have left a different mark on the business. Even though I do feel that I've left a substantial impression on the wrestling business. I think I could have left even a bigger one if I had just focused on the right things and truly capitalized on those opportunities, multiple opportunities that came my way back then.
What's like the best piece of advice you give to like young students or your OVW guys? What's like something that you give to them that they could definitely take and kind of move forward with their career with?
The things that I tell them is to, one, ultimately be honest with yourself. You know, we lie to everybody every day, so just don't lie to yourself. Just be as blatantly honest as you can. And, you know, because this life, if you're wanting, you can, quite honestly, you can do absolutely anything you want to do. That's truth. People like to not believe it because they all want to be a victim and they all want to live in a state of misery because misery loves company. That's the one truest mantra out there. That's the problem with social media, is that there's so many miserable people. They want to go and make sure everybody else is miserable too. But you can do whatever you want to do. The thing comes down, though, are you willing to do things that others don't do, to live a life that others don't live? And if you're not, that's okay. You know, it's not for you. But if it's what you really want to do, you truly have a passion, a true passion to do it, then you'll find a way. If it's not, you'll find an excuse. And, you know, you're going to demonstrate that by not what you say, but what you do. So I'm going to judge you based on how much you've invested time, money, and effort into yourself that warrants you thinking that I want to invest my time, money, and effort into you as either both a promoter or an audience member. You know, you've got to be willing to do those things and make those investments and work as hard as possible to achieve your goal, achieve what you want to achieve, or just don't bother doing it. Go find what you really are passionate about doing. Because the real key to success in life and in wrestling, but especially in wrestling, is the passion. It's nothing else. I've seen guys that have had every tool you can imagine. They've had the size, the height, the looks, the charisma, the athletic ability, and they amount to nothing or they quit, you know. And I've seen guys that when you first look at them, you're like, that guy, I don't know how we're going to draw money with that, you know. And sure enough, they do. And the reason they do is because they're passionate about what they do. And that's what's always going to separate the good from the bad. You know, that's going to allow the cream to rise to the top is passion. Because you can have all the talent in the world, but if you're not willing to work, you're going to have somebody that has less talent who's going to outwork you, is going to be more successful than you, regardless of how much talent you have. So I tell them all the time. I tell my guys all the time, you know, don't lie to yourself. Be honest and invest in yourself, and be willing to do the things that others don't do to live a life that others don't live. And if you're not, then don't fool yourself.
What would you say is like your legacy on the business? I mean, owner, producer, great wrestler, great character. I mean, you had all stuff like, well, if somebody said like, hey, you know, the stamp that Al Snow left behind her, what's the legacy of his career? What would you like? How would you describe that?
It's probably going to be all of my kids, all of the people that I've broke into the business and have trained, you know, and have started careers, and they've gone and been very successful. And, you know, I'm quite prolific when it comes to the number of people that I've broken into the business and trained and influenced and shaped and molded to some degree or another, you know, from Cody Rhodes to Kenny King to Josh Matthews to D'Lo Brown to Dan Dan Severn to Blue Meanie, you know, the list goes on and on. Truth Martini, you know. Well, I've got many kids in the business, and you know, I've been instrumental in helping them in some way or another to some degree, and some that don't want to admit it. So they still are my kids.
So what's next for you? What do you got coming up next?
Just continuing to, you know, work and build OVW as much as possible. You know, I have a comic book out now. They can go to Broken Icon Comics and check it out. BrokenIconComics.com. They can check it out. You know, I'm just having fun, enjoying life, and doing OVW, and occasionally doing the occasional independent appearances and things out and about, and you know, and just being grateful. I'm so grateful that I've gotten to do what I love to do for as long as I've gotten to do it. So in regards to your question about regrets, I don't have any. You know, I've been able to do what I love to do for 39 years. I mean, how can you regret that?
Very true. So where can everybody find you and OVW and all the social media and even Collar and Elbow?
Sure. They can go to collarandelbowbrand.com. They can use the code Snowman and they can get 10% off. And even if we have a sale, they get an additional 10% off of whatever the sale is using that code. You can follow me at The Real Al Snow on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, even TikTok. I'm kind of getting started on that. And I'm going to start to do a series of videos, of instructional videos about wrestling and psychology and what the terms actually are and what they really mean and things like that. And you can, on Amazon.com, I wrote a book about my career. It's called Self-Help, Life Lessons from the Bizarre Career of Al Snow. And again, my comic is out, and it's at BrokenIconComics.com. You can check it out. I'll be out and about making appearances. OVW, if you're interested, go to ovwrestling.com. You can check out the school at aswa.live. For more information, we're on Fight TV every Thursday night live from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then we're on about 5 different national networks, the YTA, RCN, Lily Network. We're on the Action Channel, and we're on Game Plus. So you can find us there. We're on Sky Sports in the UK. We're on Sports International, which is a European sports channel. And with all of that combined, we reach about 700 million homes worldwide internationally. We're also on YouTube at OVW Wrestling TV. Please check us out and, you know, leave some feedback. Reach out to me on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. I just put up silly jokes all the time because I just try to make people laugh because there's too much negativity out there. So let's figure some nonsense is well in order.
Those are usually pretty damn funny. Those are good. But Al, good stuff. Thank you so much. Appreciate all the time.
Well, thank you very much, John. I appreciate you giving me the time, and look forward to doing it again sometime in the future.
I heard you used to play pranks on Al Snow in the ECW locker room.
All the time, yeah. Actually, it's funny you say that. I mean, me and Al reconnected at Matt Capitelli's funeral when he passed away. We're doing this 2 days before the OVW 1000 television taping. I was really instrumental in getting that together down on 4th Street Live, which is an entertainment area down here in downtown Louisville. I worked down there. Financial institution, so I was able to put together the meetings and whatnot, so we're able to get OVW Wrestling into 4th Street Live. It's going to be an outdoor show Wednesday night. It's going to be awesome. But yeah, back then, man, Al, oh my God, I mean, I sent a dump truck to his house one time, manure. I mean, I sent the Mormons. I mean, I sent before an ECW pay-per-view, I made over 100 yard sale signs with his shoot telephone number on them and put like 50% off, free merchandise. Just put them all over near his house in Lima, Ohio, within a 1 mile radius of his house. And I put like call it any hour and all that kind of stuff. There was people literally calling his house nonstop. I called the Jerry Springer Show and told him that my name was Al Sarvin, that I had to reveal a romantic relationship I had with a woman named Beulah McGillicuddy, who was dating a friend of mine named Tommy Dreamer. The Jerry Springer Show called Al's house. I mean, there's just one thing after another. But that was cool about it. We did that stuff. That's how we lightened up the mood. There was there was never any pranks that I did or was ever really direct part of where people's stuff was damaged or we, vilified them or beat them up or buried them or damaged them somehow. Like, I always thought those ribs were terrible.
Al Snow and Mike Bucci.
Hey.
What's up, guys?
Yeah.
Hi, guys. How are you? Yeah, we made it.
Al Snow. I remember watching Al Snow as a kid, man. This is amazing.
A little kid. Me too.
Yeah. I'm in my 40s, so I won't do you that bad.
Yeah. Well, I've had some people in their 40s and in their late 40s tell me they've been watching me as a kid. So, yeah, I've been around that long. So,
Yeah, Al, I grew up in the territory days watching wrestling from the Olympic Auditorium. And
yeah.
My dad used to take me and my brother when we were 9 and 10. This is back in 1968. And you were one of my favorites then, too.
Yeah. It was good times back in the 60s. I loved coming out into Los Angeles and the Olympic and working with PL Blanco and Ray Stevens and John and Chris Tolis and all the boys. I loved it.
There you go. Well, man, it's really good to see both of you guys. And being I know you and Al are friends, because Tim, I know you're a fan and you're a student. I would say this, guys, dive in. If you have, I have a ton of questions, but I really do want to turn it over to you two. Because
yeah, my main question would be, as you're watching wrestling now in its current stage, what has been the part that's been the most enjoyable for you to see, like the development of it?
Well, I think for me, one of the things that I've seen that's the most enjoyable is its continued growth. You know what I mean? That it reaches a bigger and broader audience. And you guys, I know Bean and Rick and Mike and yourself, Kasim, you will relate to this. I think one of the biggest joys is seeing that the boys in the locker room, the locker room enjoys getting paid more, and getting more benefits from, going out there and doing what they do and sacrificing themselves physically. They can make more money these days. The platforms are bigger. They reach more of an audience. And as a result, the opportunities to be able to profit from those platforms are ever increasing. So, that's probably the biggest thing that makes me the happiest
Very
to
true.
witness.
I think Jake Paul would have somebody running for his money. If you were the same age as Jake Paul, I think you'd be a bigger box office draw with the way that we have media.
Yeah, I think that fight would bring so much attention to the world of fights. I mean, if you go online and look up Jake Paul versus Butterbean, there is so much you talking about it as it is right now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You got heat. You got it.
He's over. Podcast, folks, but
yeah, you're over, Bean. You gotta capitalize on it. You got some heat. You gotta make some money.
And I've got to add this too, Rick. I never told you this, Rick. I've actually met Butterbean before, and he might not remember this. This is where I became a Butterbean fan for life. So we're going back at least 10 years ago, Rick. Do you remember when there was an MMA show in Connecticut that was supposed to go on?
Yeah.
I was working talent relations. I came down there to see you, and God bless his soul, the late Sean O'Hare.
Yep,
So I
yep.
already know it's going to be an interesting night. So I'm very inconspicuous because in talent relations, if something goes wrong, I really don't want anybody to know that I was there. So sure enough, in classic promoter fashion, the show does not go on. The villagers basically have their pitchforks and torches looking for the promoter who owns the money. Somehow at 1 a.m., I wound up.
Which wasn't me, by the way.
No, it wasn't you, but I wound up in a hotel room with Rick, Sean, a bunch of MMA guys, and Bean, who was the voice of reason amongst all these human beings who wanted to get this guy and kill him. But Eric was so colloquial in his speaking that I actually said to you, Rick, afterwards, hey, I don't know him well, but if I ever get a felony and have to go to court, I want Butterbean to represent me. That's how he was so level-headed and so such a businessman. And Sean was the opposite. Sean wanted us to go find a human being and kill them and take their money. And Butterbean's like, well, we can't do that, guys. And I just remember sitting, looking around saying, how did I get here? Like, this can't be real. So that's how I first met Bean.
I remember quite well.
Yeah. Speaking of that, how did I get here? How did I get here? Outside of that one, that you can remember right through the vastness of your career. What was one of those highlights that you're like, oh wow, that one? That's the one that would be on my deathbed. They're gonna talk about it.
For me, when I did a skit with Stone Cold Steve Austin on Monday Night Raw, I was Simon Dean at the time, and I was selling the patented Simon system that I had, and I was in the ring. We did 9 minutes unscripted against who I considered to be one of the best talkers ever in Steve, and I sold him the products off the cuff. He hit me with a stunner. The crowd went nuts. It was, for me, it was like one of the few points in my career where I looked around and said, wow, man, I made it. Like from a kid with no hook in the business, no in, from watching pay-per-views on my mom and dad's floor at their house in Keyport, New Jersey, to be in the ring with Stone Cold Steve Austin. And a dude who was like 5'10", 200 pounds could do that. It showed anybody on earth that, you know, if you roll the dice, sometimes it's going to come up 7, man. You get it. So
I thought at first you was talking about the show. I think it was in Connecticut. I think you were there, Rick. The doctors come back and said, out of all the athletes here, Butterbean's in the best shape out of any of y'all. And it was like all these iron dudes with blood pressures through the roof and everything. And the doctor said, and Butterbean's like the only healthy one here.
You know what? I do remember that, and it's like so ironic. You think about who was in that room. I mean, like as Mike was telling, Sean O'Hara, who's a specimen. Although Sean, and I love Sean to death. You guys know that. Sean was high as a kite the whole time we're there, so it's not surprised he didn't pass the drug test. Mark Kerr was there.
Mark Kerr was there. I think Randleman was there too.
And Bob South. And
yep.
Yeah. We had the room, and Bean was the voice of reason. You're right. Yeah, and they called. You passed the physical. You were one of the few guys they're actually going to let fight. You're right. I remember that. It's amazing. Amazing. So, Nova. By the way, guys, Mike. You know, Mike is Mike Bucci, of course, known in WWE as Simon Dean. But to me, he'll always be Nova. I can't help it.
Yeah, he'll always be Nova.
Yeah. Nova. Right. So you hear that. You hear the name Nova. You know who I'm referring to. I wanted to tell real quickly the story of how we met and how I became a Nova fan. And, you know, my brain is old and addled, so I'll probably get something wrong here. But to the best of my recollection, we're back at the aforementioned Olympic Auditorium. My company at the time, UPW, was hot. ECW was in town in LA, I think maybe for the first time ever. And I got passes for myself and a bunch of my guys. And we're backstage hanging out. Everyone was being really nice to us and really polite. You guys apparently were on the lookout for Rob Black and XPW. And we're not going to treat them very well if they showed up.
Let's not get into that.
I remember that. And this guy comes running. And I have to also say this disclaimer, and I hate to say it, it's blasphemous. I never was a real student of the game, other than being a huge fan in the territory I grew up in and reading about like Bruno in the magazines and whatnot. So this guy comes like running up to me. It's like, hey, Rick, I want to say it's nice to meet you. I've seen your shows, you know, the Discovery documentary. And I'm like, that guy's really cool. Who was that? They're like, oh, that's Supernova. And I didn't know because you didn't have your gimmick on. No. And I'm like, that guy's really cool. And I just, it always stuck with me. And then about 5-6 months later, UPW was on fire. One of our top talent, the hardcore kid, who later fought Butterbean in Hawaii, by the way, in a shoot fight. Mike, I don't know if you know that or not. But
No, I didn't know that.
Fought MMA in Hawaii. Aaron opened the fight with a flying drop kick. That's another story for another day. So, in any case, we had the opportunity to pick a new tag team partner for the hardcore kid. And I said, of anybody that's out there right now who might potentially be available, who would you be interested in? He said, Nova. That's what he came up with. So I was able to find your number, call you. We had a great conversation based on our one meeting. You came out, saw it immediately that you and the hardcore kid were not a good fit for each other. That's not on either of you, but you matched perfectly with Frankie Kazarian. You guys became Evolution, our best tag team ever. And then in my mind, one of my best friendships ever in the business was born with you. You was always so amazing to be around, and I wanted to pay tribute to that here.
Thank you, RB. I mean, that's exactly how it happened. I couldn't believe I met you at the Olympic. I knew all your history, went right up because I was a student of the game. And then our friendship over the years. If you were like, you just called me about a week or so ago and you said, Nova, I need help with something. I might be in Louisville. I might not. Can you help me, buddy? And it always takes me a day or so to get back to you, but I do. And then I said, we can get this done, Rick. I said, my only cost is when you come here, we have to have dinner. That's it. But I would do anything for you, man. You know that.
Well, thank you, man. Much appreciated. And I had to pay tribute to that. And then let's talk Al Snow for a minute here. Truly one of like the true historians of the business and such a resume. And being, I know you know Al well, so I know you have some. Looks like you have something you're dying to say. I hope you do. But Al, I need to show you this first. I don't know if you can see it or not.
Okay.
I said we didn't have much history together, but
right.
You remember this?
Oh, I remember. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. I remember it well, Rick.
Putting Al Snow up for the airplane spin, backstage
yeah.
John Levis' comedy club where Roddy Piper
yeah.
was headlining.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing.
You had those...
Put people in the helicopter spin. He's not yet quite got me up there yet.
Yeah.
Maybe one day. That's why I'm losing all this weight, so you can do that, Rick.
Thank you, Bean. Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
So, you had those two girls with you that night that they grabbed me and like scared me. Like I was afraid for my physical well-being that night.
Oh, that's fantastic, man. Al, it's the little we have hung out. It's always been great hanging out with you. And the tribute that I want to pay to you is that you're so well known in the business and so well respected. And a lot of people would say, with respect, the term old school. You hear that a lot. And
sure.
That's a good thing in our business. And
I think so.
I knew you were from that Louisville area, or spent a lot of time there. Or another gentleman who has not been very nice to me is the guy there, or was the guy. And I won't name names, Jim Cornette. But Al, like when we met, I'm like, this guy's probably not going to be very nice. And it's like, you were always the nicest, most gracious, most professional guy. And I just wanted to say that I appreciate that.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I have always, within wrestling, but also within life, I've tried to treat people the way that I want to be treated. You know what I mean? I mean, it's a very simple approach, but I really want to try to make people feel the way that I wish that people would make me feel, and address people in that manner. So, it's the old golden rule, treat people the way you wish to be treated. So that's all. Nothing big, nothing fancy.
Al's got the arms out ready to give a clothesline already. I'm looking at like, this man still working out like he's about to go in the ring.
Well, I'm still working out, but I'm not ready to go back in the ring. Unlike Butterbean, who's losing weight and wants to fight somebody.
Yeah.
I don't want I don't want to fight anybody. I don't want to fight my way out of a paper bag. So, you know,
What was the most memorable fight?
What's that?
The most memorable fight that you had?
You know, Kasim, so many people ask me that, and
First wife.
yeah, maybe probably my second actually.
Your second one for sure.
Probably the second one. Yeah, that'd probably be the most memorable
I guess
fight.
I can help rephrase it by saying, what was the fight that you look back and say that was a pivotal moment in my career that actually catapulted me further down in my your successful path?
It's the hardest question, and I'm sure for like yourself, or even for like Mike or Butterbean, like to me, it's the hardest question to answer, and the reason it is if you truly love, like I got to be honest, like I am so in love, and this will be a testimony to how messed up I am, but I am so in love with being a professional wrestler. And every time I have gotten in the ring, honestly, whether there's 10 people there or there are 10,000 or there are 100,000 people, like the magic in that moment, like when you're in there, like Kasim, like Mike, Butterbean, you guys get it. Like when you're in there, you don't care how many people are in the ring, with you in the building. What you care about is you're in that moment and you feel that energy, and you feel that's the place you feel most alive. Am I not right? I mean,
100%.
Yeah, and to ask somebody, like if I were to ask, either one of you, any of you, Mike or Kasim or Butterbean, if I were to ask you, name one time, but every time you walk out there, like it's the thing you want to do. I mean, I can't describe that to a person who's never done it, to live it, to experience it, to feel it, and then you're asking me to, out of 40 years, pick one moment. I'm sorry. I just can't. I mean,
I got a better question for you. My question is I think better.
Yeah.
What's the one match that you didn't really go the way you wanted that you would love to redo that match over?
Oh, jeez.
That's a lot easier question to answer because there's one that sticks out that, man, I just wish I screwed that match.
Yeah. I'll tell you.
Some match. I mean, everybody's had a fight or a match like that. I know they have. Heck,
I'll tell you.
I'll tell you. Everybody's got that moment.
I'll tell you. I got a bunch of those.
I got
more than I can count. But there was one moment in Royal Rumble. I don't know the year because I can't keep track of those things anymore. Can't keep track of years or time or anything. But yeah, but there was a Royal Rumble. It was in Madison Square Garden, and I was in the ring, and they played the Rock's music, and I'd already done an angle with the Rock, and you know what I mean, and like I'm sitting there waiting on him, and as he comes in, he's sliding under the rope, and I can hear him say something under his breath, and I think that he's telling me to back off so he can do something with somebody else. And what do? Like an idiot, I back off. I stand there with my dick in my hand, and I don't go after him. And I, even though when I hear his music, I'm like standing there like, let's go. And then he slides in. I just let him slide right past me, and I let him go to somebody else. And that's probably the biggest regret that I have, is that, knowing what I know now, that if I'd have known then, went ahead and done what I needed to do, and I didn't. And that's the biggest regret that I have in the business is that, you know, I screwed up that moment because, you know, in any, you know, in your guys's in, you know, Mike and Rick and will attest to the same thing. We work towards moments. We work towards, you know, literally 3 to 30 seconds of a moment. You know what I mean? You know, you work towards that moment. That's what sells the house. And letting the rock slide past me when I'm standing there selling like I'm waiting for him to come to me was a big mistake. It was just, you know, it was, you know, I want to kick myself in the yam bags for letting that happen. You know,
That goes in the file. Shit happens.
yeah, I know, but boy, oh boy, you know, that's
You didn't realize that at the time, though. You didn't become more aware of that at the time.
I didn't until as he was sliding past me, and I went, boy, I did that one right up the poop chute. That's, you know what I mean?
I think that was
not good.
2000. The 2000 Royal Rumble. I'm almost positive because you told me that
I
story
don't-
before. I'm almost positive that's what it was.
It was not good. Not good. So, not good. Not considering what we were selling, and then I did not sell it. So, you know, it's amazing that I've still had a career,
I like the
considering all
dog
of
kennel
that.
match better. The dog kennel match was better.
Well, that one wasn't my fault.
Yeah,
that
was
one
my
wasn't my
favorite.
fault. But
Tell them
the
that.
others,
Tell them that. Tell them the dog kennel.
Thank you. I will, Mike. Thank you. I want to relive that, and I appreciate you bringing it up. Thank you, Mike. So I do an angle, an angle meaning a storyline. Vince Russo comes and approaches me because he's just seen The Son of Sam, the movie, where a Chihuahua speaks to the killer, the Son of Sam, has a voice because the killer suffers from the same thing that I was trying to portray, which is schizophrenia with transference disorder, which means that he transfers his sickness on the thing he hears the voices from. He's not crazy. The dog is crazy.
Yeah.
So Vince approaches me, says, "Hey, I want to do this angle." And I go, "Okay." And to my credit, guys, to my credit, okay, the first thing out of my mouth is, are we going to have highly trained animals? Oh, yeah. We're going to have highly trained animals. I'm like, okay. Well, I get a Chihuahua that is somebody, they called a veterinarian clinic in Detroit and got a list of names of people who own Chihuahuas and brought a Chihuahua to the TV. Now I'm stuck with a dog that's not trained, so that to the point to where the guy I'm working with, Ray Traylor, big boss man, comes out every single night and hits the steel stairs with his nightstick so he can scare the dog so it will piss down my arm every single night because I'm holding the dog in my arm, and every night he hits the stairs to scare the dog so it will pee down my arm every night.
I remember.
So, yeah, it was awesome.
Right.
So the whole point was to build a story around the fact that Boss Man kidnapped my dog and then forced me to eat it, which was an actual, just so you guys are aware, this was taken from an actual story from an old wrestler by the name of Mr. Fuji, who had a neighbor who had an annoying barking dog that Mr. Fuji actually legitimately hated. And when the owner of the dog, his neighbor, went to work, Mr. Fuji captured and killed this dog and then invited the neighbor to dinner and to console the neighbor and fed him his dog.
Okay, that's where the motivation for this story came from. So it legitimately happened. So you understand. So Boss Man, of course, feeds me my dog. We build to a match it's a hell in a cell, basically a kennel in a hell in a cell, where what they've sold, is that there'll be a cage around the ring and then a cage around that. And inside the cage that's around the ring, there will be Rottweilers, vicious, aggressive, nasty Rottweilers. And that the jeopardy of the match is that you have to escape the cage around the ring and then escape the dogs and get out of the cell itself without being ripped to shreds. Okay, I show up in Charlotte, North Carolina, and I notice, as I have said from day one, you have to have highly trained dogs. And I'm like, Vince McMahon and Vince Russo, we need trained dogs who are all from the same kennel that are under voice command from trainers that are outside of the cell who can direct the dogs. Oh yeah. We're fine now.
Everybody's Rottweilers will probably happen.
Yeah. Well, here's what happened. I showed up in Charlotte, and I noticed that there were 11 different dogs with 11 different owners.
Wow.
And the reason why there was because WWE, a multi-billion-dollar company, waited until the day of the show to call a veterinarian clinic in Charlotte, North Carolina, to get names of owners of Rottweilers.
Mm-hmm.
So when I went around and interviewed all of the owners of Rottweilers, only one of the dogs had some obedience training, no actual attack training. So now the crux of the literal part of the match that you've sold to everyone, like you're selling this idea that, within the cage, there's a cage within a cage, and outside of that, there are dogs like sharks that are swimming around and are vicious and are ready to attack. And what happened was we couldn't even show the dogs on TV because they were urinating, defecating, and fornicating to the point to where the owners had to exchange names and numbers for puppy rights in the back. They were literally hammering each other out there in front of each other with the owners who were still on leashes with their dogs on collars. And I'm like, we can't do anything with this. What are we doing with this?
Oh my God, Al! I have so many. I don't interrupt. I have to interject a couple of things. I just have so many things about this. The first, is the first second you said Vince Russo, I knew this wasn't going to end well. That was the first.
But it wasn't Vince Russo's fault. It wasn't. I mean, if you think of the most ridiculous, like they had like Undertaker and Kane had a, burn yourself alive match or whatever, where they had, flames around the ring. And, think of the ridiculous shit that we come up with as far as gimmicks, as far as matches are concerned, to add gravity and consequence to the win or loss. It was not the dogs, and listen, even in porn, not to work with children or dogs because they're going to upstage you. I mean, you realize
and you're
that.
arrested.
Yeah, hello. But they were a multinational, multi-billion-dollar company that literally treated it like everyone does. Oh, it's just wrestling. And they didn't take the steps to produce it the proper way. And you have the crux of the match, that literally
the basis of the entire story built around animals that are not trained animals. I mean, what a shock. It became a joke, you know.
Lucky Peter didn't come after you. For eating a chihuahua, dude. I mean, like, Peter would be all over that
They
nowadays.
did. They actually did during the actual televised part of the story. PETA did actually come after WWE and come after me for the story and for the you know, oh, you're teaching people to be cruel to animals. You know, like literally, like, come on, let's be honest. Like, you honestly think that somebody who has never done anything to an animal watched what I did on TV and went, you know what? I've had a bad day, and walked outside and kicked a cat or kicked a dog. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's just absurd.
People are worried about people running out and grabbing chihuahuas and eating them for dinner.
and Al, that's the biggest comment I had. I'm really upset that Mr. Fuji ate a dog. And
well,
he
fed it to his neighbor. So I don't know if Fuji ever ate the dog, but I know he did feed it to his neighbor. So
he still has heat with me, regardless.
Yeah, well,
that is, you know, Al, I'm not like terribly surprised to hear this. When I had UPW in my territory back in the day, and Nova, you probably around for some of these incidents. I would get in WWE or WWF at the time was in town for a couple of shots. I get these last minute calls from either JR or Pritchard or Briscoe, and they'd be like, "Hey, you know, we need an old couple to play Ma and Pa Dudley, and we're gonna you know, they got to take the finisher, you know, the off the shoulder deal through the table from Bubba Ray, and they want old overweight people to play their parents, right?" So I found like a couple of workers, if you want to even call them that, who had had their last match like 30 years ago. And I'm explaining this to Bruce or Jerry, like, they'll be fine. You know, the old lady, of course, went off in an ambulance. You know how that goes. And and then they called me, I think it was Bruce, needed in like the year 2000, when you would think wrestling bears would be a thing of the past, they suddenly needed a wrestling bear. So I found them a bear, and they asked me, "Do you think this bear is trained?" I'm like, "I really can't say." And they said, "That's all right. It'll be fine." So,
yeah.
Man, all these guys.
I was going to wrestle a bear on a show called Man vs. Beef. PETA put a stop to it because I was going to hurt the bear, they said.
Shit.
Wow.
Let me tell you something. Butterbean, let me tell you something. You're an amazing, honestly, you are an incredible, but the one thing I'll guarantee you, you would not hurt that bear. I promise you. You know why I know? I wrestled a bear. And it was the worst experience of my life. I'm telling you. I have never dealt with anything like that. I'd wrestle you before, and I would never wrestle you, but I would wrestle you before I would wrestle another bear. I'm telling you, it was
bear. Like 3 years later, ended up killing the trainer's brother.
Oh yeah,
wow.
Yeah, you know why? You know why? Because it's a bear. It's a bear.
Bear.
You should have had a bear kennel match instead of the dog kennel. It would have been a lot more exciting.
Yeah, it would have. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't want to do it. I mean, I played around with it for like a week prior, just to become friends with it. The bear loved Twinkies. I bought a Twinkie.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but you're not going to become friends with it because it's a bear and it's going to kill you. Yeah, trust me.
I saw a special on TV. The lady was she had this pet python, and the python would lay next to her in bed every day and like stretch itself out next to her.
Because she was sizing her up
to
eat her.
It's a wild animal. You're not going to tame it. Never.
Animal Planet had a show, and I don't even remember the title, but it should have been guess what happens? It eats you. And all these stories of people who had exotic animals, and what a surprise, the exotic animal ate them. What a shock. It's an animal.
You're not getting into heaven if you die like that. Like if you go
No,
to
you're not.
Jesus and they
No.
say, "Hey, why are you here?" Man, a python killed me. It ate me. He's gonna
It's
laugh
like-
and throw you back. You're not getting into heaven.
On top of that,
Yeah, well, you're an idiot. You just go back down. You need to learn more. You're a moron, you know. And for all the people out there listening to this and like, oh, you know, they're dissing people that like special animals. You can like whatever animal you want. Like them all you want. But if they eat you, understand that's because you chose to let them eat you. That's simple as that.
I had a teammate on my team when I was in the Lions. He had a pet alligator, and I actually held it. It was a little tiny one, but that thing was so strong, and it was probably the length of my arm, but it was so strong, I couldn't imagine an adult one, let alone a bear. I mean, the bears. No, I'm not going to do it.
Because it's an alligator, for Christ's sake. I mean, it's built to eat you. That's what it is. Oh, it's so cute. It's so cute.
Yeah, then you're missing a hand.
Mike and Al, speaking of wild animals that go off script and shoot on you, who are like, can you guys give us like one example each of like what match you were in went more off script than any other, and that ended up just being a mess because of the opponent? Now, I know you guys are nice guys. You probably don't want to call that out, but you must have at least one story you could share.
I do. I mean, he's passed away now, but this was when you first start off in the business, and Al knows. I mean, you got Bean, Kasim, you guys probably know too. You start out as a young guy. I started in '92. I used to go up and do jobs early on for WBTV. So you go up there and you're an extra. So it'd be you versus the superstar. So on this particular evening, I had I hate to say it, the displeasure against wrestling against Ludwig Borga.
Wow.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, the bell rang.
Yeah.
All I remember is him running across the ring, clotheslining me in the head as hard as he could. It literally knocked me unconscious on my feet. I don't remember the next 4 or 5 minutes. When I came in the back and he asked me what went wrong, I said, well, I don't remember wrestling you. And he's like, well, you should have done this. It was like the 4th time I was ever in a ring. And, you got fed to the wolves. That's how you learn. But I learned years later how to protect myself, so that would never happen again. But back then, you just didn't know. And I don't think it was malicious. It was just accidental. He was just so big and strong and just Ludwig-ish. But, it just went south quick. And I lived to tell about it. But, yeah.
That's a great example.
Yeah.
Al, do any of you guys, well, Al, you know him, of course. Anybody else know who Ludwig Borga is?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He was massive.
He was Tony Holm. He had the distinction of being the Finnish heavyweight boxing champion. I don't know what it's worth to be the heavyweight champion of Finland or not, but this is a big, scary looking. Back in the day when we thought the guys who looked the scariest were the toughest guys on earth, people were deathly afraid of Tony. And Mike, we'll have to talk about this sometime, man. But I brought Tony to fight Randy Couture at UFC 13. So I had the I can't say experience of managing Ludwig Borga in his one and only MMA fight. And that's a story for another time. But oh my God, he's a maniac. It's all right. I can say it if you don't want to.
He passed away years ago. I mean, it sucks to say it, but I mean, it was just, I remember he had the SS tattoos on him, and he was just like a scary, he was in Die Hard. He was a villain in that. And he was just like a cosmic figure, man. You're like, holy God. I mean, I just look back and in my ECW days too, nobody ever shot on me, but some of the recklessness a little bit every now and then, you were worse for wear. We learned how to protect ourselves from that. But the Ludwig thing was for me. That was, thank God it was early on. But after that, almost everybody I've probably had several thousand matches, and they were always pretty, safe for the most part.
Do you work one-on-one with New Jack?
No, we were always both baby faces. But here's the thing, like, his violence was controlled violence, believe it or not. It was. I mean, it was reckless to a degree. He was safe with the weapon shots. He he actually could wrestle too. That was the big rib. Like, people didn't know that, but we'd be in the ring working out for the show, and he'd be in there throwing an arm drag, a hip toss, just screwing around. That's not what people paid to see, though, when they saw him. So, but his violence was controlled. He wasn't, I mean, he was a lunatic. Don't get me wrong. I mean, him and we're not going to drive in the car together listen to Van Halen.
Everybody in this business is a little off anyhow.
But he was what you saw was what you get. But I mean, ECW was a perfect place for him to survive and thrive. But Al and I sat around many nights looking at the entire locker room, the landscape, wondering, A, how did we fit in there? And B, like, wondering who was going to kill somebody next or shoot him or stab him or just, it was insanity.
I always liked the guy. I thought he was the coolest guy, but I just had to ask if you had any kind of money. So I have a question. Go ahead. Sorry. I have a question for Al. And this is really funny. I do want to ask that same question, but you met our producer Rachel, and pro wrestling is like all new to Rachel. She's learning about it. She just texted me her first pro wrestling question ever, and this is killing me. She is dying to know how Head came to be.
How Head came to be.
This is our producer Rachel. This is great.
Sure.
And we're talking about the one you carried around.
Yeah.
I always carry Head around because they don't have any arms or legs, so they can't get anywhere without me. So, which is great because they can't leave me. At the time that Head came to be, I was in WWF, and I was very frustrated. Had a bad attitude, which was totally because I had the wrong outlook, quite honestly. And I tried to quit WWF at that time because I knew that if I stayed where I was, that I would always be where I was. And I knew that I had to go somewhere else to reinvent myself and within the wrestling business get over, sell myself back literally to Vince and to Paul, to get Paul to pay to see, keep me, or Eric Bischoff to pay to take me, and to make myself an attraction, which I was unable to do in WWF. And the reason I was unable to do it was because I floundered because I didn't have a definitive personality. I didn't have a definitive persona per se. No matter whether and I'm sure Kasim and Butterbean will attest to this, and, Mike as well. And that is that people don't pay to see what you can do. They pay to see who you are and why you're doing it. And I was taught that, when I first broke in, and I kind of lost touch with that. And, when I came to WWF, they, tried a couple things, a couple different characters, which characters never work. They just because it's character, people can tell it's not who you really are. And I had a bad attitude because I pointed the finger at everyone else other than that, the person that really mattered, which was the one person I could control, which was me. And I tried to quit, and they rolled over my contract. And unbeknownst to me, Paul was working with Vince, Paul Heyman. And, I went to Chris Candido. God bless Chris Candido. I mean, what an incredible, unrecognized, unappreciated talent. And what an incredible human being Chris Candido was. I mean, he just, when you were on a show or you were on anything, and if Chris showed up, you were like,
this gonna be great. It's gonna be great. You know, and I'm sure you guys know a guy like that. That the minute he walks in the room, you're like, it's gonna be awesome. We're gonna have fun. It's gonna be no matter what it is, it could be a complete shit show. You know what I mean? But the minute this one guy walks in, it is what it is, you know. And Chris went to Paul, and Paul went to Bruce Pritchard, who was involved with talent relations at the time. And they put me on loan. They didn't let me off the contract, you know, but they put me on loan to ECW. And, you know, Paul had no plans for me and no intentions for me. He did this as a favor to Chris. And I knew I had to do something and create something that got over. And, you know, I tried different ways to show that I'd had a nervous breakdown, that I had a mental break. And the reason I did that was because I had done some things in WWF with the character that I'd had there. And the reason I did that was, I figured anybody that was as happy-go-lucky as I was would be mentally unstable. And I figured, you know, with the ECW crowd, they had followed me throughout my career, because at this point in time, I'd been in business probably 15, 16 years, you know, and I figured they would know anybody had been doing that long, they'd have some frustration. So I was trying to show that I had finally mentally snapped. And I tried a bunch of different things, and they never quite got over, never quite connected. And I read a book on abnormal psychology where I had a case study. There was a case study in there about a woman who had schizophrenia, and she had what they call transference disorder, meaning the inanimate objects that she heard the voices from, she assumed were crazy, not her. She believed in her mind that the inanimate objects that she heard the voices from were crazy. So I found a styrofoam head in the back of ECW Arena, because I had just gotten done with a match with a guy by the name of Great Sasuke that was from Japan. And the Japanese photographers were taking pictures, and I found a white styrofoam head, had a bunch of paint on it, because the old ECW Arena, half of the arena they used to make the Mummers Day parade floats in Philadelphia. And I found that head, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to carry this to the ring. I'm going to talk to it, treat it as if it's a real person, and act like it's crazy, not me. And for a long time, Paul used to come up to me and he would say, "Oh, I hate your manager. I hate your manager. I hate your manager," you know, but he never told me not to do it. And that's the one thing, like, everybody's like, "Oh, the genius of Paul Heyman." The genius of Paul Heyman is that Paul Heyman allowed the talent to be the talent. And I think Mike can attest to this, is that he allowed you to be who you were, and to develop and create who you were, and to allow it to connect with the audience. And over time, because it was who I really was, you know, I really spoke through the head. I voiced all of my sarcastic comments and quite honestly condescending, you know, comments I did through the head. And as a result, you know, the audience knew it was real. And what I tell everyone all the time, and you know, not, and I'm sure Kasim and I'm sure Butterbean, you can attest to this, Mike, I'm sure you can attest to this as well. If people can believe in who you are, then they'll believe in anything you do. And I'm a prime example of that. To this day, and I've made an enormous amount of money, but based on one thing: people believing that I could knock another human being unconscious with a plastic head, and I can't. I mean, I can't even knock a toddler out, and I've tried. I mean, you know, they fall down on the floor and they cry, and their parents, it gets weird because their parents are like, oh, I'm gonna call the cops. And you're like, look, your kid should fucking sell. You know what I mean? Put it over. But he's rolling around on the floor. He's not acting like he's unconscious. He's crying. You know what? Put it over, guys. Come on, sell. You're like, I'm gonna call the cops. And you're like, well, you should call the cops on your kid because your kid's not putting over the gimmick.
Yeah, we can't this.
Tommy Rich got blood for the head, and your kid will get right back up and run to you. I mean, come on. Smarten your kid up. Tell him to do the job. Jesus Christ.
There's in wrestling that people often overlook. There's hidden genius, and I've always been an admirer of the storylines, the angles, the work that goes into the build-up, how you build up from week to week. And I always had this question: how do you go from being one of the beginner guys, like you're one of the opening matches, to now you're getting in there and your name is there and your storylines, you're getting more creative control of your storyline? How does that shift happen? Where, like, for football, a guy gets injured and then the backup goes in and you do well. Now you're the starter. But how does it work for wrestling?
Well,
I would say that it's the crowd and the fans who are going to determine who gets to that point. Like the people in the back, Alta was Paul, Vince, whoever, they can have the best plans in the world. And I'll use us as a case study. When I was running around as a superhero with Raven and Meanie and Stevie doing our thing as misfits, but the minute we put our heads together and decided, hey, we're going to imitate the NWO, we created the BWO, the Blue World Order, we went from an opening act to a group in less than a month who had the best-selling T-shirt, not in ECW, in professional wrestling. Where here we are 25 years later, we were featured in the Retromania video game that came out last year. Now, Al's part of the new ones coming out, Wrestling Metaverse. That's going to be out later on this year. The BWO is featured in that. So it was just a weird lightning in a bottle that we caught. The crowd went bananas for it, and it couldn't be held back. They had to run with it. So it's, we probably could have done a couple things differently to take it more serious, but I mean, it had a limited shelf life, but we ran for it all we could. But the fans are the ones who are going to determine who's going to jump out.
That's true. That's true. But even with, and I think even in your realm with Kasim and Butterbean, I think you guys will agree that once you walk through the curtain, for Mike and I, okay, the only thing, quite honestly, the only thing that's fake about professional wrestling is that we know who's going to win before we walk out to the ring, okay? Yeah. But your job is the same as ours in the sense that when you walk through that curtain, not only is your job to win, which obviously it is, okay, but it's also, you can win every fight, okay? There are plenty of fighters who win every fight, but can you draw money with them?
Yeah.
You can't. You know what I mean? If I book a fight with Butterbean and you, Kasim, what am I selling? I'm not selling whether or not either one of you can win. I'm selling who you are, and I'm selling, okay, that who they are could ultimately be the thing that motivates somebody to want to pay to see it. You know what I mean? Because that's what people pay to see. Yeah. They pay to see who the two of you are. They don't pay to see, oh, he's a really good boxer. Well, big deal. I don't give two shits about that, because I can't relate to the technicalities, to the performance, but I can relate to, hey, I like Butterbean. I kind of relate to him, or I like Kasim. He's cool. He's hip. He's, you know what I mean? And I want to see Kasim beat Butterbean. Well, I want to see Butterbean beat Kasim. That the who is what sells, not
I think
what.
that's why my career went so well, because I put butts in the seats. They wanted to watch me do what I did.
Your story is amazing. That's why
that's what sells.
Yeah,
that's what sells.
Yeah, you would know when the crowd was there to see Butterbean. It's like I got to stand in Japan with him where there's 70,000 people indoors, and before he even lifted his hands up to get in fighting stance, the audience would just go nuts on the entrance because he's this affable guy everyone relates to and loves. You could not be more right, Al. 100%.
Absolutely. It is always, even, modern sports, football, basketball, baseball, hockey, soccer, you take it around the world, cricket, okay? People don't realize the top 3 televised sporting events in the world are, number 3 is the World Cup of Rugby.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2 is the World Cup of Cricket.
Yeah.
Number 1 is the World Cup of Soccer. Notice I didn't mention the Super Bowl. It's not on the list at all in the top 10 of the round the world sporting events, okay? It's a matter of relatability. And the one thing that everyone can relate to is who you are and why are you fighting. And into a testament to Butterbean, who was a draw. Butterbean was a draw. He was a major draw. And the reason he was because you could relate to who he was and you wanted to see him win. Period.
I've got a question for Mike along these lines. And Rachel, are you going to kill me for going long? If you are, let me know, please.
Don't kill him.
Don't kill him.
Oh,
Don't
yep.
kill him.
Rachel's going to crack the whip on me, you guys. She's awesome.
Yeah.
All right. And I mean that sincerely. She knows that. Mike,
yes.
Al's been talking about inhabiting the character and believing who you are to get over. Now, I know of at least 3 instances when you had a character that was very over. And that's Nova, that's Evolution, and that is, we could talk about that if you want, and that is Simon Dean. But they're so different, all 3 of those characters. Maybe there's a couple of similarities, but if there are, I'm not seeing it. How do you inhabit 3 so different characters and get them all over as being who you are?
Well, each one of them was an evolution, so to speak, in what I was doing at the time. When I was Nova in ECW, I was under 200 pounds at the end of that. I got jacked, long hair, the cool outfits. I mean, I was a maniac. I was bulletproof, 20-something years old. I didn't care how many times a week I was fighting. You could, whatever it called for, I was going to do it. And then I got a lot smarter. I go out to California. I team up with Frankie. I understood the business a little bit more on what was needed, what we were trying to accomplish, the look, the marketability. The matches became more secondary, even though I loved them. But I started to understand the business side of it more, the bigger glamour to it. And then when I furthered the training through OVW, through Rip Rogers, all the guys down here, and I started to really learn, of all the characters I ever had, Simon Dean is the truest of who I am in real life. Like, anybody who knows me knows that Simon Dean, I just threw a purple jumpsuit on. It was like talking to me right here. Like 20 years later, it's exactly who I am in real life. Like, this bullshit, phony smiles, snake oils, full of crap is going to talk nonsense and get his butt kicked. I just wore a purple jumpsuit. It was the easiest for me to do because I didn't rehearse anything. I didn't memorize anything. I just went out there and did it. But I couldn't have done that. I couldn't have done any of that if I wasn't Evolution and Nova, because all that prepared me for the whole complete toolkit to become Simon Dean. I used to say Nova made some money, but Simon Dean make a hell of a lot more because he learned how to work. Like, I learned how to work. I learned how to wrestle as Nova. But as Simon Dean, I had the ability to go out in any arena in the world against any opponent and go for as long as they needed me to do to. If they put match time in or they took time off, live television, I didn't have a safety net, I was bulletproof because I couldn't have done that unless I prepared for that journey through all the other characters, even Hollywood Nova as BWO. Like, all those characters combined got me to be Simon. So
Is there a typical learning curve that, like, you see most, like, the average wrestler goes through a typical learning curve where they get better and you start to say, around this time, they should start peaking and be the character they should be?
Yeah, what stinks now, and I love we talked about this, one of the first things on the show. What I love about the business now is I think it's a safer business today for the guys and the girls. It's a better environment. Al and I, between the both of us, with over 60 years in it, we can rattle off 100 people who have passed away that our peers that we worked with. We're not going to see this as much as this next generation of wrestlers or the ones after that.
Yeah.
Some of the pitfalls aren't there. They're smarter with their money. You're not going to see 15, 20-year careers anymore. You're just not. The slight downside is the carpenters, the masters, the technicians, the teachers, they're not around anymore to really get these guys to learn. But I also feel that the business has changed because it's not what me and Al were in. What I think wrestling has become, and I'm going to try to phrase this short because I don't want to keep this long, but I think wrestling has become an athletic contest where it's not good versus evil or bad versus good anymore. It's the audience that is seeing it now. They're not clapping or responding because the bad guy got his ass kicked or the good guy came out on top. What they're cheering is the fact and the acknowledgement that two professionals got together and they put this, I don't want to say routine, but they're out in the ring presenting their product to the fan. And the fan is showing their appreciation for it by clapping for it and putting it over the athleticism, what they do. Very few guys are in the knockdown, drag out, good versus evil anymore. It's now an athletic contest. The working part of it's going away. The athleticism and the characters are showcased, but it's not what it was. So this is the business has, I don't want to say evolved, but it's changed, and it's not going back to what it was. So it's going to become a television product more. I don't know if the WWE is going to be in its current state in a year, 2 years, 3 years. I think it's going to get possibly bought, and the stars will become television stars more, and the wrestling is going to be completely secondary. So it's how you present yourself to make money for the company. The wrestling has become secondary to what you are as an entity and a character and how you can make money for them.
Wow. I hear Al make comments, and I'm sorry, Al, I want to say this because Sim, I don't know if you know, but Al still owns OVW, Ohio Valley Wrestling, which again, respectfully, Al, is considered old school, but the place where more stars came up than any other, along with UPW, of course, but really steeped in the traditions of the business, still promoting shows, still teaching at the school, still creating television. How do you feel when you hear Nova saying what he's saying?
Well, Nova is completely 100% correct. He's right. It has changed. But here's the downside. And this is unfortunate, but it's the truth. In 1961, 1962, there was a huge event that was held at Kaminsky Park in Chicago. On Friday night, they drew 41,000 people. Now, contrary to what you've been taught by the WWE, that the only time that WWE, WWF, Vince McMahon Jr. brought wrestling out of the high schools, out of the armories. He brought it out into the stadiums, into the major arenas. No, he didn't. That's been around for decades. Okay? In 1961 or 2, I believe it was 61 or 2, they held a wrestling event on Friday night that drew 41,000 people.
Was that Buddy Rogers and Pat O'Connor?
Yes. And the main event for the NWA World Heavyweight title was Buddy Rogers and Pat O'Connor. Now, the reason I bring that up is because on Saturday night, the very next night, they ran an event that drew nearly 44,000 people. Outdrew the night before, just the night before, they drew 41,000. The next night, they drew nearly 44,000 people. Do you know what that event was? Anyone say yes?
Nope. First WrestleMania?
A World Series game?
Roller derby.
Wow.
There
Guys,
I love
where is roller derby now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same place as Ringling Brothers, right? I
Do you know why? Because they ceased to sell what the audience always wanted to buy. They changed.
Yeah.
Roller derby became you're old school, I'm new school, I'm selling something different. And it became something different. And as a result, it went away. The one thing from 1901 to 1921 to 1941 to 1961 to 2001 to 2021 that wrestling has always sold, that boxing has always sold, that MMA has always sold is who is fighting and why they are fighting. Now, to your point, Mike, you're absolutely 100% correct. We don't sell that in wrestling anymore. We sell what we do. And what we do is never relatable to anyone, no different than boxing or MMA. The reason baseball, basketball, and football in the United States have enormous audiences because every one of us have done it as a child, even if it's only in our backyard or in our driveways. That's why hockey has a bigger audience in Canada than it has anywhere else. That's why soccer is bigger all over the rest of the world, and why now we have professional teams of soccer in the United States is because we've had more generations of people playing soccer, and they can relate physically to what is happening on the field. That's why cricket is the #2 most televised sporting event in the world. And we in the United States can't relate to it. You know why? I still watched it numerous times, have no clue what the hell is going on. But it draws enormous audiences that outdwarf anything you could completely imagine in the United States. Why? Because everyone has played it. Boxing, MMA, professional wrestling, you don't sell what you do. You sell who you are and why you do it. And then when you cease to sell that anymore, you cease to draw an audience. And as a result, it will fade away no different than roller derby.
That's very true. A lot of the technicians got phased out, and it became more about the just different parts of it. I used to love wrestling because when a guy got in there, his specialty, his skills were this and that. And he was fighting this guy because he was mad because this guy said that, and the storylines were so key. I followed the storylines of these guys, and you explain to people, you got to watch this show. What are you watching that for? Oh, man, because this dude did this and that, and he said this and said that.
There you go.
Back and forth. And the last match, he beat him here, and then he came out and hit him with a chair, and then he came out. And now his mom hates him too. I mean, it was a huge story that you follow, almost like reading a great book. You get sucked into it, and you want to just finish it.
Yep, that's right. Yeah. And we as performers in wrestling.
Diamond Dallas Page didn't come over and kick my ass.
Oh, that's right. You are in a camp, so to speak.
Pretty much.
Oh, and listen, Butterbean, I'll tell you right now, and I'd recommend to everyone, legitimately, honestly, I recommend to everyone that they do DDP yoga, because without a question, I recommend this to my own mother to do DDP yoga, because I'm telling you, he has a system that works. And the one thing that Dallas tells and then pushes in his videos and everything he does with his training is make it to where it's your own. Make it to where you can do it so that you can do it and do it consistently. because it's not a matter of you doing something. It's a matter of you doing it consistently every single day. And
be positive about it.
Dallas, oh my God, Diamond Dallas Page and his DDP yoga is without a question or a doubt. I've done it. And I'll tell you right now, like I've never sweated more in my life than when I do an hour of DDP yoga. It's insane. It's incredible. It really is.
Yeah, guys, I think Bean gave us the go home there, which is probably at a good place. But I do have to ask this: DDP yoga, in all truthfulness, is it really even half as good as the Simon system?
I mean, it's up there. Dallas is a good kid. You know, he's got a future ahead of him. We'll see what he can pull off. He's a fellow Jersey guy, a true pro. I love DEP.
Yeah, I've never tried the Simon system, but I'll tell you right now.
I got some laying around if you need somebody.
I appreciate that. But I'll tell you right now, the DDPY, I cannot endorse that enough. I cannot, honestly, I cannot. That's the truth. That's a shoot. I've done it. I do it on a regular basis. I do it all the time. I should do it more, quite honestly. But it's really, Dallas he really has it dialed in. He really does.
It's been an honor tonight, gentlemen. I would love to come back
Thank you all very
anytime.
much. And like I said, every night, make sure you tell your people that you know the best and that friends, they might not be here tomorrow. Make sure you tell them you love them. And I love all you guys.
I love all of you guys.
Thank you, fellas.
You, Mike, Al, see you in Louisville week after next. We'll go have a good dinner, guys. I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
And,
thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right, guys.
Full time, my friend. Bean, you're looking great. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. It's been an honor, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Good night, guys.